CA Student Society is a proud organization with a very rich history. Since the inception in 1981, our organization has come a long way, producing many worthy chartered accountants and bringing the best of all its students. And this year, we celebrate the 35th anniversary of our esteemed organization. So, today is not a day that we take for granted. Today is the day that we bring 35 years of experience and expertise into play. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the 30th International CA Students Conference 2016.
Traditions play an important part in Sri Lankan culture. Giving way to one such tradition, let's start today's proceedings with lighting of the oil lamp. I cordially invite Mr. Lasantha Wickramasinghe, President of CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Riaz Mueller, Patron, CA Student Society, Mr. Arun Alvis, CEO of CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Sujeeva Rajapaksa, Past President of CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Arjuna Herath, Immediate Past President of CA Sri Lanka,
Mr. Prashant Muthugala, the President of CA Student Society, Mr. Ashaf MSM, the Vice President of CA Student Society, Mr. Jaishan Grero, the General Secretary of CA Student Society, and Mr. Chatura Gimhana, the Education Secretary of CA Student Society.
You are our strength. You are our pride. You are the light in our lives. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem.
Thank you. 1 and 0 were mere numbers at the inception.
But now, it has taken different and multiple dimensions.
How could something so insignificant rule the whole world?
It's the realization of a greater civilization.
Each and every day, someone, somewhere, somehow comes up with a groundbreaking idea,
Which led to the preparation of our generation.
fruition of CYBERNATION.
Ladies and gentlemen, fruition is a realization of a plan or a concept.
CYBERNATION means to computerize control of an operation.
So believe me, when you say a fruition of CYBERNATION, it is not rocket science. It is presently a part and parcel of our life.
Social media, what we regularly use.
It's the smartphone that you can't live without.
But the real question is, are we utilizing the existing technology to its maximum potential?
Where the future promises us cryptocurrencies and holographic board meetings.
What will happen to the corporate equation existing today?
Where do you, a prospective chartered accountant, belong in that era?
Are we ready to witness dawn of a new age?
And most importantly, are we ready to embrace this new age? Questions.
With all these questions, today we present to you
Ladies and gentlemen, fruition
of CYBERNATION
accountancy.
in technology era.
I'm Asif Mawjood.
I am Farhad Suleiman,
Welcome to
the
the
30th
CA
International CA Students
Student
Conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, fruition of CYBERNATION, accountancy in technological era. And now to begin our proceedings for the day, I would like to call our eminent panelist on stage. First, I would like to invite the President of the CS Student Society, the CS Sri Lanka, Mr. Lasantha Wickramasinghe, Mr. Riaz Mueller, the patron of the CS Student Society, Mr. Arun Alvis, the CEO of CS Sri Lanka,
Mr. Prashant Muthugala, President of CS Student Society, Mr. Ashaf MSM, Vice President of CS Student Society, and Mr. Chatura Gimhana, Education Secretary of CS Student Society.
Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for the inconvenience caused. And now we would like to start our proceedings. And this invitation goes to the President of the CA Student Society, Mr. Prashant Muthugala, to address the gathering.
Thank you, Asif. A very good morning to all of you. Mr. Lasantha Wickramasinghe, President of CA Sri Lanka. Mr. Riaz Miula, Patron of the CA Student Society. Mr. Arun Alvis, CEO of CA Sri Lanka. Mr. Diraj Kandewal, Vice Chairman, Board of Studies, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Other distinguished invitees, foreign delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to warmly welcome all of you to the 30th International CA Students Conference. The CA Students Society, formerly known as the Practicing Accountants Chartered Student Society, was formed in 1981, and the first Students Conference was held in 1986. Over the years, committees of each committee of the CA Student Society have improved the standard of this flagship event, and 30 years later, you are now witnessing the same event, but at a different scale. While celebrating the 30th anniversary of the CA Students Conference, we have also improved the event compared to prior years by changing the venue of the event with the intention of increasing the audience, inviting international and foreign delegates from various countries, creating a website for the conference, live streaming of the conference on YouTube, Dialog TV, etc., and so on. Fusion of CYBERNATION, Accountancy in Technology Era, was selected as the theme for today's conference, since technology is a key factor which affects our profession. The developments in information technology is so vast and so rapid that it can be considered as a critical success factor for an accountant. Our lives have changed so much due to technology, and that it has come to a point where we cannot live without technology. However, as accountants and future accountants to be, how will our careers be shaped by this technological revolution? What will happen to our work-life balance? How do we redress this? Hence, today's event will discuss on the impact technology has on the accountancy profession and on the benefits and challenges it has created for us. The conference you are witnessing today is an outcome of a lot of planning, teamwork, sleepless nights, and commitment. Hence, I would like to thank all my friends of the CA Student Society for the support they have rendered to make this event a successful one. Finally, I would like to wish you an enjoyable conference and hope our efforts will make an impact on you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prashant. Every institution ought to have a strong leadership in order for it to succeed. CA Sri Lanka is blessed with one such person who is driving it towards its success. I invite Mr. Lasantha Wickramasinghe, President of CA Sri Lanka, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everybody. Patron CA Sri Lanka Student Society Riaz, Mr. Kandewal, Chairman Board of Studies, CA India, distinguished invitees, President and members of the CA Student Society, student representatives of SAFA CA bodies, my dear students, officers of CA Sri Lanka, it gives me great pleasure to address you today on the occasion of the 30th International CA Student Conference. The CA Students Society has always been a group which possesses exceptional foresight and vision. And this is very obvious by the theme you choose every year for your conference. Today, we are faced with continuing challenges alongside continuing technological advancements. Without technology, the world would come to an abrupt halt, just as air, water, and electricity are an important component in our day-to-day lives. Technology too has become a necessity to the world nowadays. Therefore, I congratulate the CA Student Committee for understanding the importance of technology and that place in our lives both at a personal level as well as a professional level, and for centering this year's theme on FRUITION of CYBERNATION accountancy in technology era. Accountants have always been progressive professionals who have to keep up to date with the latest standards, trends, and changes. They have never been stagnant and never can be. There is no doubt that technology has impacted the accounting profession along with every other profession. While automation is completely transforming the global workforce, it is also driving the accountancy profession into the future. Today, even though auditing continues to be an inherent human process, modern technology has helped this important area. The same way, we have adapted modern technology to our basic accounting tools and methodologies, which has helped enhance our standing as gatekeepers of this important profession. However, while rapid technological changes have also had its positive aspects, sometimes there are the cons to such advances, especially when it comes to keeping up with such changes at a quickening pace. Hence, whether we are accountants or non-accountants, there is an increasing importance of continuing to update our knowledge on the latest methodologies that is available in our professions, especially if we are to remain relevant. This is where a conference such as this, on this very pertinent theme, comes to play, as it gives you all-important edge and helps you stay ahead of the game by enhancing your knowledge on the technological aspects that is important for the accountant of today as well as of tomorrow. As the future of our profession, you all have an important role to play. But while technical skills are important and among the primary scope of your qualification, it is equally important you are educated on interpersonal, communication, and IT skills to help you become a better professional. There is no doubt that we need highly intelligent and skilled students for our continued existence, who will continue to give leadership across all sectors, both locally and overseas. Therefore, CA Sri Lanka will take every effort to help our present and future chartered accountants who will continue to enjoy pride of place in the corporate world. And for this, we will continue to remain relevant while updating the curriculum and complementing this further with enhanced programs to help transform you to be a globally sought-after professional. I would like to congratulate the CA Student Society for understanding the importance of remaining relevant, as well as for the futuristic theme chosen for this year's conference. A conference spanning 30 years is no easy feat. So this is an achievement that every member of the society should be proud of. As the future of our nation and the guardians of our profession, this conference will definitely be an important platform in inspiring and educating you on being the better professional of the future. But before I conclude, let me remind you that the journey to success is not easy. It takes a lot of hard work, dedication, and commitment to get to the top. While competition is healthy, the challenges are widespread always. Understand the importance of ethics, because this is a very important area for a chartered accountant. Today, our members are respected by society, corporate, and the country at large. And as the future of our profession, this standing must continue, and it is your responsibility to understand that no matter how challenging a job is, it should always be performed within the ethics of the profession. And that will help our profession remain at the top always. Thank you. I wish all the success to rest of the day's program. All the best to you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your guidance all along and those inspirational words. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to the President of CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Lasantha Wickramasinghe. And now, we have another significant pillar of CA Student Society who has guided us every year to the right theme in the right way. Ladies and gentlemen, this invitation goes to the managing partner of KPMG and the patron of CA Student Society, Mr. Riaz Mueller, to address the gathering.
President of the CA Sri Lanka, Lasantha, President of the Student Society, members of the Council, past President, good friend Sujiva, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. As somebody who was involved in setting the Student Society up long time ago, in 1981, it does gives me a lot of satisfaction and pride to see the progress that the Student Society has made over the years. Today, when watching the animation that was done, I thought to myself, here is a society that has, in its 35 years, achieved maturity, wisdom, and become a truly matured organization. And I congratulate all the committees who over the 35 years have contributed in no small measure to bring the society to what is today. And I share the sentiments of the President that every year when I come for the conference, and I have had the privilege of attending almost all of them, I've seen an improvement each year. And that's how it should be. It goes without saying that I wish to congratulate the committee for an excellent theme very appropriate in the current context. Technology, as you know, has transformed the world, is transforming the world. And when we look at accountants, when we talk about cybernation and computerization, we tend to think of computerized packages, accounting packages, and ERP systems. But to me, that is the least of the issues. The computerized package, computerized accounting system, yes, they are here to stay, whether you like it or not. But the challenges that accountants will face don't come from only the computerized packages or systems. I believe the challenge that you people will face, particularly when you qualify, is what technology is doing to business. Technology is changing the way businesses work. When I read recently about the demise of Nokia, it brought home very strongly how an organization that was synonymous with mobile phones. I mean, when we were young, everybody's dream was to own a Nokia. Today, when I ask at a recent presentation, I asked if anybody can present me a Nokia phone, I'll give a prize, and there was no takers. And this is all, I'm not that old, so within the short period of a couple of decades, you find that an organization that was the pinnacle of a particular brand is no more. That's what technology is doing to business. The way businesses operate are changing. No more do we have the formal structures of hierarchical structures that we are familiar with, where you have, the standard levels of authority. You have one person report to another, another person reports to another. Levels of hierarchy that we talked about is gone. Now we're talking of flatter structures. We're talking of reducing the space between the top management and the lowest. And what is enabling that? Technology. Those days, a CEO had to convey a message. He had to maybe talk to his deputies, who in turn had to talk to his managers, and in turn went down the line. Today, a CEO can address a message to his entire organization, even if it's hundreds of thousands, with just a click of a button. So that's what technology is doing. So the point what I'm trying to leave with you, and I'm not going to start to discourse on this subject, is that the challenges that you are going to face as accountants in the future is not about computerized packages and accounting. The challenges will be what will face you as accountants in the new world on account of changing business models. When we study accounting, whether we do as accountants or whether we are in practice, we talk about business models, no? We all of us talked about business models when we did audits, when we did accounting, how you handle. Those business models are changing. And the challenge that you have to think is that business models will change, and therefore how you react, how you fit in to that new business model will change over time, very drastically, very dramatically. And if you don't understand the change, if you don't appreciate that change, and if you don't overcome and address the challenges that those changes will bring with it, you will be a dinosaur. I read a survey recently which said that what are the jobs that will be likely go into extinction with new technology. It's an interesting article we should read. And they say accountancy has a 26% chance of becoming extinct. It's a bit scary, isn't it? That technology can make accounting jobs disappear. There's a 26% chance. It's scary, and see, we have finished our time. Another couple of years, we'll retire and gone. You guys are just starting. You just spent a lot of time and effort to qualify, and then suddenly, whoop, job is gone. You wouldn't want that, isn't it? So how do you do it? It doesn't mean that, okay, I'm going to chuck accounting and look for a job which has a lower percentage of disappearing. No. Right? That article also says, it's not a static thing. It says, whether this percentage reduces or increases will depend on how the accountants of the future will change, will re-engineer themselves to meet those challenges. And that's why I think that today's theme is extremely vital. One of the strongest things that is driving today is digitalization. See, when you say digitalization, not just computerization. When everybody thinks that what you do manually, you do it through a computer. That's not digitalization. Digitalization is just re-engineering the whole business, how it is done. Making the maximum use of technology to see how your business can run more effectively, more efficiently, more economically. And those people, I know Sarath and they will know, those days we talked about the 3 E's, value for money. Nothing's changed. Value for money concept is still there. We think that it's gone away. No. It's just that the means that we use to achieve that efficiency, effectiveness, and economy of operations. Ultimately, these 3 will drive how profitable you are. Today, we live in an age where businesses' success are not judged by the bottom line, by how many rounds of funding that you get. People say, if you look, I was talking to the CEO of Ikman.lk, and the foreign guy, and he says their model is to own the market space. Now, it's a different concept. Huh? They want to own the market space. They want to take the whole thing, and that's what Ikman has done. Now they are monetizing. So for a couple of years, lost. They didn't bother about the bottom line. They want to own the space. Now they're monetizing. That's the change. That's the business model. And that's what I wanted to think in mind. So we look at a constant thing about bottom line, profitability. We are very good at saying, profit. Irrelevant. If you are CEO or CFO of Ikman and told him, sorry, this is not, they'll tell you, you don't understand this business. So you as accountants must understand the business model that's going to happen in the future, and you must understand the impact of those business models on your work as an accountant. I'll just leave one final example. We produce accounts. What do we do as auditors? We say accounts present a true and fair view as at a particular date. Time will come, it's already coming, where accounts will be presented every day. That's what technology will do. So where is the relevance of your audit report that you're giving, that year-end 31st March balance sheet is true and fair view, and you are giving this report in June, by which time 3 months of operations have happened, and what you are reporting on is irrelevant. So we had to ask ourselves, how relevant is our whole audit opinion? Are we going to insist and say, no, we were taught that you must express an opinion on a particular date, and I'm going to do that till the cows come home? No. Maybe we should change. I keep telling my younger partner, saying that maybe we have to change our audit report to say that the systems that are there in the company are adequate, are robust enough, that the accounts that are presented or come out of that system are capable of presenting a true and fair. You get the shift I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a particular date numbers. I'm talking about the system which is adequate and strong and robust, that what is produced is true and fair. Maybe that's what our new audit report will look like. Maybe I'll ask the new president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants to take on. Maybe we should look at that audit opinion. Don't wait till the business world comes and tells us your opinion is irrelevant. We have to start thinking about it ourselves. To close, I have one hope. You can have technology as much as you want, but technology is built on logic. You know, 1 + 1 = 2, 2 + 2 is 4, that's how computer systems are built. But there's one thing that computers and systems can't do, and that is skepticism. Skepticism is something that only you as human beings, as intelligent human beings who are trained to challenge and push back, only you can do. Computers can't do that. You can program computers to push back, but systems change all the time, circumstances change all the time, and computers cannot do that. Only you can do that. So we have to identify what are our strengths. Our strengths is the God-given ability to use our brains, to use our professional judgment. And that's what is going to make sure that you have your job the day you qualify. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mueller, for those illuminating words. Of course, now we'll think more about saving our jobs by thinking out of the box and, most importantly, using our brains. Now it is time to present the tokens of appreciation. To present the token to the President of CS Sri Lanka, Mr. Lasantha Wickramasinghe, I now invite Prashant Muthugala, the President of CS Student Society. To present the token to the patron of the CS Student Society, Mr. Riaz Mueller, I now call upon Ashaf MSM, the Vice President of CS Student Society. To present the token of appreciation to the CEO of CS Sri Lanka, Mr. Arun Alvis, I invite Mr. Chatura Gimhana, the Education Secretary of CS Student Society. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the graceful presence on stage.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we have a very interesting personnel coming on stage, and he's going to talk about a very interesting and a current subject. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a professor in accounting systems in the University of Sri Jayewardenepura, and he is the chairman of the Board of Studies and coordinator of the PhD in Management Program of Management, Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies. And ladies and gentlemen, he is the first Sri Lankan who made link with artificial intelligence to the field of accounting and finance for corporate sector predictions. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round and welcome on stage Professor Kennedy Gunawardana.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Dear President, CA Sri Lanka and Dr. Mihula and other very senior chartered accountants and my dear students and ladies and gentlemen. There is a big challenge you all having. I know that in the end of the day, you all going to be accountants. What challenge you have? Somebody going to dominate your profession, or you going to be a part of them? The very before, I want to go a little bit about the history of accounting. The accounting profession is one of the oldest professions in the world. Not Luca Pasolini's time, who created the double entry. Before that, when you go back to the Silk Road, the merchants from China to Europe, they cross, the merchants' work. They have recorded many things in accounting. You are very luckiest person who selected the oldest professions to be your own profession. But you have a kind of a challenges right now. Some authors says accounting is one of the oldest profession next to the medicine. The medical professions, they look after the patient, you look after the companies who are in sick sometimes. You are giving medicine to the companies, the corporate sector. Now when you come back to the today's context, there are a lot of challenges you all face. My topic is today the global trends of computerized accounting information system, frauds, and forecasting business risk. The main objectives, the ICT, information communication technology, has become an integral part of our life for productivity, growth, and innovation. We can't avoid it. That's a part of our life today. How we protect our privacy and freedom and maintain an open and innovative cyberspace will determine how effective our society function. What you are going to face, your challenge, the complexity of evolving trends, social media, mobile, cloud computing, advanced precision attacks. Look here, the cybercrime costs globally, global economy, US dollars 545 billion a year. That's a huge cost, the huge amount. Your life and your profession is depend on the way you're going to control these frauds, not just providing information to the people. The frauds are the big thing. Everybody wants to minimize it. the accountants can do it in historical accountants done it very nicely, but in future how they are going to do it's a kind of a challenge. What are the cyber threats you are facing? The hackers, the cyber network targets, warfare, internet attacks, the cyber crime, terrorism groups. These all are connected with the information technology today. The students like you have to understand very carefully this kind of attacks. How you are going to minimize it, how going to control it, how going to eliminate it. Those are one of your basic tasks. The recent cyber attacks in hours, thieves took 45 million in ATM machines. That's 45 million is quite a big compared to our economy. Target apologized for data breach, retailers embarrassed, security upgrades. The Canadian teen, the many hackers are very small kids, arrested in heartbleed hack attack. eBay urged users to change password after cyber attack. Those are quite a few things I want to explain to you how the cyber attacks are popular today. Look in this chart. The cyber security is a global issue and requires a collaboration of all nations. The number of incidents is totally moving. Every day it's going more. The world internet penetration also very high. Today it's more than the 2014. The published data I have gathered in 2014. Now, the ICT situation in our countries, like developing countries, used effectively, because you are working in initially here, you have to understand our ICT setup. ICT can help to accelerate integration in the world economic community. An opportunity to improve citizens' life by generating wealth on global e-commerce. Now that's a model. I think Dr. Mehul already explained to you very nicely. He has mentioned half of my lecture. How the information technology or just the technology affected to our day-to-day life, e-commerce, e-business. Those are the kind of a good business models. Right now, the whole world is attacking. The stakes are high for developing countries. Foreign direct investment, confidence and trust in developing country depends upon secure and effective implementation of technology. Just the example, 10 years back, no one went to China and doing a business. They said Chinese accounting system is quite bad, we can't trust the system. But now everybody go to China and doing a business because of the technology, not alone with the accounting system. In our country also, we are not going with the technology kind of a questions we have in future, whether the foreign direct investment we can get or we can attract more or not. It's depend on the technology, what you and us absorb. Because all world is technology today. The accountants like you, or future accountants like you definitely want to study technology, half of your syllabus more than the other subjects. You have to be a part of the technology team. You can't say this is a IT guy's job, this is a computer scientist's job. No. This is accountant's job. Documentation, internal control mechanism, maintaining a correct information system is your job, not the IT job. Don't leave such a things to the IT people. Take responsibility yours and work as a team. And you need a kind of a knowledge for that. I think your profession, your accounting, syllabuses are providing such a help to you. The need to understand and acknowledge that cyber threats are real and create an environment where appropriate actions are taken to minimize these threats, because people are expecting from you to reduce the frauds just simply rather than the providing effective information systems. That's for a definition wise, you can say we are providing and disseminate the information to make decisions and all. But the normal sense, community expecting what these accountants and auditors are doing, why they are not minimizing frauds. One of the philosophers in Europe, he said, the professions depend on the community interest. If you protect the community, community protect the profession. Just example, suppose medical doctors who treat to the patients, all are die, all are not getting cure, not recovery. Then people will think medical profession is useless, we don't want to follow, we don't want to respect to them. The same thing like a lawyer's profession as well. If you can't maintain justice, people think that profession also useless. In one day, it happened to us. You are accountants, accounting students, our senior accountants are here. I am academic in the field of accounting. We all in the same boat. Somebody says in a day, community says in a day, you are not doing your job well, you are not minimizing frauds, or you are not eliminating that, your control systems are not well. Then what happened to our profession? It's a question mark. It's your hand. What Dr. Mihula said, we have another few years to get retired, but you have a big job to do to protect our profession. Think very responsibly. Now, when you go back to the cybercrime issues today, e-crime dominated by fraud. The e-crime mean people doing criminal activities through internet, through online, especially online banking and credit cards. Targeted attacks to gain data. Individuals, e-commerce sites, transaction processing, etc. You can see the many things, fast, irrecoverable, unidentifiable payments, also the virtual payment systems and all. Those are the challenges you should want to understand carefully in the technology field. The biggest threats are for IT operation practitioners. With your help together, the biggest threats are outsourcing sensitive data to third parties and cybercrime, mobile workforce. For IT security practitioners, the biggest threats for them, the data breaches, access to cloud computing, and outsourcing sensitivity data to the third parties. Now you have to think about that, how to avoid this kind of a work. Look this, the development of the IT operations, mega trend risk rating today and 12 to 24 months in the future. The very high and high security risk. Outsourcing, many companies going for the lowest rates, lowest cost. Mobile devices, everybody try to do businesses through mobile devices because of the low cost and attract more customers, and the mobile penetration is a very high country like Sri Lanka. Cyber crimes, Comparatively, we have a little, but in the different issues we can find out today. And the data breach, cloud computing, personal to person file sharing, Web 2 technology, visualization, and malware. That's a threat. You can see the percentages are getting almost 50% today's situation, and as well as for the next 2 years period. The security also we can find out like that. You remember this person some time back, one of the very famous person who fly to Israel. Anyway, he was arrested. He attempted to destroy a lot of evidence, and the financial frauds he did is a US $74 million, and you got sentenced to 6 years in jail. This is another person, the assets misappropriation, vice chairman of Walmart, all we call white collar jobs. For a computer technological industry, you can't find the blue collar frauds, all white collar frauds. Long time family friends of Sam Walton, the alligator books and hunting vacations, and he's also in charge to the prison today. What's really fraud is? The legal elements of the fraud, a material false statement. Knowledge that statement was false when it was spoken. Reliance on the false statement by the victim. Damages resulting from the victim's reliance on the false statement. The major categories of the frauds: assets misappropriation. Because of this technology, it can happen. You have to find out the good internal control mechanism to protect the assets. Corruptions and abuse. Financial statement frauds. A lot of examples we have right now. Other fraudulent statements. Look, very few cyber attacks dominating the news. US health insurer Anthem hit by massive cyber attack. 80 million customers, the private data exposed. This is in health. You also go to the private hospitals. You also giving you all medical data. Sometimes we don't know what is happening to our data, our personal data, our blood pressure and all. In the other side, 19,000 French website under attack. Cyber attack, 19,000. The writer says, on the other side you can see Sony Studios had after hacking upheavals. Financial services are major targets everywhere in the world. The several UK banks hit by cyber attacks. In last 6 months, Bank of England. You can see these are the very hot news you can get from the internet. Cyber attack, online criminals steal more than pounds, I think. You can see 400,000 from major bank. JP Morgan hackers came into the front row in June, 2 months, my TM. You see, it's a trend everywhere. Luckily, in Sri Lankan systems are quite low. But how do you think in future? The technology in the other side, the experts warn banks of more cyber attacks. With traditional preparators are the people who planning all kind of things. London teenager arrested over huge cyber attacks. The many small kids, for fun they do attacks. They do kind of a hacking, like a game for them, business game for them. And organized crimes also there. And most of the people try to get the government information. They try to hack government websites. You can see here cyber defense magazines, and FBI examined whether Russia is tied to JP Morgan hacking. Sometimes country to country you can see some terrorist organizations also involving with this. This is kind of a mafia today. And the Facebook, I will talk to you Facebook more little later. Their targets and some MO evolve. Attacks follow data into the cloud. Developing countries and mid-tier banks. The cyber attacks robbed 45 million from Gulf Bank. Well, these all are connected with accounting and ICT. That's a problem. Part of you also get the fall, part of go to the IT professionals as well. We want to divide these things. There are no theory for that yet. Mobile platform vulnerabilities. This is a cybercrime family tree. I told you the cyber attacks, all these frauds, it's not a very small amount. It's billions and millions in US dollars. Some mafia family trees are there. We can't see hidden groups are more, and they are working in the different way and collecting all these informations. And later they do the attacks. I think the online activism looks like this. Most of the attackers, they start in their work starting from this way. The politically minded people collect information online. Most probably they using Facebook. Don't think Facebook is your Bible. Don't love too much to the Facebook, especially your profile page. And don't do politics with the Facebook mobile, Facebook your page. Think very, it's always vulnerable, it's always under attack. Triple X people always face putting several things to your Facebook page. Eliminate, drop, hide. That's the way you have to do that. And always try to block if you feel this is unnecessary to you. Otherwise you are doing marketing. You are promoting some ideas, unnecessary ideas, you are promoting to another person. You don't know somebody else getting benefited from that. There are some groups, organized groups are there. It's not just like a simple sharing information system today. You can use Facebook for a business purpose and practical aspect as well. They exchange informations via email. Today all businesses are doing this. Everybody getting this information. We think all confident. We think password cannot hack. This is all under attack today. Email, chat rooms, instant message, etc. All information sharing, exchanging information from one party to another. Somebody wants, they can get back your information very easily. The petition politicians and other decision makers online, you can contact them and giving information to them. They express their views online today. They organize and coordinate protects using the internet. This all legal and moral. But some people behind this game, they take all information and sell. In a democracy, it's a desirable. You do all in good faith, but the attackers who get all this information in the different manner. The cyber terrorism is a big issue today. This is a trend. You can see here, we can't find the theoretical construct of the cyber terrorism. Still our PhD students are doing some studies about this. Terrorist groups, including Al-Qaeda, are using the internet to communicate, recruit, spread propaganda and planned attacks. Even other terrorist groups as well. Terrorists may develop in cyber warfare capabilities, terrorist sympathizers. Foreign nations are developing cyber attack capabilities. What are the implications of this? Are these valid forms of political expression? Do nation states have the right to use cyber attacks as a military tools? What are the implications? How do cyber attacks compare morale with other military means? Question marks, challenges for whole global people are facing. I think this is a fishing, kind of a fishing. You give something to the fish, try to get back. I know you all get some emails. You won the lottery. You won the millions of million lottery. Please put your all personal information, name, ID number, and other kind of things. You are entitled to get this money. Have you got such a mail, email, lottery winning mails? Can you raise your hand if you got such a mail? Including me. I think the many, right? Even our most senior Dr. Mehul also getting like that, even president as well. This is as usual today. The very simple, right? You won huge money and you feel this is very legitimate as well. This document, email, everything is legitimate. You feel this information is honest and truth, but that is not. They get your all information. Once you reply to that mail, they know all your bank account details as well. Be careful. Those are highly illegal and very hard to avoid it because we are in a globally connected. Especially when you are in the Facebook, you expose your all information to the global. You have to do that. I'm not going to write to stop your Facebook. That is bad. You have to continue with your Facebook, but in the manageable way and very practical way. The acts of sending an email to user falsely claiming to be an established legitimate enterprise, an attempt to scam the user into surrendering a private information that will be used for identity theft. This is very practical. The bogus information always you are getting. Now this is another example. The eBay, they write to you certain informations, right? You want, this is not a true information. Some organization act like a true organization and giving some information to you and get some information from you as well. Those are called phishing. Now another one in the ICT environment, the students and everybody who face cyberbullying. So being cruel to others by sending or posting harmful material or engaging in other forms of social aggressions using the internet or other digital technologies. That's bad. You're getting a lot of, right? You heard certain informations, but that is also one of the bullying systems you can see. And be careful when you chat, when you transfer information. You're an accountant here, giving your personal information to individuals you haven't physically met. Be careful, because you're going to be an accountant. Train yourself to work with honest and transparent manner, but don't give any information through net, through internet, or through any network connection if you don't know the person. That may be harmful to the community as well as you. There are more emails or phone calls that time. Sometimes phone calls also you are getting that appear to be from legitimate companies asking for your information. The many mails you get like this. This is another dangerous thing, skimming, especially when you are using credit card. This all the business transaction today. The most of the people today use credit card to do the transactions. Other than our senior accountants here, we are academics, we have to use more credit card to get certain things. The skimming here, the replication of electronically transmitted full track data to allow or enable valid authorization to occur. This is a small gadget. In this gadget, your all credit card information they can absorb. Finally, they do the transaction, no need your consent. The very small one, don't find out from the market, this is illegal. Now, what information they get from you? You have to be very careful when you are using your credit card number and the name, CVC and CVV numbers. Discretionary may include home address or other identifiers, some credit card information. This part is a very dangerous, and if you get those information, no need your consent to do the business or any other kind of things. Credit card is a personal, very respectable places only you can hand over, and how they are doing, always look at the machine, right? And like skimmers capture all three tracks of information. Be careful and always do transaction with a formal legitimate organization. The internet frauds preventions, it's a very important thing. Don't answer or open emails from unknown source. Sometimes you write. Don't provide your personal information to someone you don't know. If it sounds too good to be true, but it is not, because the hackers always act, they are your friends. Sometimes they hack your mails. You went to abroad, you lost your bags, you lost your wallet, please send some money. Some kind of a mail also you have seen, because all in our investigation, in ICT investigation, accounting related investigation, we always doing. We have to protect community. That is our main job. Check your financial statements regularly. Don't think credit card information is always true. This is the Facebook problem. Before discussing Facebook as a tool in presidential election, what makes Facebook such a valuable tool? Actually today, the Facebook used for a lot of political campaigns, political works, rather than the business, rather than sharing a true information among yourself. It became the huge political tool. They changed the community attitudes. They giving a correct and wrong information as well. They are stronger than the Sri Lankan police sometimes. The Facebook have a lot of information, and then the police department also look at the Facebook, then later go and capture the people. That's a trend is going on. We have to be very careful when you are working with the Facebook, because you are accountant. This is a big issue for most of the students facing right now in the university crowd, as well as the chartered CIMA students. You spend more time, maybe 1 hour or 2 hours in your Facebook account. You are living with the Facebook, sharing informations. Look at the informations what you have in your Facebook. If you feel it's important, educated related, your profession related, then you can share. Otherwise, especially this political nonsense informations, you have to be hide or eliminate or stop it. You have to be political neutral. That is very important for a student's point of view. The popularity in the business world, 71% have corporate Facebook pages. This is all under attack. Facebook is not a Bible. Don't believe, don't get upset some unnecessary things there in your page. Forget it and eliminate and hide and ignore, because it's a nature. You all expose your all information to the global. Now you try to make your holy to the page. You can't do that. That's global mean it's connected to the all networks in everywhere. Everybody can see your profile, can attack, can hack and transfer information to you. 71% have a corporate Facebook, but in our country also a lot, but they are not doing massive job. They just try to do marketing or promotion campaign only, but not popular. 44% says Facebook is the single most effective social networking platform they use. The Facebook in politics, very badly doing everywhere in the world. A lot of political campaign in US, especially the Barack Obama, he used massively these techniques to come up with his own targets. And it says very nicely, you can see these sentences very nicely. Obama posts 4 times as much content as Romney and get more response, especially among the young crowds. The Americans under age 25, the highest percentage since US exists. Pooling began in 1976 because of the Facebook. This is true in Sri Lankan scenario as well. Advertisements also very important in the Facebook, especially the chartered institute students like you, transferring accounting standards, some important informations. Please use this Facebook in an educational way. That's very essential. You can see how some campaigns are done with Facebook. It's not just who you know, but who knows you. That is what you can see one of the political campaigns says. Steps to effective Facebook advertising: create fan page. The Obama 28 millions like versus Romney 7 million. Generate fans and engage. Always better to transfer true information rather than the misuse the information. The social media is not only a Facebook, Twitter, some other Facebook media also. They are kind of a social medias you can find out. You have to work with them very carefully. The spam is another big issue in the ICT environment and challenge to the field of accounting. The lot of information, lot of mails you will get, and you want to know how to avoid it and how to manage it. Irregular card activities, and those are the kind of a computer created information, true information I want to show you. Look this statement in 2012 US presidential election, 29 tweets per day. That is Barack Obama. In his opposition party, 1 tweet per day. That's a way you can understand the popularity. This is a very good model, business model. But you have to use practically for a business way. Now you have to understand this social media and cyber attacks, all kind of a hacking. Those are very popular things everywhere in the world. You can't stop. No laws and regulation. You can't you know, put into the people to jail and stop. You can't. You have to find other ways and means to control such activities. Human intervention, your attitudes, and understanding this kind of a process, those are very important. And the most important thing for a Sri Lankan accounting students, what I suppose in my 30 years of career in teaching, I'm not a practical accountant like our senior accountants are here, just teacher. The very important thing is you need lot of ICT subject. You have to be a computer-oriented student. That is the only way to face these challenges. We can't jump from the challenge. We can't say we don't want this. Otherwise, some unnecessary people get your profession. I think the recent article Dr. Mihula said, I remember that, I also read that article, 26% of IT people dominated avatars as well. It doesn't matter. That's usual for other professions as well. But what we want to do, you have to be a part of them. And you also study computerized accounting system. You also want to be a computer programmers. Because I know accounting students are highly talented than any other any students. Our accounting students, they can work in an engineering environment as an engineer. I know in my students, in longer period in the university system, they are working in a dialogue, they are working in some other mobile companies, in a COO, CEO positions. Now they became a totally engineers, telecommunication engineers. And some of them are working in a pharmaceutical industry. They are almost like a medical doctors, but no certificate, no license, but they know depth in that. That is the accounting. The accounting students are highly talented in historically, in my own experience. You can work any environment very easily. Then getting computer knowledge to your subjects, developing a SAP, developing a ERP system, you have to be a part of them. And you have to study all the computer science, part of your subjects, part of your syllabus, then you became a real accountant. That is what the way you have to face to this challenge. When you go back to the 1960s and 1970s, that decade, lawyers who dominated the big general manager, CEO positions in the world, lawyers, because manpower, managing manpower. But in 1980s to 90, another decade, the civil engineers who dominated the entire world in especially big positions because of this construction industry in the hike. Then 1990s to 2000, the accountant had a good time, very good time, dominate the big position, CEO positions and some other kind of a huge key positions in the corporate industry. Unfortunately, 2000 to 2010, the telecommunication engineers are dominating a big position. Not electrical or electronic engineers, telecommunication engineers are everywhere in the world. You can read several articles in Fortune magazines and Harvard Business Review. You can find out this trend. Then who is going to dominate at 2010 to 2020 decades? Some Australian professor told me very recently, the geographers going to dominate it because of the environmental problem, environmental hazards, right? But that's a prediction only. Then think about 2020 to 2030, you will be the dominated people. Again, you want to regain where you lose 20 years back. For that, you want IT plus accounting. And especially the forecasting and fraud management and forensic accounting, right, and come up with a computerized systems, develop your own way, those kind of things you want to get it into your hand, and go ahead with the new business models. What Dr. Mihula said, the new business models are very fast today, especially e-business, e-commerce kind of a things. In our school time, we see ICT cricket matches. ICT is the only organization who manage the cricket tournaments, one-day tournament, test tournament. But the Indians come up with the IPL model, the huge money they have earned. See the new business model, how comes. Nobody can't stop. That's coming as usually, that's a business evolution. The new business models are part of the business evolution. You have to be a part of that. You can't go behind that. Think 20 to 30. You are definitely in that time. In my forecasting, I am a lecturer who developed a new subject called Artificial Neural Network for Accounting. Because I started my career at University of Srijanapur as a cost accounting teacher, lecturer, under Professor Vikramarachi time. Then most of the students in my department who are studying accounting, BSc accounting degree, they know accounting more than me. All cost management accounting, because they go to classes, they are completed, they are chartered CIMA. Then I thought that teaching same thing again and again to them, I am getting a boring lecturer. I thought it's better to shift from accounting to IT. Then luckily I went for my PhD in abroad under the Lalita Mudali scholarship scheme. Then when I went there, they said that I want to do PhD in cost accounting. They said that that's gone. The University of California said it's gone. Right? You have to come up with something accounting with, right? Something accounting with computer science. Then I had to study again from computer science. My first degree is a business administration. I am a commerce student like you. I didn't have any mathematical, A-level, advanced mathematical background. Studied from the beginning. That's what I want to tell you. You can come to the computer scientist in a day, because accounting students are having that capability to absorb anything, any kind of a discipline in a short period of time. It depends on the hard working. Getting computer knowledge much more into your syllabuses, in your professions, you will win this game. And because of the aging problem in Sri Lanka right now, most of our CEOs right now in our companies, they are over 50, another 10 years, they are getting retired. That is your time. 20 to 30, you will be a CEO, definitely sure. Right, that is one of my forecasting. Look, how do young people use social media? Because you have to think about the people behind you. They also coming to your profession. You want to take care in them. And that is a prediction. The way we miss. In our society, always predictions are missing. Our government, they don't do predictions. In our time in schooling, no international school. Somewhere planning did a mistake. Very easily we can plan. In a hospital can plan how many babies born today. After 5 years we need a school for them. The planning very easy. The number of schools what we want, number of teachers, all we can plan, but missing those planning. Then new model came as international school. Because business is open to everybody. Now, you have to think about always forecast what will happen in future and prepare for that. That is very essential. The usage rate for the computers, ICT is very high. I know, I think Dr. Mihula can tell us, I think later he will tell you. In our time, once we go to university, if you can't go to university, 1 or 2 marks are missing from the university entrance, maybe 1 or 2 marks, I remember in my school. But they went to Chartered Institute and became a chartered accountant, and they're very great people. Very quickly they come to the good position. But now not that. Now the students who are in the A level, they go to some other computer diploma, computer program, computer degrees. They learn a lot maybe than the accounting students today. We want to change. We have to add computers and come up with that, because the popularity and everybody like with the computers today. That is the nature. I saw some students, right, they put the phone in their pocket, they can, without seeing the keyboard, they can send to the SMS. Right, they are very quick, right, they don't want to look at the keyboard. What is A, B, C and all, phone in the pocket, hand, they put the, very fast, students are very fast, they absorb in computers. You have to get that knowledge to the profession of accounting, very essential, especially syllabus, planning people and everybody look at that matter carefully. That's all what I want to tell you. I want to thank especially for organizers who invite me. This is a big event. I know organizing such events is very hard. And special thanks to the organizers and other people who invited me. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Professor Kennedy, for sharing your interesting experiences. And now I would like to invite the President of the CA Student Society, Mr. Prashant Muthugala, to hand over the token of appreciation to Professor Kennedy Gunawardana. Please come on stage, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand for Professor Kennedy Gunawardana. Thank you very much. And I also take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Hehechana Kurupu, a council member of CA Sri Lanka.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have a small break for tea. Tea is being served for invitees, foreign delegates, council members and CA staff at the left side of the hall. And for students, tea will be served at the second floor. I repeat, tea is being served for invitees, foreign delegates, council members and CA staff at the left side of the hall, and for the students on the second floor. And there is another small announcement. A wallet has been lost in this hall, so if you come across it, please hand it over to a committee member. Thank you.
Sri Lanka is a small but proud nation, and we know we can conquer the world. So to me, it's important not to settle for anything but the best. Dialogue Television is our window to the world. It brings us the widest range of knowledge, information and entertainment from across Sri Lanka and the globe, from education for our kids to the latest movies. Dialogue Television, powered by the very latest in digital satellite technology, connects the world to every Sri Lankan home. Dialogue is the future today.
Let's go, we're late.
Right, let's go. Aki, just give me 10 minutes.
Take a seat. Mr. Silva, your debit card.
Thank you. I just opened a Smart Gen account.
So where's the passbook?
No passbook. See the SMS and I get statements via email.
Yeah, I got Skype call from that.
What about the boss's money?
We'll transfer it online.
Ah, Mali, you are smart.
Bye.
BOC Smart Gen, next generation savings account.
Superior picture quality powered by Sony's 4K processor X1 chip. Experience a new world of entertainment when Bravia meets Android TV. Sony from Singer.
What is team spirit? It's just words if you don't live it. Because when we're a team, we can inspire each other. We can improve together. We can share good times. And sometimes we share jokes. Because only if we support one another, we can all cheer together. Beko, join our team.
Palm oil is the largest traded edible oil and one of the most widely used commodities in the world. Popularly known as cooking oil, palm oil offers a balance between good nutritional composition, optimal taste, and texture. The flexibility of palm oil also extends to non-edible consumer and industrial products, where it is widely used as a basic ingredient in a plethora of consumer items, such as cosmetics, soaps, and biofuel. Good Hope is an integrated plantations company with over 150,000 hectares of land bank for oil palm plantations spread across the Kalimantan and West Papua regions of Indonesia and in Malaysia. The group also has sufficient palm oil milling facilities at its plantation locations and a kernel crushing plant in the central Kalimantan region. With the underlying belief that sustainable farming practices generate greater productivity and better quality, Good Hope strives to cultivate quality oil palm with socially acceptable and environment-friendly production and sourcing practices. Good Hope inherits a rich heritage with roots in the plantations industry dating back more than 100 years from its parent company, Carson Cumberbatch plc, one of the oldest and largest publicly quoted conglomerates in Sri Lanka. Having a strong regional presence with offices in Indonesia, Malaysia, India, Sri Lanka and Singapore, Good Hope's vision is to become an integrated, globally recognized player in the food industry.
Victory, the joy and the ovation. Just as in sport, victory in the business world too means surpassing competition in this self-same manner. Victory through cashing in on opportunities is what PLC Fast Track is all about. The short-term loan scheme with a package of unique benefits. Apart from fast-tracking your business deals for a rolling success, you can fast-track your home and family deals as well. Children's education, medical care, weddings, or for whatever exigency, the fastest cash-to-hand loan scheme with absolutely no prior agreements. So whatever the business you are in, get ready to get on track. On your marks, get set. PLC Fast Track. Quick cash, lasting gains.
Can
ඍජු මුල්‍ය සමාගම සීමා නැති බැඳීමක්. ඍජු මුල්‍ය සමාගම සීමා නැති බැඳීමක්.
small announcement to be made. A wallet has been found by the committee. So if anyone has lost a wallet, you can contact a member of the committee.
With that note, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to the 30th International CA Students Conference. There is a reason why we call this conference an international conference. One, because of the commitment, the hard work, the passion that we have in organizing this event. And number two is because we see the participation of the international community. And similarly, this year too, we see and witness the participation of foreign delegates from India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. So let us take a moment and applaud to appreciate their presence here today. And that's not all. This is the right opportunity to hear what they have to say. Ladies and gentlemen, the student panel discussion for the year 2016. The topic of discussion would be impact of technology on CA students.
And to introduce the panel, I would start with the moderator for this year. He is an assistant manager in John Keel's Holdings and currently reading for corporate level in Chartered Accountancy at CA Sri Lanka, and he is qualified in ACCA as well. He is a former treasurer at CA Student Society. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ravit Gunawardana.
And now, let me introduce you to the first student panelist, Ms. Khalida Tanveer from India. She is currently pursuing final level in CA, CMA and CS, and she won the third prize in the 21st All-Island Elocution Contest for CA students 2016 held in Chennai. And she also received a gold medal from Government of Tamil Nadu for the outstanding performance in 12 board exams. And she also has delivered various lectures at ICAI, Madurai and Tamil Nadu.
Next is Ms. Ashwini Divagaran from Sri Lanka. She would be the student presenter this year. She is a Junior Operations Assistant, Internal Audit, Citizens Development Business Finance PLC, and currently following business level in Chartered Accountancy at Sri Lanka. She was the Deputy Head Prefect of Good Shepherd Convent, Kotahena, and she was placed 5th in the International Law Olympiad Contest. She was also placed reserve for CA Best Speaker Contest, and she was the Treasurer of the Interact Club of Good Shepherd Convent. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Ashwini Divakaran.
And now I would like to invite the student panelist from Pakistan, Ms. Amal Gulrais. She works at PwC, and she is a gold medalist for overall performance in CA Pakistan for completion of all the papers. And ladies and gentlemen, she is an active public speaker in CA Pakistan.
Our next panelist, Mr. Mehdi Masood from Bangladesh. He is a Senior Associate in Management Consultancy, KPMG Bangladesh, and currently following professional stage of advanced level in Chartered Accountancy, and he is also an MBA and BBA degree holder. He is the founder president of Accounting and Information Systems Communication Club and volunteer in Bangladesh Youth Leadership Center. And he was placed the best speaker in inter-university debate competition, Mr. Mehdi Masood from Bangladesh.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the final panelist, again from Sri Lanka, Mr. Sharif Mihlar. He is currently a trainee auditor at EY Sri Lanka and following managerial stage at CIMA and currently following Chartered Accountancy. And he was the head prefect of Zahira College, Matale in 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sharif Mihlar from Sri Lanka. Over to you, Ravit.
Welcome everybody. When you talk about the impact of technology in the first year students, I mean, all of us can relate to this topic. There will be instances where technology has helped us as students or as a professional, and there are instances where technology has not helped us. I remember going through a balance that was not reconciling for hours. not knowing where the difference is coming from. So, I mean, there are experiences that all of us can share. Being in this era, I mean, we are all born mostly from 1980s to 2000. That is, we are in the millennium, they call it, the generation Y. I remember growing up, I had this friend who was a little on the chubby side, and I asked him why he's not doing any sports, and he said, well, I do all the sports that there is. He said that he plays tennis, and that he plays cricket, and he plays all sorts of sports. Few years after, I asked him whether he continues to play those sports because he seemed to be putting on more weight. And then he said, no, for exams, his parents has confiscated his computer. So all those games were actually done, were all computer games. So, I mean, things like that. IT was part and parcel of our lives. There are experiences that we shared because of IT. So my first presenter, Miss Kahida Tanvir, will share a few experiences that she had with technology. Keda, if you can do your presentation.
The old saying is, think before you speak. The new saying is, Google before you post. Happy morning, everybody. Why should a CA student update himself or herself with technology? To me, sometimes my client's database looks like a Bermuda Triangle. All the information keeps on going into it, but is never found again. Around 73% of the organizations have already invested or plan to invest in big data by 2016. So, as a CA student, I should have the basic knowledge of retrieving data from big data for audit purpose. This pushes me to update myself with technology. My personal encounter with technology. I checked the interest on loan in one of the nationalized banks of India. The loan amount, interest rate, date of loan were all fed correctly in the system, but the interest amount was wrong. After checking repeatedly, I found out that the software of the bank calculates interest on loan for T-1 day. This made me realize that a CA student should have the knowledge of software testing tools to ensure that right software is used. Chat speak and exams. Life is too short for us that instead of typing OK as OKAY, we type it as OK or KK or just K. This behavior distorts the students' ability to express themselves eloquently through writing, even in exams. Emotional quotient. IQ gets us hired, but EQ gets us promoted. Dealing problems only through e-communication is lowering our emotional quotient. How many of us can listen openly? How many of us can initiate a change? How many of us can inspire others? This speaks volumes about our emotional quotient. Technology and CA students with disability. This is the magic technology has made to CA Rajashekar Reddy, the first completely blind CA in India. Technology has gifted us with softwares like screen readers that transmits the text on the computer screen into a form that visually impaired can understand. Technology inculcates nationalism. It was raining in Chennai like never before, and it was not just the skies that opened up, but also students who opened up through technology. That is, using Twitter, many shared information regarding the doctor's availability, the places where the needy could stay, and many more. So a disaster, along with technology, brought students together. Technology improves creativity. We are drowning in information, but starving for knowledge. Blogs and brainstorming, when done with technology, boost our creativity and provides us with different ways to interconnect our thoughts. Technology and a day in CA student's life. This slide shows the technology I come across in a day, right from putting off my alarm that works in my Android application in my Samsung mobile which uses 3G technology until returning home and turning on the TV. I see AI's initiatives. This is the impact of technology on the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, which in addition to its technology-oriented trainings, through its cloud campus, enables students like us to learn anytime, anywhere. Adverse effects of technology. Technology is a useful servant, but a dangerous master. We are so much glued to internet that very soon a serious mental illness, namely internet use disorder, will be confirmed by further research. So please disconnect from internet and reconnect with each other. Pursue technology like a child, asking questions like what, where, how, and why. We cannot escape technology, so stay hungry, stay foolish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanveer. To start off our panel discussion, we will have the paper presentation done by Ashwini Tivankaran. She will take us through the points that we will discuss at this panel discussion, because accounting in the technological era is a vast topic. It's a very broad topic. So she will look at how it impacts a CA student and a potential CA accountant, chartered accountant.
Learning is like a flowing river. Learning never ever can quench our thirst, 'cause learning never stops. Well, we are the budding chartered accountants of this 21st century, and we are in the era of knowledge and technology, and this is the era of learning. Good morning, members of the board, my colleagues, and my dear friends. Today I'll be talking on impact of technology on CA students. Well, I would be discussing regarding how evolution has happened in technology connecting to the accounting profession, then how technology has eased the CA students' life, and the positive impacts and the negative feedbacks we have got by the virtual technology. Well, I would say that 90% of the chartered students working now deal with virtual technology. But we are actually unaware of what virtual technology is. Well, yes, technology is connected, but what is it that's actually affecting us? Virtual technology is the modern IT that consists of computer hardware platforms, storage devices, operating systems, and computer networks. For example, let me elaborate more on it, like ERP, Enterprise Resource Planning, like SAP, Oracle, and MS Navision. It does ring a bell, right, regarding virtual technology. Then moving on to computer-aided audit tools, like Aura, SAG, and IDEA. Then we come up with information security tools, where most of the chartered accountants think that it is not relevant to us. But in my future slides, I would be addressing why it is important for us. Well, evolution of technology. The prehistoric man did not have anything to do with accounting, but later, as he developed and as his thinking way developed, he came up on doing accounting. Well, this instrument over there is the abacus, which is very, very familiar to us. But most of the people don't acknowledge it to be a technology, whereas I say this is technology. Abacus is the very first evolution of technology that came into the accounting provision. Later on, moving to the calculator. But yet, calculator did not impact us more, because we were rather concentrating on paper outputs. Later came, in the 20th century, the Microsoft Excel, which was a greater revolution. It had everything transmitted digitally, and we could even start up analysis, and paper, pencil, and other adding machines were eradicated from there onwards. Then we have cloud computing, and then we move on to many other, such as virtual technology that we are dealing with now. How technology has eased a CA student's life. In 1959, as per our Parliament Act, the CASL was established. And as per that, from there onwards, I can remember my managers, even my lecturers saying that paying the student membership fee or registering was a huge task, as everybody had to come to Colombo. All the outstation students were facing a difficulty in it. And even our record book, that is the training record book, was rather a physical one where they had to come and update here. But now, circumstances have changed, with CA coming with its own website where it enhanced with the virtual technology. And using the website, we are able to do online payments and also submit our online record books. Let me now move on to the positive impact as a whole on the accounting profession. Those days we had bookkeeping, which was a devastating thing. We had to go through all entries, check them, and summarize them. But now, the enterprise resource planning systems have taken over, and they have eased the work of an accountant. Now, rather than reporting and recording, we can directly do an analysis and give the vital information to our management, which makes a chartered accountant's role more unique and more effective. Moving on, calculating manually. Simple Microsoft Excel have taken over the calculation that's done manually, and we can summarize information within a click of a button. And then we have the audit files. Of course, now so many audit firms are coming up with documenting their audit files using the softwares like Aura, IDEA, and many more. And then I move on to the role of an accountant. We were doing recording and reporting then, but now, my dear friends, things have moved on. Things have changed. Now we are on analyzing stuff. As recording and reporting, rather, the software has come up and they are helping us. Therefore, it's very, very vital that we also enhance our hands with the technology and travel with it. And then moving on to fraud detection, which is a very hard task, but like companies like Enron and Walmart were falling at that time because they couldn't identify the frauds. But now forensic audit, which is another systemated software, has also eased this work, where it also makes an accountant to move forward with his uniqueness. Well, let me now move on to the drawbacks I see in a chartered accountant. As I said, most of the chartered accountants argue that we are not liable for security tool, it's the part of the IT. Well, my dear friends, we are budding chartered accountants who work in an internal audit of a company, or rather in an audit firm. So, aren't we liable for this information? Because we, the finance division, or rather the audit division, deal with vital number of information, which is a very high criteria to be considered. For example, let us take a company like Coca-Cola. Well, they have their secret recipes, which for many centuries nobody knew. But do you think the finance department, or rather their audit division, wouldn't know the prices and what they use? They do, right? But has the information ever leaked, no matter how many people tried it on? Where there it lies the control of the finance person of not giving the data to anybody else and using the security tools. For example, this survey I have taken is from Beyond Trust, a well-reputed security software company, and they show that from overall the world, 53% of companies do use virtual assets to store their information. How about somebody, cyber people, who are unimaginable and they have ways of cracking down a system, come up with some idea and crack down your company's entire information. Your company could fall down within a day. Therefore, it is vital, being CA students, that we relate ourselves to the technology that's developing. If we enhance our hands with the technology, we can be unique chartered accountants, and our profession cannot be eradicated, as per my view. My first question is, how many CA students follow and read materials relating IT? And the second point is, where most of us know that systems are automated, and are we ready regarding for it? And then knowledge on IT security tools in order to protect vital information, and then ability to present a financial statement and make analysis in an attractive way. These are the key areas I see a chartered student lacking, and where we need to develop more onto. Well, as most of the CA students of Sri Lanka knew, that our skills pillar consists things calling SC2, SB2, and SC2. Well, these are the pillars that are relating to the IT, and we need to do more on it. My kind request, or rather a suggestion from me, would be to enhance more, if the institute could enhance more onto the IT side and develop us, as well as it's a duty and a responsibility of ours as well to study materials regarding IT in order to be a unique chartered accountant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashwini. That was a very thought-provoking presentation. While I welcome all my panelists here, I would like to say that we will be focusing on a few areas that are teething issues with regard to IT and how it has impacted the CA student. Also, after the panel discussion, we will have a Q&A session where the audience can ask questions from our panelists. To start off the discussion, let me ask Sharif, what do you feel of the way technology has progressed in terms of automating? I mean, the levels of efficiency, the efficiency parameters these days have changed drastically. It's not the same as 10, 20 years ago. So what do you think about this change?
Thank you, Ravit. First off, good morning. It is morning still, so good morning to everyone here. Technology obviously has taken a really huge change over the years. And I'm sure all of you would agree that accounting is the language of business. And this language obviously has evolved, adapted through time. And I personally believe that the biggest change that has come to this is through accounting technology. Accounting technology has made the biggest impact thus far on accounting itself. Now, while Ashwini brought out how the abacus was the first major change in technology, so to speak, I believe that the 20th century is where a new look to accounting technology came about. And the key catalyst for this is Microsoft Excel. Now, many people ask me, why do you want to be an accountant? I say, I want to follow in my father's footsteps, because my father is an accountant. And his generation has seen how it has transformed. They have lived through the transition. They were the number crunchers before, and now they face technology on how it has changed, right? So when I talk to my father on how convenient it was before and now, which is more easier, his obvious answer is today, where Microsoft Excel, a simple example, has changed the way that they do things. And also, if you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, accountants who were number crunchers before, sitting behind desks and pulling their hair off, working numbers, working on tax, that has changed. Today we are presented with information, which is just a click away. And our roles, hence, need to be adapted, need to adopt. Meaning we have the time, we have the efficiency to analyze what has been presented to us. Imagine you walk into a restaurant and you order food and you get what you need. This is the simple task of an accountant, not delivering food obviously, but presenting the information, the financial information that is required from him. But imagine if the same accountant can do that in a way with technology while meeting the requirements of his client, and also in a way that gives true solutions to what he needs. This is where technology plays a part. Because if an accountant uses the technology that is developed to such an extent where everything is at his fingertips, and to use that efficiently, I believe that would help. And hence, the changes are radical, dramatic, drastic, and accordingly need to be used. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharif. Amal, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes. First of all, I'd like to say good morning to everyone. And yes, I would like to say that in my country, technology has progressed a lot, especially in the last 2 decades. In my country, the days are gone when bookkeeping used to be manual, when all the records were maintained in those really thick registers, and there were lots and lots of people employed just to maintain the books and just to maintain even the audit files. Now, after the evolution of IT, we have IT systems like SAP, Oracle, and ERP, and the bookkeeping is done by those systems. All the records, the transaction processing, everything is done by the systems. And especially the big companies, the big groups that we have, like Nishad Group, or even the banking sector that we have in there, they're all using the Oracle or SAP or these systems. And so transaction processing has become much easier. And obviously, considering the move towards the green society, I think it's a very good point that we should move towards soft files, and we should not revert to hard paper files, because obviously it's a waste of an important resource as well. And as far as the audit portion is concerned, the audit documentation has become a much more in the soft form as well. It's not in the hard files anymore. We normally do all of the documentation in the Aura system, like Ashwini just mentioned in her presentation. So it's very systematic. It's very in the rhythm that the audit ISAs ask us to conduct the audit. So I think in that scenario, IT has progressed a lot in our country. And besides that, obviously we can say that time saving is a big advantage that IT has given. Obviously the transactions can be processed at a lot more a faster pace than they used to be like some decades ago. And then obviously it brings efficiency and effectiveness. And I see that IT as a support role has played a major part in the progress of businesses in the country. So now eventually we can see that the quantum of business that companies are conducting has also increased many-fold due to IT. Companies can conduct business on an international scale because now they don't have to worry about maintaining records and all. Everything is done by the systems. So what they have to worry about, the chartered accountant about, is the actual decision making. So the horizon is greatly broadened. Chartered accountants are not just the custodians of financial information in Pakistan anymore. We see our chartered accountants as more of a decision making person now, as the chief executive and not just as a chief financial officer. And that's a major portion of it owes to the evolution of IT in our country.
All right. Thank you very much, Amal. Moving on to my next question. We in our generation, we find it quite easy to deal with IT equipment. We have lived with it, we've grown up with it. As Sharif rightly said, your father's generation saw how the change happened, but they found it difficult to adapt to the change because they weren't very tech savvy rather. So Generation X, Generation Y rather, that's what we are called. How do you think that we have an inherent advantage over someone, let's say, from generation? Ashwini, if you can give us an answer for that.
Well, as we could see, the present world is evolving with business, where actually rather than capturing new customers, retaining them is well a hard task. So what I see is expected thing from a chartered accountant has moved on from financial reporting to analyzing, basically. So we need excess information where we could come up with sorted information and give it to the strategic decisions. For example, there's this hotel called Ritz-Carlton where all of us are aware of, and their recent surveys, what they do is they actually get a draft and a summary of their entire customers. And rather they come up with figures and they know this much of customers they could capture within a country. So using these figures, they are able to make up or enlarge their market and think of attractive ways. So this is a liable responsibility of the finance division. So the role of a chartered accountant has changed with technology, and for him to change like that, it is the technology that has enhanced this capability. So recording and reporting is done by tech while we do the analysis part. So this is one of my points of tech saving. And the next would be where we as a usual CA students, now we don't need to go for lecture halls or rather for revisions because everything is on webinar. So wherever we are, we can just go and open our laptops and study at that place. And it is really time saving, as all of us know. Being a chartered student, it's not easy. We have to be compatible with our audit firms. At the same time, we have to concentrate on our education. So this is another point where I find technology is saving our time more. Then moving on, suddenly we come up with some other work. And all of y'all might be having the smartphones. And we have the spreadsheets, and now even the smartphones tend to act like a small PC. So here, even though y'all are sick or y'all need an urgent leave, y'all can finish up the work using the via mobile. So these are criteria where I find tech to be very saving. Thank you.
Yes, Sharif, do you have anything to add there?
I'll actually add to that as well. I believe, obviously, speaking from personal experience and not blowing the trumpet on my own dad, but he was someone who was able to transition from the old ways to the new ways. How efficient, that is a question to be asked, but he was able to do that. Now, the transition obviously is not easy for those who are positioned, who firmly believe that technology is not the best thing. And that was the mindset for most of the baby boomers. But I also believe when it comes to us, the newer generation, tech savvy, our problem is being technical. Due to our complacency on technology, we have not been able to grasp the technical. So I think it's a two-way thing, where the transition for some has not been easy, well, some have grasped it quickly. So yeah.
Thanks, Sharif. Yes, as Sharif rightly said, we are tech savvy, but the only problem is there is a bit of over-reliance on technology. I, for one, I'm actually, I have the draft question saved in my iPhone. Something happens to the phone, I don't have my questions. I just realized that. So there is that reliance that we put in technology. Mehdi, if you can, if you have some points to discuss on that.
Sure. Good morning to all of you. Thing is that advantage from technology is very good. Yeah, and technology is giving us a lot, and it starts from the beginning, and right now we are using. And technology has become part and parcel of our life. But thing is that reliance is good. But thing is that when you become over-reliance, then it's always bad. Because if you do something blindly, then it will give you negative or not give you the expected things. Like if input is wrong, then output definitely will be wrong. So reliance is good, but if you are over-reliance on technology without analyzing any data or something, then you can do the expected things and you can expect the output accordingly. So you have to be very cautious before going into details, before using the technology. You have to be very careful. And beside that, you are doing something with your assignment, but suddenly the electricity just blew up, and you just automatically got stuck, and you have to again restart your work. But if you knew the what you are doing before going through the technology, so you can do it again, right? So that's why I'm telling, like, over-reliance on technology is always negative thing. So you should be very careful of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mehdi. Actually, that was very, very good point that you raised there. I remember while working, I worked on a report for a day. And then all of a sudden something went wrong, and then the auto save never worked, and my Word document was lost forever. So that day I learned that Control S is a very important key. Anyway, do you also feel that the skill set of a chartered accountant or a potential chartered accountant has increased because of technology? Do you think that there is more that we can offer? Amal, if you can take us to that, do you think that there is more we can offer?
I'd like to contribute to that. Yes, I think the skill set of a chartered accountant has increased many-fold after the influx of technology. As I said previously as well, that after the influx of technology, the scope, the horizon has broadened greatly as far as chartered accountancy is concerned. Now, the chartered accountants of my country, their employability has increased because of the fact that they are IT experts besides being a chartered accountant. So when you are good at your chartered accountancy skills, you have the requisite knowledge that is required of a good accountant. And that, when it is coupled with good IT skills, not the very technical IT skills, but if you're good in Excel, you're good in Oracle, you are good in the IT systems in general. So this increases the employability manifold. As far as the skill set is concerned, obviously it's a combination of IT and accountancy, so that makes you more valuable and more be highly demanded in the industry. And as far as the IT literacy rate is concerned, that has improved a lot in the past years as well. Even on the government level, we can see that government is promoting the influx of IT. For example, in taxation, we have e-filing of returns now, and even in, as I mentioned earlier, in auditing, we promote to do the audit and make the documentation in soft form rather than in the hard form. So obviously, being the chartered accountants of today, the chartered accountants of 2016, we have to be well versed with all these skills. That will increase our demand in the industry, not only at the national level in my country, but also on an international level. So due to IT, yes, definitely I think it increases the employability.
Thank you very much, Amal. Tanvir, do you have the same views on that? I mean, do you also feel that IT has actually increased the skill set of a chartered accountant?
Good morning, everybody. I have quite a different view. I believe that we are completely dependent on software packages. We work like a robot, and we are ready to pay any price for it. Why don't we go beyond Excel? Why don't we learn computer languages? How many of us know SQL, structured query language? So if you know a computer language, you can customize it according to your audit needs. Any office, any database, we can get the data, you can customize according to your needs, and you can do audit like a boss. Why you depend on software packages? If we have a problem with software package, we completely shift to other, or we call it. Only if we know to solve the problem, yes, we have mastered. So, and moreover, how many of us really use the technology? How many of us do e-filing and all? I have seen many still doing manual filing. So though technology has come, the complete utility, 100% utility is not undertaken. So my suggestion is, in order to improve the skill sets even more, we should have the real knowledge. We should learn languages. We should learn computer languages. We have to customize the computer languages according to our need to master our audit.
Thank you, Tanvir. In fact, that's a very, very valid point that you raised. Something that's trending in the world is that a lot of the finance professionals are now also becoming IT professionals, especially in the Western world and developed countries. Those two professions go hand in hand. So maybe something that a chartered accountant can look at is probably do something relating to IT, so that you know exactly what's going on in that system, rather than just entering something in and getting an output out of it without knowing what's going on. Moving on to the next question, it's basically on convenience. I mean, obviously, a lot of the IT tools that's there, starting from emails to chats and blogs and all that, has increased our convenience. I mean, there is information available to us everywhere, anywhere you go. Even if you go to the washroom, you can check a mail out. You can just start working there. So, Sharif, if I put this question over to you, do you think that digitalization has actually eased our lives?
Definitely eased our lives. And let's think about it. E-business, which is the new form, new trend these days, it comes in all capacities: internet, intranet, and this has made information just a click away, just a small press away. Whatever we need, whenever we need it, like you said, even if we're in the bathroom, we just need to have a smartphone, and all the information that we need is there. And this comes in forms of emails, chats, Skype, even conferences, video conferences, webinars, seminars. All this happens due to digitalization. And a few what do you call, trends, I believe. Now, one that I personally like is cloud computing, where you can store the information that you have in a literal sense, or should I say illiteral sense, in the clouds. So all the information that you need to have is stored in the clouds, and you don't need to have any hard copies, no lots of papers, which tires you out, and definitely you're not cutting down trees as well. So this is not only eco-friendly, but also helps you to be efficient whenever you need your information. And thinking about it, it's not a secret that millennials are running out, in terms of population, they are more than the baby boomers. So the millennials who are tech savvy prefer information that is quick, to the point, and deliver to them whenever they need it. So whenever they come across someone who is not ready to give that information, they lose the attention. They are not impressed because they want information that is given to them whenever they need it. So I believe digitalization definitely has helped us specifically in storage of information. Because of this, it has helped our role in analytical, and like all my fellow panelists said, the role of the chartered accountant has increased or has become better due to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Sharif. Of course, it has definitely made our lives very easy. You can, on the go, you can check your emails or whatever it is anytime you want. But it has also invaded our personal lives. I feel that it has crossed our personal boundaries. It has made the whole boundary a little blurred now. And there's also this term that's going on these days about techno-stress, how technology has actually increased the stress on individuals. So Mehendi, if I put this question over to you, what's the other side of the story? Has technology actually helped us, or has it increased our stress?
Yeah, thank you so much again. Basically, I'm just giving you an example. Suppose you are on vacation, okay, you are having fun with your family, and you were spending a good time, and suddenly you got a phone, okay? Like so you need to do your work suddenly. So once you finish with the family work and go back to your hotel and give the work. So you and once at the time you started thinking about the office work. I have to do this work. Okay, I have to get at my room and finish the work. So you are not enjoying your life. So life should be something, and when you are aware of technology, then the life will come. So basically, the technology is definitely helping us, but apart from that, this is also impacting negatively on our personal life. So basically, it depends on how way you are using technology. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mehdi. Yes, moving on to the next question. It's on social media. I was listening to Professor Gunadhana Radha. He was saying how social media can be used in a positive way. We see a lot of companies using this, Ashwini. We see a lot of companies using social media to advertise their products, and it has become a very important tool to them. Are chartered accountants or students using social media the same way, especially when it comes to Sri Lanka? Do you think we use all the social media tools available, like Facebook, Twitter, then there is all sorts of social media tools available? Do you think we use it to the potential that it can be?
Well, we take the social media, the most famous one, as the professor said, was Facebook. So Facebook was a place where people started interacting. But now, when you take most of the chartered students' profile, they have where they are working, and maybe sometimes regarding their qualifications or whatever they say, completed executive level or anything. So imagine you have gone for a job interview. There might be people who think beyond the level. They might check on your Facebook profile in order to know what sort of a person you are. What are the posts that you're coming up with? For example, we'll imagine a guy posted something which is very unethical, or rather regarding his discipline. The moment the interviewer goes and checks his entire profile, he's not going to get a good idea about him, because chartered is connected more onto ethical and good behavior. For a person to be disciplined and to be ethical, his entire personal character is also seen through. So I guess that has an impact. Yes, we do update pictures on LinkedIn and update our qualifications, but there will be times where the interviewers might think apart from the normal way. And when it comes to business in Sri Lanka, yes, there are so many .lks coming up. For example, choice.lk and all the other stuff, they are even using WhatsApp to convey their businesses. So people like them, they advertise over Facebook, they advertise over Google. So an accountant has to have an idea how he's going to accumulate these and regarding the cost over the website and how these things are being dealt. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashwini. Tanvir, anything to add to that? Do you feel the same, do you have the same views about it? Do you think that social media is a good thing?
I like to share a few data on this. McAfee's Teens and Technology Report 2014 states that 2/3, that is 66% of youth in India, feel more accepted on social media than they do in real life. 72% feel important or popular when they receive a lot of likes on their photos posted on social media. And one more is, according to the International Center for Media and the Public Agenda, a clear majority of almost 1,000 university students interviewed at 12 campuses in 10 countries, including Britain, America, and China, were unable to voluntarily avoid their gadgets for one full day. So what is happening with our generation? The previous generation comparatively had a lower IQ level, but a higher EQ level, emotional quotient. But this generation has more of IQ level, but lower EQ level. If you are not able to get iPhone, people commit suicide. People sell kidneys. So where are we marching towards? So the emotional quotient is very less. And this social media is playing a bigger role in pulling down the emotional quotient. And this is my opinion.
Yeah, Sharif.
So what I have to say is, give me a second. Distraction. Now this was all me being dramatic, but distraction. Even during this conference, how many of you, come on, let's face it, would have definitely looked at your smartphone, WhatsApp, Facebook, done a little updating at the CA conference. We are so easily distracted from what we have to do. How often have you started studying and 15 YouTube videos later you realize, oh my God, I wasted time? This happens to all of us. So technology does definitely help us. There are instances where we have class groups via WhatsApp. So this does help us, but it all comes down to what Mehdi said. It's about how we use it. So yeah.
Thank you, Sharif. That was a very dramatic example, but I can actually vouch for that because while this was going on, I was also getting some messages that the time is up and that we have to wind up and all that. So in the interest of time, we will quickly have to get few questions from the audience if you have any, or else we'll have to wind up the session. Can we have any questions coming in from the audience?
I'm not a student, but a member, but I thought I'll share this idea. One thing I see in going forward with this automation happening, chartered accountants will have a risk. So I think you will have to consider that because if you look at IFAC, International Federation of Accountants, has come up with 4 main roles that a professional accountant is expected to play. So that includes value creator, value enabler, value reporter, and value preserver. So when you talk to students, what is the area that they're most likely to get into, most of them say they want to get into value reporting, or rather we select value reporting as our core. But going forward with this automation, value reporting is going to be automated. So I think recently PwC has done a research and they have come up with this number. What they say is 90% of the jobs that currently accountants are going to be automated. So I'm not going to frighten the audience, but be vigilant when you are selecting your area and competencies that you want to select for your future career. Look at this aspect. So that's just a thought.
Thank you very much. In fact, that's a very valid point. that's a point that we all agree to. One second, yeah.
I have this quote that I couldn't stop sharing when you gave this idea of yours, that it's from CEO of Tesla Motors, Elon Musk. I could either watch it happen or be a part of it. So as you said, the technology might make chartered accountants redundant in the future. So we could either watch it happen or either we can be a part of it. So why not be a part of it? Why not get into the, why not make ourselves up to date with technology so that in the future we are not redundant, but rather we are a tool towards further making things automated and further improving and grooming the profession.
Thank you, Amal. That's actually a very good note to close up the session. Don't watch it happen. Just be a part of it. Thank you very much.
That was indeed a very interesting discussion on IT and the role of a chartered accountant. Many different aspects came up during the discussion, and in the end we were kept thinking on a take home, are we really going to be redundant in future, or are we going to do something about it? So let's move on with presenting the tokens of appreciation. To present the token for our moderator, Mr. Ravit Gunawardana, I invite Mr. Gayan Pereira, the Treasurer of CA Student Society.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ravit Gunawardana, the moderator of the CA student panel.
Gayan will also present the token to Ms. Khalid Tanveer from India. Thank you, Gayan. And now Chatura Gimhana, the Education Secretary of CA Student Society, will present the token to Ms. Ashwini Divagaran from Sri Lanka.
And ladies and gentlemen, to present the token of appreciation to Amal Gulrais from Pakistan, I invite Chatura Gimhana again. Amal Gulrais from Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen. And now to present the token of appreciation to the representative from Bangladesh, I cordially call upon Nirmala Pushpakumara, the Sports Secretary of the CA Student Society. Ladies and gentlemen, Mehidi Masood. And now to present the final token of appreciation to one of our panelists, the final panelist, Mr. Sharif Mueller from Sri Lanka. Nirmala Pushpakumar, please be on stage. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. his training sessions twice. He is the director and the CEO of Metropolitan Computers and the head of Human Resources and ICT of Metropolitan Group. He is a professional coach and trainer in communication and self-development skills. He is an engineer with BSc Honours degree in engineering from UK. He is an MBA degree holder, postgraduate Institute of Management of University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause and welcome on stage Mr. Niranjan De Silva.
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. It's better if I can get a clip-on mic. Do you have? Or a handheld mic? Because I don't like to speak from behind a lectern. Because many years back I did a presentation, and at the end of the presentation a lady came to me and said, Niranjan, that was very interesting, but we did not see you. We only heard you. Yeah, so since then I tried to avoid being behind this lectern. Is it possible to get a handheld mic? Or I think there was a handheld mic going around, right, for questions? Well, until the handheld mic comes to me, I'll speak from here. I have no choice. So I must congratulate all of you, the Chartered Accountant students. And for Sri Lanka, you are one of the greatest assets, the accounting students. Because it's because of you that for 2 years running, Sri Lanka has been rated as the #1 outsourcing destination of the year. That means we have been rated as the #1 outsourcing destination of the year by the National Outsourcing Association of UK. That's for business process outsourcing and business process management, and now even knowledge management. Now that is because of the finance and accounting people. Because if you take worldwide, we have some of the best finance and accounting people in Sri Lanka. So you are a huge asset, and I hope you will assist us to develop this business process management, now they call, and the KPO sector. So keep up the good work, because there's huge potential for you. We heard a lot of presentations on how IT has helped accounting, but more than that, because of IT, you will now be serving the world and not Sri Lanka. Or maybe for my friends from India, Pakistan, you will not be only serving your country. Because of IT, very soon you will be serving the entire world. Only thing what you have to remember is when you take these things like business process management, business process outsourcing, professional services, you have to be punctual. You have to be punctual. You cannot be running 1 hour, 15 minutes late. That is not accepted when you're doing work for international companies. Okay, so is this working? Okay, can we get the mic on? Right. So how to fast track your career growth is what I'm going to cover this afternoon. Let me ask you, how many of you wake up every working day? You wake up every working day so impatient, all charged up to get to office. You see the question? You wake up Monday morning and you are the happiest man on earth or happiest woman on earth. Wow, I'm going to office now. How many of you? Show of hands, please. Finance people, I'm saying show of hands. I know sometimes these finance people, you know, I do a lot of presentations to boards of companies, and I have come to the conclusion that finance people really don't understand language much. They understand numbers. Because whenever I'm doing a presentation, and if there's a finance audience, they just look down like that and wait. And as soon as I bring in some numbers like return on the investment, initial capital, interest rates, then they wake up, they take the calculator, and now they're all woken up. So please respond to my first question. How many of you wake up Monday morning eagerly waiting to get to work, Okay, so if that is what you say, it's all right. Nobody put the hand up. Is it that your hand is not working, or the question is not clear? Okay, let me put it another way. How many of you are happiest in your life Friday evening at 6 o'clock? Yeah, now I get the answer. Okay. Now I get the answer. Now this is the problem. This is the problem. This is the biggest problem. If you really want to fast track your career growth, friends, there's only one thing that you need. Passion. Passion for your job. I've been in the IT industry for 34 years, and I've seen people coming and growing. I've seen people growing very fast, people not growing. But the difference between people who fast track their career growth and the others, there's only one thing in common, and that is the passion for the job. The people who fast track their career growth, on Monday morning, they cannot wait to get to office to get down to work. And because of that, they fast track their career growth. Even I've been interviewing some of the top CEOs in this country, and I asked them, how do you manage 50, 60, 70 companies? How do you manage? And most of them tell me, no, Niranjan, it's not a problem, because this is my hobby. This is my hobby. This is what I love. So I don't consider it as work. This is my hobby. Can we get the next slide on? Who is doing the slide changing? Because there is no computer. Is there a computer here? No computer. Is there a, okay. Which one? Oops. Okay. Slide went off. Okay, doesn't matter. We'll get to the second slide. No, the second one. This one, okay. Right, so passion is the most important thing if you want to fast track your career growth. Let me ask you another question then. How many of you have a dream for yourself? A dream. A dream will be, depending on how old or how young you are, in 10 years from now, 20 years from now, wow, this is where I want to be. This is how I want to be, professionally and personally. How many of you have a dream for yourself? Can I see a show of hands? That's good. That's good. But only quite a handful, no? Very few. How many of you have a dream on this side? Dream for yourself? So what about here? Oh, I had to cover stage by stage, is it? Okay, right, because it's a big audience. How many of you here? Okay, that's again a very important thing, to have a dream for yourself. Because it is the people who have a dream who fast track their career growth. A vision. They say vision comes from ambition and mission comes from religion. Mission is your beliefs, but vision is your ambition. I'll share with you a small story about vision. There was a friend of mine from the very young days, from the kindergarten days in school. We grew up together. I went to Trinity College, Kandy. So we grew up together. Now at the age of 14, my friend was telling me, and a few others who were sort of a group of friends, at the age of 14 was telling me, Niranjan, I want to be a CEO of a multinational company at the age of 28. Now this is at the age of 14, right? So we are all 14 years, and this guy, one guy is telling us, I want to be a CEO of a multinational company at the age of 28. Actually, at 14 years, we didn't know what CEO meant. We asked, what CEO? What multinational? I mean, at the age of 14, we have other interests, right? Not about CEOs and multinational companies. But this guy, I mean, he was paranoid. He was saying, I'm on the CEO at 28. And when you go to his house, in front of the desk where he studies, he has a poster. CEO at 28. CEO at 28, and a nice picture of a multinational company. Behind his bed, same poster, CEO at 28, same poster. On the toilet door, same poster, CEO at 28. So every morning, he sees that. So we actually thought that this guy was crazy. What is wrong with this guy? What is he saying? We couldn't understand. Anyway, we left it at that. Later on, he left us and unfortunately went to a school that was not as good as Trinity College Kandy. At the age of about 27 and a half, when we were all about 27 and a half, this guy gives us a call. Says, Niranjan, I got there. I got there. Now, who is crazy? I cannot divulge a name. I can only divulge a story with his permission, but I cannot divulge a name. And today he's one of the top chairmen in this country. So what is it that he had? From the age of 14, he had a very clear vision and a mission in life, where he wants to go. And because of that, he got there. He got there, in fact, 6 months ahead of schedule. His target was 28, but he got there at 27 and a half. I have many more examples to share, but don't have time because I had to rush through the presentation because we are starting a bit late. Aruna was telling me, the CEO of Chartered Accountants, that some of you are not finishing your exams. Now, first of all, this is all related to your vision, mission, goals, objectives. If your vision is to be a top accountant, and if that is your dream, then there can be obstacles. There can be obstacles, but you will kick the obstacles away and get to the dream. You can never compromise on the dream. You can compromise on what you do, but you cannot compromise on the dream. You have to get there. And your vision and the mission has to be matched. That means what you believe, what your internal beliefs and your dream has to match. If these two are not synchronized, then it's a big problem. And of course, as I said, the passion. If you don't have the passion, please change your job. Change your job. Because every morning, when you wake up, if you are not all charged up to get to office, I was all charged up. I mean, I worked in the same job for 34 years because I enjoyed that job so much. And this is what I tell. And I had some engineers. I'll tell you that story quickly. About 20 years ago, I took 20 technicians to our computer workshop. 20 years ago, 20 technicians come to our computer workshop. All of them had the same qualification. National Diploma in Technology, German Technical College qualification. All had the same qualifications, and these people come to work as technicians. Most of them are still there. One of those guys, within 6 to 7 years, moved up to general manager level. So they all come as technicians. One guy moves up to general manager level. Some of the other guys are still there as engineering assistant, senior technical engineer, and so on and so forth. But one guy moved right up to general manager technical. And if you analyze his profile, again, the only difference between that guy and the rest is that guy had this passion, burning passion within him for the job. Sometimes he comes to office, if there's a problem in the office, he comes to office at 4 o'clock in the morning. Can you believe? And he'll sort out the problem and he'll give me a call at 5 o'clock in the morning and says, Mr. Niranjan, job is done. I say, okay, very good, but call a little bit later. That passion took him to general manager level while the others are still there, but nowhere close to general manager level. If you can have a role model, it can help. If you can have a role model, it can help. That means if you have someone to look at and say, someday or one day, I want to be like him or her, it can help. Because then you have someone to look at and try to emulate. I was going down south to Ambalango for a presentation. We stopped to have a cup of tea at one of those small boutiques on the way. And when we were having the cup of tea, there was a group of boys playing cricket. There was a playground there, and there were about 10 boys playing cricket. And they were all pretty enthusiastic cricketers. They were playing cricket, batting, bowling, fielding, running, shouting, all that. But one of those guys I noticed, basically compensated for everyone else. And that was very clear. So I was having a chat with my friends. Can you see that one guy over there, right? His energy level And his performance is actually equivalent to the 10 other boys. That was very visible. So before leaving, I was so inquisitive because I'm doing some research into this right now. So before leaving, I went and I spoke to all the boys, and I spoke to that young guy, one guy who was fully charged up. And he said, I told him, wow, you know, you are playing fantastic cricket. Because, I mean, you feel so enthusiastic. He looked at me and he said, yeah, I am Sri Lanka's next Sanath Jayasuriya. And he held this posture also, where he's from down south, right? So now see, for him, Sanath Jayasuriya is his role model. So he wants to be Sanath Jayasuriya. And definitely he will become the next Sri Lanka's Sanath Jayasuriya. What is driving him? The role model. He has a role model to look at, and he wants to be like Sanath Jayasuriya one day. And he's slowly and gradually getting there. So if you can have a role model, it's good enough. I've also had role models from time to time, different role models at different times. Oops, what happened? Every time I press this, something happens, right? The next slide comes. Is it the other way? Or is there another button? Okay. Few things that will help you to move ahead. Kaizen. Kaizen. How many of you have heard this term Kaizen? Very good. How many of you are practicing Kaizen? That's the problem. You see, we know the theories, but sometimes we don't practice. But unless you practice, how can you improve? Kaizen means continuous improvement. Continuous improvement every day. That means every day there should be a small improvement in yourself. A small improvement in yourself. Now for today your improvement will be attending this conference. So what you should be doing is every evening around 6:37, just settle down somewhere in a comfortable place in your office or preferably at home and ask yourself, has there been a small improvement in me today? A small improvement in me, professionally and personally. Now there are a lot of research to show, especially the Japanese have mastered this, if there can be a small improvement every day in yourself, imagine over a period of time, you are going to be great. And if you don't develop a little bit every day, and your colleague is developing a little bit every day, then he is progressing and you are stagnating. He's progressing and you're stagnating. I was reading a book the other day where the author was saying, if you can read for 1 hour a day, some relevant technical material with regard to your field, it is equivalent to getting a degree every 7 years. If you can read for 1 hour a day, it is equivalent to getting a degree every 7 years. So you don't even have to go to a university to get a degree. If you can read for 1 hour a day, it's equivalent to getting a degree. So that is exactly what the Japanese people preach by saying Kaizen. Even I practice this. Every evening at 7 o'clock, I have my most comfortable chair at home. I sit there, I get a small, a drink, a soft drink, and then I think, hey, what has been my improvement for the day? So for today, I mean, this is a fantastic improvement for me, addressing about 600, 700 people here. So this is enough for today. But one Sunday, I didn't have anything. So I sit here, whole Sunday, no improvement. Total disaster. What to do? Only thing left now is my evening jog, where I jog for about 1 hour from 9 to 10 in the night at Independence Square. So normally I do 10 rounds. That day I went and did 12 rounds. Then I came home and said, wow, Mike Eisen, 2 additional rounds. You should have some improvement in yourself every day. Some improvement. Because the world is changing so fast, technology is changing so fast. If you do not keep up, you are in big trouble. For us in the IT industry, they tell us that if we sleep too long, by the time we get up, our knowledge is obsolete. Because things are changing so fast. So Kaizen is the way where you improve yourself a little bit. But the problem is, in Sri Lanka, we don't believe in doing small things, no. We want to do big things. Anything that we want to do big things. We want to have the biggest hospital, biggest road network. Everything is the hub. You know the term? So we are all thinking big, and then we look at it, it's too big, we don't do anything. But the Japanese say, no, just forget about being big, do it in small stages. Then it's very much easier. Don't think big. Try to improve yourself a little bit every day. Over a period of time, it will become a big improvement. Another thing that will help you to move ahead is 5S. Because when I did some research, when I was doing my MBA, I found that the biggest problem with the younger generation of this country, I don't know whether it's the same for India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, but when we did some research here, we found the biggest problem with the younger generation is they're a little bit indisciplined and very disorganized. Some general research. I don't know how it is in the other countries, but in Sri Lanka it's very clear that little bit indisciplined and hugely disorganized. So 5S will help you to get organized. Because unless you're organized, there's no way that you can fast track your career growth. Because when you go up that ladder, you have to be so organized to take additional responsibility. When you go up that ladder, you have to get the others to work for you. You do not now work. You have to make sure that your team works and delivers for you. And you cannot do that. Most of the time, people are unable to get to that stage because they are disorganized. How many of you know 5S? How many of you are 5S compliant? So same like Kaizen. We know the theories, but we don't practice. Now my question is, what's the use of knowing all these theories if you don't practice? Simple explanation of 5S is everything in place and a place for everything. And if you are 5S compliant, you should be able to find anything that you have to find within 20 seconds. Let's make the 20 seconds 20 minutes, because this part of the world time doesn't move that fast, no? Right? Internationally, it says 20 seconds. I am telling Sri Lanka, let's at least make 20 minutes. Try to see whether you can find anything that you have to find within 20 minutes. If you can, then it's okay. But if you can't, you are in big trouble. I visited a lot of companies, checked out how organized they are. Very few were even close to 5S. And the biggest problem I found is this clearing up thing, getting rid of the junk. Everyone tries to keep all those documents. Maybe accountants are no better. Now, fortunately, we are moving into IT and the cloud. So number of files in the finance room might reduce. But sometimes when I go to finance, to meet a finance manager or something, it's difficult to see the finance manager because that person is all hidden between files of accounting. But if you're 5S compliant, you can't do that. Get rid of the junk. I personally feel that Sri Lankans are top class junk collectors. Because it's only in this country that I have 3 mobile numbers. Every 3 months we go to our company on a Saturday, Sunday, wear t-shirts, shorts, and collect all the junk into our car park, old computers, printers, magazines, quotations, everything, and then we give a call to these 3 guys on a mobile. And these 3 guys come. And I have not seen this happening anywhere else in the world. They come and they bid for our junk. 5,000 rupees, 5,500, 6,000, 6,500, and then we dispose it to the highest bidder. We dispose the junk to the highest bidder. True fact, every 3 months we do this. In fact, once we disposed all the junk and we collected about 6,000 rupees, and then I told the entire team to go and have a nice dinner and a beer. Because I'm sharing this story because of you, because of the accountants. Right, we had this session, we disposed all the junk, and I told the entire team, man, you did a great job. Now our officers are very, very clean. We can focus on what we had to do. Now the entire team, you go and have a fantastic dinner and beer, whatever you want, with this money, and come back. So they had a very good meal, beer, and came. And when the bill went to the internal audit, they sent the bill to me. Mr. Niranjan, please let us know On whose account was this dinner? I wrote in a red pen and sent, on Junk's account. And no further questions were asked. Can you, accountants, tell me now? We dispose of junk for 6,500. Somebody goes and has dinner with that 6,500. On whose account is it? It's correct, right? On Junk's account. Because we just disposed of the junk. Otherwise, all the junk is lying there. And now we have more room to organize ourselves and work. The other day, a friend of mine invited to his place to have dinner, and late night around 10:30, I had to track an urgent telephone number. So I told my friend, man, I have to get this number fast. I need the 2015 telephone directory. He said, come. And took me to where the telephone was, and the telephone directories were. And I got a shock of my life. 10 years of telephone directories stacked up like the Encyclopedia Britannica. And I can't find the 2015 telephone directory. So I asked my friend, when you have nothing to do on a Saturday, Sunday and all, do you sort of take the 2005 telephone directory and go through that and say, see man, what has happened in 2005? Well, none of the telephone numbers are valid because few years ago we changed to a 10-digit code. None of the telephone numbers are valid. Why is he keeping 10 years of telephone directories where I cannot find the 2015 telephone directory? Anybody can sort of clear that doubt? No reason, but it's being kept. This is just one example. Of course, later on when we had a chat, the true story came out. The problem was the mother-in-law. She was not allowing anything to be disposed of. So then the question is, do you dispose of the mother-in-law or do you dispose of the telephone directory? But finally, now, the mother-in-law is also still there. And there's only one telephone directory there, and that is the 2015 telephone directory. So many examples. Ask yourself, you might be comfortable you might feel comfortable that everything is around you. Most of the time we are comfortable that everything is around you. But the problem is, ask yourself, you're comfortable, but for emergency, can you find that one thing that you want to find there? Has this happened to you where, when you tell a secretary, get me this urgent document, Ben? And then the secretary comes and brings a file and says, everything is there, that one document is not there. No? Has it happened to you? It has happened to me several times. Where I want one document, the file is brought, and they say, everything is there, that one document is not there. No? Then I feel like taking the file and throwing off the entire file. I don't want the file if that one document is not there, because that is the one that I need. Clear up the junk. After you clear up the junk, then you organize. Don't organize the junk. The first reaction of my friend when I said, why are you doing this? Niranjan, what I will do is I'll organize it, man. I'll put the 2005, 2006, like that I'll organize the directory. I said, no point organizing. Just have only one directory. Do not organize junk. Give it to the junk collectors. Cleaning means look after your assets. Especially capital expenditure is pretty high in this country. I visited the Toyota factory, one of the Toyota factories in Japan. When we moved into the Toyota factory, it looked, wow, as if it's a brand new factory of Toyota. So we asked the factory manager, is this a brand new factory of Toyota? He said, no. This factory is only already 20 years old. So we said, wow, this looks like a brand new factory. And then the Japanese person explained to us. He said, yeah, it's a 5 years implementation. We are 5 years compliant. So this is 20 years old. So he was explaining to us, what he said was very, very simple. He said 20 years ago, when the first team came to work on the systems, work on the machines, all the machines were brand new. All the machines were brand new. And every team, before they leave, they have to make sure that the machine is brand new. So they come, they work on the machine, and before they leave, they have to make sure that the machine is brand new. And then the second team comes, third team comes. So finally the factory manager asked us, if every team that works on the machine keeps the machine brand new, when they leave, why should a machine depreciate? They do not, for you finance people, Toyota, they do not put any depreciation cost for that production. It goes as maintenance. They say at the right time we change the bells, at the right time we change the oil. That is maintenance. But we do not believe in depreciation because our assets do not depreciate. So 25% depreciation, 33 and 1/3 depreciation is out. Why? Because of cleaning. Cleaning means looking after your assets. If you look after your assets, then you can use it for a longer time, and your capital expenditure and depreciation cost, if you have, will come down significantly. So these are very simple things, but very powerful. And standardizing, have a standard system of doing things, and training. Training means you have to train the entire team to be 5S compliant, because if you are 5S compliant and your colleague is not 5S compliant, it's going to be difficult. If you are compliant and your spouse is not compliant, it's going to be very difficult. So you have to train. You have to train to make sure that the entire group or the entire team or the family is 5S compliant. Some essentials to move ahead and to fast-track your career growth. Continuous thirst for knowledge. Continuous thirst for knowledge. Whatever. Let it be even general news, whatever, but whole time you must have that thirst, a severe thirst to get knowledge into you. Because, as I said before, things are changing so fast. I hate to see people idling. Sometimes I see, especially at hospitals, when you go to a hospital, normally you have to wait for about 1 hour to see a doctor. Right? Because any hospital, when you go, you channel a doctor, and you have to wait there for about 1 hour to see a doctor. So the other day when I went to this one of the top hospitals here, I mean, it was crowded. So because I'm doing this research, I went around to see how many people are occupied doing something useful. So I estimate there would have been 500 people there, but I only counted about 80 people who were occupied. Some were looking at the TV. I don't know whether they were watching the TV or looking at the TV. It's okay, because you get something into you. Then some were having a chat to each other. That is okay. That is communication. Few were reading newspapers or books. That is fantastic. You are learning. But the majority of the people, say 400 odd people, just sitting and waiting. Just sitting, and only the legs going like that. That's a Sri Lankan syndrome, you know, legs going like that. Now, how I analyze that is basically 400 man-hours or woman-hours lost at that hospital without any benefit for anybody. That's the way I look at it. 400 man-hours or 400 people into 1 hour average is 400 man-hours or woman-hours lost without any benefit for them, their organization, or the country. We can't let this happen. We have to move ahead very much faster than what we are moving now. And the only way we can do it is continuous thirst for knowledge. Recently, I want to recruit 2 knowledge management experts to our organization, and I was discussing with our HR division how to do it. So they came out with so many theories. I finally said, no, I don't want any of those theories. I'll tell you what to do. Call all the 4 people. We had shortlisted 4 people. Call all the 4 people at the same time, put them into our conference room, keep all the magazines on the table, and we installed a camera in the conference room, and I just observed how the people went into the room, sat down, and who are the people who had a continuous thirst for knowledge. One person, even before sitting down, he went into the conference room. Before sitting down, he took a book and started. He took a magazine, sat, and started to go through the magazine. Other 3 sat down. Then they were admiring, it's a nice room, good carpet. And then they saw the other person reading, so they thought they also might as well take a book and read. But I only had a chat with that guy who first took the magazine before sitting, had a chat with him, took him, and the other 3 I sent to the HR department, human refusal department. Didn't want to have a chat with them, because no point. I mean, you can have all the theories, but I can easily spot the people who have the continuous thirst for knowledge and the people who don't. Simple as that. Productivity has to improve tremendously, because productivity is output divided by input, and we should be ashamed. Sri Lanka has one of the lowest productivity ratios in entire Asia. A study done by Productivity Secretariat. We have the lowest productivity in entire Asia. That means our output is low or our input is high. So we have to improve the productivity. Many years ago, some people were saying, yeah, but our people might not be that productive, but our cows are more productive than the Indian cows. But 3 years ago, Indian cows beat the Sri Lankan cows. That means Indian cows generated more milk than the Sri Lankan cows. So even our cows have now become unproductive. So what to do? We have to address fast. But unless we improve our productivity, which is output divided by input, same output at a lower input or very much higher output at the same input, we are going to be in trouble. Because we are only 20 million population here. Even for BPOs, business process outsourcing, we have to move to the high end. If you take apparels, why are we so strong in the apparel sector? Because we are catering to the high end. And we have some of the best productivity ratios there. So everybody, you must ask yourself, how do I deliver more for the same cost? Or if the cost goes up a little bit more, doesn't matter. Your output has to go up very much more. Quality standard, get it right the first time. You cannot waste time. Whatever you do, spend time, get it right the first time. Because every time you try to rework something, then your output is still 1. And now the input has become 2. So if you get it right the first time, output is 1, input is 1. But if you have to do it for the second time, your output is 1 and input becomes 2. Now your productivity immediately drops from 1 to 50%, 0.5. We cannot allow to do this. We have to improve our productivity. Networking skills. Now this is another very important aspect. You have to build networks. Now you're all accountants, you have to build networks among accountants as well as with the other professions. And today, accounting is so tightly linked with IT. I think all accountants should also build networks with the IT fraternity. Finally, it is your network that matters when you want to move up your career ladder. One of my good friends migrated to Australia. He was the head of IT here. He migrated to Australia. And then for about 3 months, he was looking for a job. He was getting a bit cheesed off. He couldn't find a job. Finally, he was interviewed, and he was asked to come for the final interview. So he was so happy. He called and told me, Niranjan, I think this time I'm through. I've been called up for the final interview. And he said he's going for the final interview on Monday. So Monday night he calls. And I asked, hey man, is it okay? He said, no. Didn't work out. I said, what happened? Because this is after 4 interviews. 4 interviews, he's gone there, he's sent for the final interview, and after the final interview, he says, no, it didn't work out. So I asked, what happened? Who was there at the final interview? He said, no, only one guy was there, the chairman of the company, an elderly gentleman. And as soon as I walked in, he only asked me one question. Thank you very much for the interest shown in our company and coming for interviews here on 4 occasions. Can you please tell me, how strong is your network among the IT fraternity in Melbourne? So, I mean, this guy didn't really understand the question. He said, excuse me, what is? Please tell me, how strong is your network among the IT fraternity in Melbourne? And then this guy said, I have only come here about 6 months ago. I still do not have the network among the IT fraternity in Melbourne. And the chairman said, okay, then thank you very much for applying to our organization. Please build up the network and maybe apply later on. And then the head of IT had gone and had a chat with the chairman, because it's with great difficulty that they found this guy. So the head of IT of that organization had gone and had a chat with the chairman and asked why he just rejected on the fact that he did not have a network. He had said, no, we are a big company in Australia. I cannot afford to have a CIO here who does not know any other CIO or IT professional in this country. Because I need a guy who can give a telephone call, who can network, who can meet up with the IT fraternity, find out what's happening, and elevate and take our IT level to the next level. If he does not have the network, he cannot do it. I'm not interested. Power of networking. Teamworking. Anyway, I don't have to cover that. Maybe I should move a bit fast. Physical fitness. This is another very important thing. Physical fitness. You might go up the career ladder fast. But if you are to go up the career ladder fast, you have to be fit. You have to be physically fit Today it's very sad. People are dying at their workplace. Every day people are dying while working. Yesterday another good friend of mine died while working, also accountant. Nothing wrong with the profession. People are not physically fit. I mean, Ranjan Das, right, the CEO of SAP India, marathon runner, 43 years old. He went for his morning jog, came home and died. CEO of SAP India, huge salary, fit guy, but just collapsed. And then finally they found that the cause of death was lack of sleep for him. Lack of sleep. So you have to be physically fit, because today it's a tough world out there, and unless you are fit, you cannot deliver. You cannot deliver. You have to be fit. So please find some time. I'm very passionate about this. I'm telling a lot of people, please be fit, because I sent all the people over 40 years for a compulsory medical check, and we were shocked. 60% of our team members had health problems. Imagine 60% if they have health problems. Things like high blood sugar, blood pressure, cholesterol, vision problems, liver problems. Yeah, liver problems, very common among the men. Now, if 60% of our workforce or our team has medical problems, I analyze that as we are having a sick workforce. And we cannot take the company ahead with a sick workforce. So we gave them 3 months to try and improve their physical fitness and come back. Some of them did, some of them didn't care. People who didn't care, anyway, that is their problem. But you have to be physically fit, disciplined and organized. I covered that. You have to be disciplined and you have to be organized. Organized means 5S compliant. Discipline means try to do the things at the time you have to do to the best of your ability, so that nobody needs to supervise. Disciplined people, I have a few disciplined people. When I tell them something has to be done, I don't even have to check back, because I know they are so disciplined that they will deliver to the quality level required at the time that it's required. Some vital skills that you have to develop are communication skills, even for the accounting people. Today, they say the most important skill for a professional today is a communication skill. Right now, I have the interview guidelines of a multinational company trying to set up their operations here. And they have given us the guidelines. There'll be 5 in the panel. And the guidelines are very strict, very clear. If you have a first-class honors degree in electronic engineering, first-class honors degree in electronic engineering, and an MBA from a recognized university, and the universities are listed. Fortunately, some of the Sri Lankan universities are there. How many marks do you think you can score at that interview out of 100? How many % do you think you can score at that interview if you have a first-class honors degree and an MBA? Second upper is slightly lower, second lower slightly lower, third class slightly lower, unclassified slightly lower, without MBA slightly lower. So we have to only look at the matrix and put the marks at the total. They'll get the grand total and call the top 3 for the final interview. My question is this: if you have a first class honors degree in engineering and an MBA from a recognized university, how many marks do you think you can get at that interview? Any? Y'all are good with numbers. So give me a number. Y'all are finance people. I can understand others not coming out with numbers, but if the finance people don't come out with numbers, who is going to come out with the numbers? How many %? 20%. 20% is all you will get at that interview if you have a first class honors degree in engineering and MBA, technology company. So when we had a chat with the MD, and I was telling, isn't this unfair? People spend their entire life savings, get a brilliant education, go to the best university, get a degree, get an MBA, and then you are saying it's only worth 20%? He said, yeah, next year it will be reduced to 15%. And then he was telling us the rationale. He said, once you get that qualification, that's it. I mean, you have got it. But what matters more to us is the soft skills. And when you really analyze the balanced soft skills, it's all linked. In my opinion, the foundation is communication skill. They'll say leadership skills. How can you be a good leader if you cannot communicate clearly? They'll say team working skills. How can you work in a team and ensure that the entire team is motivated and move ahead if you cannot communicate? They'll say motivation skills. If you have to motivate, you should communicate. I don't think anyone can motivate someone else by kicking the fellow, doing this, only through communication. So when you really analyze the rest, it's all to do with communication skills. Writing skills have to be developed because, as I said, business process management is a huge industry to our country. We are almost touching $1 billion, and you all are the people who are behind that, finance and accounting. But when you do business process management or knowledge process management here, then we need exceptional communication skills because we are working with other countries, with Europe, US, with UK. So you need exceptional communication skills. Writing skills, write clearly, even telephone skills to handle it in a professional manner. Presentation skills, how do you get your message when you're having a video conference or a conference call for 10 minutes? How do you make sure that within the 10 minutes you communicate the entire idea crystal clear so that the party on the other side knows where you are and where you are going? So if there's absolutely no doubt that the most important skill for any professional, including all of you financial professionals, is to develop your communication skills. Financial management skills, maybe because you are finance people, I don't have to touch on this much, but personal finance management is another very, very important thing. Because today, I get calls from my friends who are CEOs in a lot of companies. The biggest problem that they're having is a number of frauds. The frauds, integrity issues. At least I get a call once a week. And earlier the frauds were 100,000, 200,000 rupees. And today the frauds are 5 million, 10 million rupees. And this is a nerve-wracking thing for all the chairmen and the MDs. They don't know what are the frauds happening and at what level and how is it happening because of the technology. And all this is happening because you or the people are not managing their personal finances well. Whenever we track down the person who's responsible and that person is interrogated, we find it very clear. The only reason why he had to take 5 million is not managing your personal finances. I don't have time to go into detail, but please make sure don't spend far beyond what you can afford. In fact, one of the top CEOs in this country was telling at a CEO forum when he was asked, if you can do something different in your life, what would it be? He said, my personal financial management. He said, when I was 25, 26, I bought a car which was far too expensive to me. I bought a watch which I thought was far too expensive to me. But I had money, but suddenly my business ran into some problems. And then to resurrect the business, I had to get money. And the only way I could get that money is I had to speak to my wife. And I had to sell all my wife's gold jewelry. This was told by one of the CEOs in this country. And he said, that is the saddest day in my life. That is the day that tears came to my eyes. I did not even want to pawn the jewelry because I knew I cannot take it back. So my wife was very understanding. I sold all the wife's jewelry and kept the business going. So his lesson to the audience was, please, manage your personal finances efficiently. Don't get into that mess. Meeting skills, how to conduct meetings properly on time. I have only about 5 minutes more. So most important thing, win a balanced race. Work-life balance. No point working if you don't have life on the other side, right? But some people work like mad and then they die. What's yours? I mean, we work to earn money. Why do we earn money? We earn money to have a good life. And how can you have a good life if you're not fit? That's why physical fitness is important, and you have to win a balanced race. A lot of my friends, when I tell them you have to exercise, you have to be fit, they say, no time. Niranjan, it's easy for you to say, man, no time. But not a single of my friends have come and told me, Niranjan, I have no time to party. No time to party? Nobody has said. But all of them have a huge problem, no time to be fit. And then I tell them, okay, you go and party, that's good, that will cut off another day of your life. And you'll kick the bucket one day before. Integrity issue, I already covered it. Never lose your enthusiasm. As I said before, once your vision is clear and your dream is clear, you have to get there. and you had to be enthusiastic. Problems will crop up, but your enthusiasm can never, ever come down. And it will not come down because that is your dream, and never, ever give up. Never, ever give up. All the people who have fast-tracked their career growth are people who have had problems, but they have just kicked the problems away, and they have somehow steadily moved towards their final destination. Now the most important thing is to incorporate this into your operating system. Because I think all of us attend a lot of seminars. I also do a lot of presentations, and every audience is a very, very receptive audience. Some people even take down notes. Fortunately, I didn't see many people taking down notes. Some people even like to take down notes. Some people even ask me, what was that last word that you said? I said, forget about the word, get the idea. Right? Because they want to take down all these notes, and now they're very happy. The notes are with me. So they go home with all the notes, your conference kit bag, all that is there, right? The kit. And then they go home or go to the office, put that into the drawer, close the drawer, and do nothing. Now, will you improve? Tomorrow, will there be an improvement in yourself? No way. If you want to improve yourself, you have to take something from each presentation that you hear today. In the morning, we had the fantastic presentation. And I think we are going to have some fantastic presentations after lunch. You have to take something from each of these presentations and put it into your bloodstream. Put it into your bloodstream. Until it goes into your bloodstream, nothing will happen. My last story. When I was the president of the Computer Society of Sri Lanka, many years back, the National Information Technology Conference. Every year we have a National Information Technology Conference where we get CIOs, about 500 CIOs from the country coming for this conference. So around 10:30, one person comes to me and says, I have lost my mobile phone. I said, what? No, by the time he went out for tea and came back, that he has lost his mobile phone. I said, no, it's impossible. Then to see what has happened is when he went for tea, he has put the mobile phone into the conference kit bag, put the mobile phone onto the conference kit bag, kept it on the chair, went for tea, came back, kit bag and the phone missing. So I said, you are crazy to do that because all the kit bags are the same, right? If you're at least putting the phone into the kit bag, put a notice here, my phone is inside, please don't take it. Otherwise someone had to leave that day at 10:30. Now this conference, they pay about 15,000 rupees to come for this conference, but one person had to leave at the morning tea break time, 10:30, and he had taken this bag. Unfortunately, this guy's mobile phone was inside this bag. Anyway, I said, this is a CIO conference. Nobody is going to steal anybody's mobile phone, right? Maybe this guy was called up to office because there was something urgent happening in office, right? Or maybe he didn't have leave. So he thought, this is an ideal opportunity. Let me have a cup of tea at Hilton and then go and spend some time with my family. Even that is okay, as far as I'm concerned, because he doesn't have leave. Now paid leave, you go and spend with your family, it's okay. Then I said, in the evening, this guy will anyway open the bag. In the evening, this guy will open the bag to take the proceedings book out, which has the most important papers that are presented at the conference, which means all the latest IT developments in the country and how it can affect the country and how you can improve your efficiency. So when he opens the bag, he'll find the phone. And then he'll give us a call and we'll return the phone. Next day comes, no call. Following day, no call. So we were also getting quite shamed. 1 week later, also no call. So then we told this guy, anyway, we are not responsible for your mobile phone, and we just left it at that. Second year again, when I was the president, late night, 9:30 in the night, I was at the Computer Society office at the OPA, Organization of Professional Associations, trying to sort out the next year's registrations. Around 9:30 in the night, a call comes to the Computer Society office asking for me. Here is Mr. Niranjan De Silva there. Fortunately, I was there, trying to sort out the registration. So I went to the phone, and then this guy, here, Mr. Niranjan, here, this hell of a thing, no man. This, inside this last year's conference kit bag, there's somebody's mobile phone, no. After 1 year, I said, okay, you send the mobile phone. And then I asked him, now tell me something. What made you open that conference kit bag after 1 year. No, he said, no, you see, I want to register for this year's conference. I said, sorry, registrations are full. And even though I was not allowed to do so, I unofficially blacklisted him for 5 years from attending the National IT Conference. Not because he went early. That is not my concern. If he wants to go and spend time with the family, it's okay. If he has to go to office, it's okay. But I do not want a CIO in this country who does not even have the enthusiasm to just take that proceedings book. If he missed the conference, go through the proceedings book, see what's happening, and incorporate something into your bloodstream. So what really makes a difference will be how you incorporate this into your bloodstream. And if you can get some ideas from all the presentations and incorporate it into your bloodstream, I can definitely guarantee you that you will fast track your career growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Niranjan. And to award the token of appreciation to Mr. Niranjan, I would like to call upon Mr. Jaishan Greru, the General Secretary of CA Student Society, to present a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Niranjan De Silva. Thank you very much, Mr. Niranjan De Silva, for sharing motivational, inspirational thoughts. And I'm sure that everybody who's leaving this hall, when they go home and ask themselves what they have learned from this session, they will always say yes, that they have learned something out of this session. And also, I myself am planning to put up a dream poster in my room for a start. So moving on.
Yes. The general perception about CA students is very limited, as in numbers, books, accounts. But it is not the case. CA Student Society successfully concluded its first ever talent show last January. Now we are giving you a chance to witness a drop of the pool of talent that took stage. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have Mr. Tehan Danushka from BR De Silva and Company, runner-up of CA Talent Show dancing category, on stage to perform for you.
දනු මාකරට යානේ වෘශ්චිකද දනු මාකරට යානේ කුම්භමීන රාශි ගමනින් වරුසය නිම වූ තැනේ වරුසය නිම වූ තැනේ මින රාශියෙන් මේෂ රාශියට සූර්ය දෙවිඳුන් වඩිමින්නේ රාශි 12 ගමනක් නිම වූ දින සූර්ය දෙවිඳුන් වැජවෙන්නේ රාශි 12 ගමනක් නිම වූ දින සූර්ය දෙවිඳුන් වැජවෙන්නේ සූර්ය දෙවිඳුන් වැජවෙන්නේ
Ladies and gentlemen, that itself is a proof to show that our profession has multi-talented people inside. And there was Mr. Tehan Danushka giving a traditional touch to the conference. And ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the half time of our conference. And special notice to be made, lunch will be served for invitees, guests, foreign delegates, and CA staff. Your lunch will be served at your left hand side of the hall, and for all students your lunch will be served in the second floor. And due to the time limitations that we have, the lunch is restricted to 30 minutes, and we will be starting the session in another 30 minutes. So I know for a fact that you all work in a lot of deadline audits. I know that you finish the workings very fast, so I hope that you put the same level of commitment to finish the lunch today. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
To me, it's important not to settle for anything but the best. Dialogue television is our window to the world. It brings us the widest range of knowledge, information and entertainment from across Sri Lanka and the globe. From education for our kids to the latest movies. Dialogue television, powered by the very latest in digital satellite technology, connects the world to every Sri Lankan home. Dialogue is the future today.
Let's go, we're late.
Right, let's go. Aki, just give me 10 minutes.
Take a seat. Mr. Silva, your debit card.
Thank you. I just opened a Smart Gen account.
So where's the passbook?
No passbook. See the SMS and I get statements via email.
Yeah, I got Skype call from that.
What about the boss's money?
We'll transfer it online.
Ah, Mali, you are smart.
Bye.
Bye.
BOC Smart Gen, next generation savings account.
Superior picture quality powered by Sony's 4K processor X1 chip. Experience a new world of entertainment when Bravia meets Android TV. Sony from Singer. What is team spirit? It's just words if you don't live it. Because when we're a team, we can inspire each other. We can improve together. We can share good times. And sometimes we share jokes. Because only if we support one another, we can all cheer together. Beko, join our team.
Palm oil is the largest traded edible oil and one of the most widely used commodities in the world. Popularly known as cooking oil, palm oil offers a balance between good nutritional composition, optimal taste, and texture. The flexibility of palm oil also extends to non-edible consumer and industrial products, where it is widely used as a basic ingredient in a plethora of consumer items, such as cosmetics, soaps, and biofuel. Good Hope is an integrated plantations company with over 150,000 hectares of land bank for oil palm plantations spread across the Kalimantan and West Papua regions of Indonesia and in Malaysia. The group also has sufficient palm oil milling facilities at its plantation locations and a kernel crushing plant in the central Kalimantan region. With the underlying belief that sustainable farming practices generate greater productivity and better quality, Good Hope strives to cultivate quality oil palm with socially acceptable and environment-friendly production and sourcing practices. Good Hope inherits a rich heritage with roots in the plantations industry dating back more than 100 years from its parent company, Carson Cumberbatch plc, one of the oldest and largest publicly quoted conglomerates in Sri Lanka. Having a strong regional presence with offices in Indonesia, Malaysia, India, Sri Lanka and Singapore, Good Hope's vision is to become an integrated, globally recognized player in the food industry.
Victory, the joy and the ovation. Just as in sport, victory in the business world too means surpassing competition in this self-same manner. Victory through cashing in on opportunities is what PLC Fast Track is all about. The short-term loan scheme with a package of unique benefits. Apart from fast-tracking your business deals for a rolling success, you can fast-track your home and family deals as well. Children's education, medical care, weddings, or for whatever exigency, the fastest cash-to-hand loan scheme with absolutely no prior agreements. So whatever the business you are in, get ready to get on track. On your marks, get set. PLC Fast Track. Quick cash, lasting gains.
කැන්බ්‍රිජ් මුල්ලෙ සමාගම සීමා නැති බැඳීමක් හැඳින්වීමක්.
A very good afternoon and welcome back to the second session, second half of our conference. And hope everyone had a good meal in Sri Lankan's term. We had a big meal. Hope everyone had a big meal so you can have greater energy to hold yourself up and concentrate more. And so, welcome to the conference, our immediate past president, Mr. Arjuna Herath. Welcome, sir. As the first event, right after the meal, right after lunch, we do have a presentation by a leading business icon in Sri Lanka and also a gentleman who has been assisting CA Student Society almost all the events that we do right throughout the year. Before invite this gentleman on stage, I would like to brief you through his profile. He is the CEO and Managing Director of Chevron Lubricants PLC. He holds an MBA from University of Leicester, UK, and a Fellow of Chartered Institute of Marketing, UK. He is also past President of the American Chamber of Commerce, Sri Lanka, Senior Vice Chairman of the Institute of Marketing, UK Sri Lanka Regional Branch. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause and please welcome Mr. Kishore Gomez.
Very good afternoon to each and every one of you. Hope you can hear me through the PA system, loud and clear. Okay, great. People are still walking in. To begin with, let me thank the CA Students Association or the society, whatever you call it, for roping me in. And this is probably the fourth time I'm addressing a students' conference. So that goes to show that I'm not young, right? But as that young boy a little while ago said, whenever invitations have come, if I'm being here and I'm able to allocate time, I've always obliged the CA Students Society or Association. And same goes for the Institute as well. Obviously, yeah, people are still working in, so I'll just go a little slow, allowing people to sort of get to their seats. When I was contacted by Prashant to begin with, and then a few others wrote to me as well, they did not give me a topic per se, and Aruna, my good friend, CEO of the institute, called me and said, Keshu, the students want a motivational speech. So I said, no, I'm not a motivational speaker as such, but obviously there can be things that can motivate people, inspire people. So I had to come up with a topic, and I came up with this topic, building an amazing competitor in you to succeed. Success is what you need. And how can one do it? You got to compete to succeed. So to succeed, you got to be a competitor, right? An amazing competitor if you want to achieve excellence in whatever you do. So I came up with this topic, and I'm going to cover 7 elements. It's like a formula that you can, as my good friend Niranjan said, get into your operating system, and if you practice that well, you'll be able to achieve greater level of success. And I have confidence in what I'm saying based on what I have achieved in life and then kind of the mentoring work I have done with so many people. So let me see how it works. Yeah, so the first element is understanding the challenge. Before you embark on a journey, you got to first understand what the challenges are. In 2 areas, one in the operating environment, and then the challenges for you as an individual. So in terms of the operating environment, the external challenges, we as human beings expect tomorrow to be better than today. Will that be a reality? Being intelligent people, you all know that tomorrow is going to be harder than today. And these are some of the challenges you've got to encounter in the operating environment, in the external environment, as you navigate the individual challenges in order to achieve what you want to achieve in life. Crude is going at 38, 40 levels, and one would have expected the global economy to do better. But what have we seen? When crude oil hit 148, it led the global scenario into kind of a recession. But today, crude going at 38, 40 again, we are talking about kind of a recession scenario. So it's not good, right? And I don't want to go any further. And the population is increasing, 7 billion people today, 9 billion people by 2042. That's the kind of estimate that's there. So in that, there's going to be competition, greater competition for each and every one of you, right? Be it accountancy, be it marketing, be it engineering, anything else. There'll be more and more people competing for a limited number of positions. So there's going to be greater competition. And look at anything else. I don't want to go into details. The images that are there on this screen suggest that there'll be growing challenges in the environment, operating environment, for you to comprehend and come up with a solution in order to go that journey you want to be on. So what you got to realize is that tomorrow's world is going to be a new one. It's not the same old world anymore. And in that, there'll be new challenges. The question you got to ask yourself is, can the same old you be successful in that environment? Or should there be a change in you? Yeah, so as far as competition for you is concerned, stemming out of some of the macro challenges, just take a look at some of the lines I've said there. Multiplying competition for all. It's not going to be the same level of competition. It's going to be at a much higher level. Short economic cycles and their implications. I don't need to explain that to you. You guys accountants, you do economics as well. Compete globally for local business and talent. Goes without saying. ever-rising expectations by the stakeholders, be it your shareholders, be it your customers, any stakeholder that you have in your businesses. Their expectations keep rising. Knowledge with commercial value and application skills is an issue, and I'll talk about it in a short while from now. Shorter job tenures and retention, this is another issue. Diverse workforce and no cultures. So in this environment, only way you can succeed is by competing, for which you got to be an amazing competitor, as I said before. So that's all about understanding the challenge. So there can be, other specifics that you need to be aware of, depending on, which industry you are in, which field you are in, and, various other sort of, nuances. So having understood the challenge, what's the next thing? What are the opportunities for you? And I don't believe the proposition that if you think you can, you will. Not everyone can do everything. You have your inherent strengths. So when you decide on the right opportunities, you got to decide on those opportunities that you can pursue successfully, with your inherent strengths. This is, something that's so fundamental, so critical, right? So that's why I'm saying opportunity align with your strengths. So what are some of those things that you need to do? In order to prepare yourself, you got to first know who you are. And a lot of us think that we know who we are. But if I tell you to, write a kind of an essay to describe who you are, you may struggle. We have an understanding of who we are, but do we actually know what our strengths are, what our weaknesses are, areas for improvement, at the same time, what your competition is? If you do not know what your competition is, how can you make a decision to compete, with your competitors, right? So this audit is something that you got to perform on a regular basis, in my view. You perform audits on organizations. Why is that done? That is to try and assess where the organization is, right, in simple words. But do we do that covering our own lives? We hardly do it. We think we know, but when you really ask those tough questions, we realize that we actually don't know who we are. And we need to discover who we are. And that's so fundamental. So with that, a lot of people, talk about vision. Everyone talks about vision. And vision is something that's very, very difficult to understand because of the way it has been presented by many people. And vision, if you look at it as an English word, it's pretty simple to understand. Vision is what you see. But a lot of people try to come up with visions in statements. And I make a statement here to say that words cannot motivate people. If someone says words can motivate people, I would totally reject that statement. And I say that it's the images and the feeling that's created by images that can motivate people, right? So vision should be a set of images. What are the images you have today in terms of your associations, the job you do? If you're driving a vehicle, the vehicle you drive, what is a make? Is it a vehicle from India, Japan, or from Europe? What is the kind of house you live in? In which area do you live? What's the image of the organization you work for? Is it a small organization, large organization? What are the places you go to for your entertainment? What kind of hotels do you stay in? That's your life. So, vision is what you want to be. 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road. It depends on how you define it. And so your vision should be, what are the images you have today, and what images would you like to acquire for yourself in order to basically satisfy your aspirations in life. So I tell people, start seeing these images you would like to acquire, and those images will create a feeling in you, and that feeling will keep motivating, right? So it's very important as young professionals for you to have maybe 5 to 10 images that you would like to associate with. Well displayed, which you can see every now and then, so that those will naturally motivate you. You don't need to keep telling you things. So that's the way I defined the vision. So this is what I've been talking about. Right. Then I come to the next element number 4, knowledge. There was a time when the world used to think that knowledge was everything, and with knowledge, anything could be achieved. But that is not the kind of thinking the modern world has. Knowledge is so fundamental. And Niranjan talked about a nice situation where in the evaluation criteria, job evaluation criteria, the knowledge attracted only 15%. So that was a good, proposition he presented to support what I am talking about here. In the modern world, knowledge is important. Without that 15%, you can't get anything. Even if you had the balance 85%, without that 15%, you wouldn't have gotten the job. So knowledge is important. But what is the kind of knowledge that is needed in the modern world? Knowledge that is branded. If knowledge is not branded, you'll have to go and sell the knowledge. And that's the worst thing that can happen to a young professional or to a student. You get knowledge which people do not understand, your stakeholders, your buyers don't understand, and you've got to go and sell it. So therefore I say, when you get knowledge that is branded. So CA is a brand. When you get knowledge from CA, you don't need to go and tell the world what that knowledge is all about. So that is branded knowledge. That's what I mean by branded knowledge, right? And this is real. O-level results from an unknown school is different to the O-level results you get from a known school. We've all gone through that. We know it, right? We know how hard it is for a student from faraway area to be able to come and secure a job in Colombo, right? So because the knowledge is the same, it's the same exam, same results, but branded knowledge versus unbranded knowledge. Simple example to explain that. Go beyond core. We all have our core background, but core background today is not enough for you to be able to create value for an organization. An organization is a value chain. There are activities performed, from this end to this end. There are different activities being performed by different functions, by different people. An organization can create maximum value only if an organization is able to synchronize and synergize the knowledge, skills, and all the competencies, capacities of the people to be able to produce a service or a product at the lowest possible cost, meeting all the KPIs, right? So for you to be able to synchronize and synergize, you got to understand what other functions do. If not, you are not able to make the right contribution. You are in finance and accountancy. You will not be able to make the right contribution to the rest of the organization if you do not understand supply chain, basics of supply chain, basics of marketing, sales, distribution, all that. So you've got to go beyond core. If you stick to your core, your competition will come and match it. It's easy, when you only stick to your core for your competition to come and match it. So if you want to be unbeatable, you've got to go beyond your core. My core background is marketing. I've been into general management and corporate management for the past 25 years. And I work for a company that depends on science and chemistry. And I have a PhD graduate to head the technology division. I have no knowledge about, I have done chemistry for my advanced level, but I have no knowledge about chemistry application in my business. But I am still able to ask the right question from the technology head. Not to teach him what to do, but for me to be able to drive the organization down the right path. So that's important. So that's what I mean. Knowledge with the commercial value. If it is not demanded, not branded, nobody will pay you the right price, right? And Niranjan, again, talked about, some of it to say, why do we want good jobs in good organizations, for which we need professional qualifications and, everything else we need. That's to be able to earn the right price. And with right price, we are able to live the right, quality of life. And that's what, we finally want. So without commercial value, knowledge is nothing. Evolve your knowledge. Yesterday's knowledge isn't enough for today. Today's knowledge won't be enough for tomorrow. So you've got to keep evolving. I don't need to elaborate on that. So with that, in terms of knowledge, we are an action-oriented nation. I know there are foreign students here as well. Sri Lankans have a kind of a behavior where when we get a task to be performed, we move to action. We haven't really understood what that action is all about, what we need to achieve, and how we need to apply ourselves to be able to achieve the desired result, but we go to action. This doesn't work. So therefore, I promote the idea, know before you do. If you don't know, don't do. Because if you do without knowing what to do, the outcome will not be to your satisfaction. So it sounds very simple, but most organizations go wrong as a result of this. Most professionals go wrong as a result of this. Right? I'm not very old, but I have long years of experience working for US multinationals, heading chambers, working with people. Right? My passion is working with people. So you've got to pause when you get a task, take enough time to understand what to do before doing it. So that's so important. Right, very controversial statement. So far, everyone has told you, learn from failure. And I go against that and I say, learn from success, not from failure. What you need to repeat is success. So if we have had success, I believe there is more learning for you than trying to learn from failure. Failure is a situation where things haven't worked. Right? I make controversial statements and then I explain. Because if I didn't make this kind of line, you wouldn't have noted it. So that's why I use this line. I have nothing against learning from failure. Anyone can learn from failure. But when we achieve success, we are overwhelmed and we never look back to see how we achieved success. Success is a situation where we've had a plan, we've executed the plan very well, we've done things in the right manner to achieve that excellent outcome. So that journey has more learning than a journey which has failed. Right? Now that I've said it, just think about it, keep thinking about it. I'm only trying to plant seeds here. Keep thinking about it. You will realize that there is a lot of sense in what I say. Following role models, some people came and told me, yeah, we admire you, and a couple of them said, yeah, role model, you are my role model, things like that. And I say, never ever follow role models. You can't be another individual. Right? But I say, learn from every single individual, learn from every situation you come across, learn from everything you see. Develop that art and science of being able to learn that way. There are learning from beggars. Right? You go down some of these Colombo busy roads, you can see what beggars do in order to get their attention, earn sympathy, knowing well that these guys are not, doing things ethically. They're trying to fool the other people, giving the benefit of the doubt, you just pull your wallet and you make a contribution. Right? So don't we have learning from beggars? You go to a market, look at 10 vegetable vendors, see what each one does. Some, as is, trying to sell their vegetables. Some, nicely cleaned, cut, stacked, all that, fetching 30% premium. Don't we have learning from those people? You can learn from successful people. There is absolutely no issue with that. You should do that. But there will not be another Bill Gates produced in this world, even if somebody decides to do exactly what Bill Gates did. His environment was different. Technology was at a different level. So there was a different opportunity at that point of time in the world. And that opportunity is not there anymore. Take any individual and ask these questions. You will not be able to, be the same. So therefore, learn from Bill Gates, learn from beggars, learn from vegetable stalls, and everywhere else, from every single individual. I learn from my, maid at home as well. So there is learning. Okay, so that's about learning. I'm not going to go into the areas, you are aware of, you know of. I'm going to now present to you some Kishuguma's philosophies, skills to create value, right? So I talked about understanding the challenge. I talked about recognizing, identifying the right opportunity for you. Then I talked about coming up with the right vision and how to use the vision. Then I said to add to that you need the right knowledge. And then this is the other element you got to add to that formula, which is skills to create value. For you to be able to use your knowledge, what should you be having? I'm not going to talk about some of the conventional things, but some different things which I believe will help you. Okay, power of communication. Niranjan talked about it. Communication to me is not your ability to handle the languages. That's important. But it is what you do with that skill you have. Communication is all about being able to convince other people. Communication is all about being able to dominate. Communication is all about being able to influence. That doesn't come with language ability only, right? It's everything. It's verbal communication, non-verbal communication. I talked about creating that amazing competitor in you, right? And successful people have a certain visual. They have a certain body language. They use the language in a different way, right? You got to be seen as a successful individual in the eyes of others. You got to be seen, right? So that demands different behaviors in you. Try and understand that one, right? When we come across certain people, they've created an impression where we have no choice but to accept them as being winners. So that's the kind of communication I'm talking about. People skills. Being able to win the hearts and minds of people, which is so important because, again, I make a controversial statement here. The individuals cannot perform in the modern environment. It's the teams that can perform. Individuals need to be brilliant, but what matters is not individual brilliance, but team brilliance, right? Again, in an organizational environment, what is important for an organization is team brilliance, not individual brilliance. Creativity. 70% of the decisions that are made day in, day out in the modern world are based on emotions. You go through a rational evaluation, and at the end, you use your heart to make a decision. Right? So you got to use your creativity to capitalize on that human weaknesses if you want to be a successful individual. Right? This is where branding comes into play. Right? Same shoe, one branded, same quality, one branded, the other unbranded. You know the difference, right? In price and in perception, everything else. Okay, and another one for professionals, forget the goal if you want results. Right? We are goal-oriented, we have aims, and we always, think about achieving targets, numbers, and accountants, keep tracking all those things, right? It's all about numbers. But if you want numbers, forget about the numbers. Because you don't control the numbers. What do you control? You control the behavior or behaviors that are required for you to be able to deliver the numbers. Right? So this is extremely important. The numbers are very boring. Right? We hate numbers. I know you guys don't hate numbers because that's your job. But life is not about numbers. Life is about, something else. Right? If you want results, it's paramount that you understand the goal. It's not to, know the goal or not to retain the goal or get that goal into your system. That's paramount. You've got to get that. But beyond that, control what you control. Don't try to control what you don't control. Numbers, you don't control. What you control is the behavior or behaviors that are required for you to be able to deliver the numbers. With that, and a lot of people try to manage time, and you guys have not been able to manage time, unfortunately, today. Late start, and everything has been late. That is because you guys have been trying to manage time. Then I say never manage time. Time management is not something human beings can do. You don't manage time. What you manage is you yourself. So you manage your life against time. If you want to be punctual, right? If you want to do things on time, what you should focus on is managing you against time, not time management. You are hearing this for the first time, I know, but this is my proposition, right? My office is in Kolpidi, and I need to go to 5-star hotels literally every day, some days 3 times a day, 2 times a day. And from my office is right next to McDonald's, and I want people to say McDonald's is right next to Caltex. But that being that, to Cinnamon Grand is just 5 minutes travel. Easy traffic, 3 minutes. But, if I'm riding with my managers or, some leaders join me, they always ask me, Kishu, what time are you going to leave office? And it's just 3 minutes from here, right? So I say, yeah, it's 3 minutes. But for me to get out of my office, go down to the basement, that's where the car is parked. For my driver to get into the car, drive, get onto the main road, go, traffic, no traffic, so you got to, keep a cushion there. You turn to Cinnamon Grand, you have to get off near the lobby, you got to walk to the meeting room, and you got to be inside that meeting room 5 minutes before the meeting starts. So you got to do your calculation on that basis, not just think it's 3 minutes drive. If you do that, mathematics, you're going to fail. So what you control is your behavior, your thoughts, right? So that's what I'm saying. Don't manage time, manage you against time. And plan to be ahead of time. If you plan to be on time, you will always be late. Okay, performance management. Develop the habit of repeating best performance. If I ask you the question, doing the same activity under same conditions, day in, day out, do you produce the same results every day, every time when you do the same activity? Or is it something that's going like that? You have your good days, you have your bad days. You have your good times, you have your bad times. Right? So when we do well, have we, like learning from success, given a lot of thought done a kind of a post-mortem to see how well you did it and what different things you did to achieve optimum results? And have you tried to make it yours? Right? So there is a weak performer in you and there is a strong performer in you. They both live in you. You're both, not just one. Right? So if you can repeat your best performance, learning from all those situations where performance has been superior, you'll be able to maintain superior performance. Competition. I said this is all about creating an amazing competitor in you. How can one do that? The moment word competition is heard, you tend to see external things. It's competing against others. But if you want to compete against others, you got to compete against you. Right? You got to be better than your competition. So it's all about you being better than your competition. For which you got to make your strengths stronger, convert weaknesses into strengths. If you take an example of, say, 100 meters, you want to beat somebody, your speed today is 13 seconds to run 100 meters, and there is a person doing 100 meters in 12 seconds. What have you got to do? And your intention is to beat that individual. You got to train, you got to be stronger, you got to develop your technique. It's all about working harder, using all the technology tools and everything else, techniques, everything, that's available for you to be better than the other individuals. It's about competing against you. Right? Okay, so you can recognize the challenge, you can identify the opportunities, you can come up with your vision, you can add knowledge to it, you can add some of these skills, but then still you're matchable, you're beatable, right? There is this element that you can use effectively for you to be able to become that unbeatable individual, to create that amazing competitor in you. Success begins in the mind. If you think you can win based on what I proposed, not based on what some of the others propose, you can actually win. But in that game, there is a modern perspective. The top one is the conventional approach, bottom one is what I'm advocating. Those days, if you wanted to win, you had to get knowledge, you had to get skills, experience, tools, products. I've just given some words. You can add your own words to it, and then you gain confidence after acquiring everything, and with confidence, you perform expecting the outcome you desire. That was the conventional approach. But today, I'm proposing that you got to have confidence to start with. With confidence, acquire everything you need to acquire, so that when acquiring, you will acquire the things you got to acquire at an optimum level. Right? When you're confident, when you chase knowledge, you'll get the right knowledge without leaving any gap. When you're developing skills, because you're confident, you will gain those skills at the optimum level again. Right? So just think of these two approaches, and if you want to be successful, you want to beat others, the bottom approach is the right one. So with that, in terms of managing your will, there is, in the modern world, cohabitation, collaboration, coordination, all the C's one can think of. But if you want to be a winner, you got to understand that others are there to eat from your plate. We all need to be good human beings. We got to respect human values. But when you have to compete, you got to compete with the intention that your win will help others as well, right? If you have an intention of winning for your own consumption, then that thought is a bad one. It's unethical. And in the modern world, you shouldn't be doing it. But if you are going to share success of your, benefits of your success with others, then there is absolutely no harm in competing, right? We, as Sri Lankans, want economic independence achieved, economic development achieved. We want 20 plus million people to have the right quality of life. And for us to be able to do that as a nation, we need wealth from the other countries. So therefore, the country has to compete. And country is what? Country is all about its people, right? So if the country is to compete against the rest of the world, people need to compete, right? So we have no choice but to compete if our objective is to ensure, as professionals, Sri Lankan, 20 plus million people get the right revenue, right wealth from elsewhere for them to be able to live that right quality of life. Learn to come back from setbacks, arguments. You can be the best competitor, but there can always be setbacks. But you got to know how to come back, and that's a mindset you got to develop, right? Okay, so this is my last slide. You know this amazing competitor, a man without limbs. He lost his limbs when he was small. Oscar Pistorius, known as the Blade Runner. He still wanted to win without limbs. If you and I didn't have limbs, running or walking is the last thing we would have thought of. But this man still wanted to run. So he had that desire in him. He got somebody to develop what the world calls today blades. So these are blades he has fixed onto his limbs, and he created a world record. Man without limbs running 100 meters in 10 seconds, 200 meters in 21 seconds, and 400 meters in 46 seconds. Right? Goes to show that will is more important than anything else. You can have everything else in place, but if you do not have the willpower, power to perform, power to beat the others, power to be successful, none of the other elements will work in your favor. So this is something that's so critical. So with that, in the modern world, success is all about being seen in the eyes of others as a successful individual. Whether you are a successful individual or otherwise is not a decision for you. You can think you are a winner, but if your stakeholders do not accept you, respect you, admire you as a winner, you're not a winner. Right? So when winning, in the process of winning, you got to create the right perception, for which you got to be a personal brand, and that's something that's very close to my heart, but that's another topic on its own, and I haven't got the time to talk about that. But this is about shaping the thinking of other people in respect of you. And that's something that you got to do if you want to be perceived, respected, admired as a successful professional or an individual. Right? So it's all about adding emotions to real wins, tangible wins, rational wins. So that's all I had. What I was given was 45 minutes, and I think I've taken little less than 45 minutes. I didn't want to sort of go into most of the areas in terms of giving you details, giving you a lot of context and things like that. This is an intelligent audience, and I know you guys are behind schedule, so I wanted to be quick. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I wish you guys best of luck, and wish you guys a better tomorrow. God bless you all. Samara Teruvan Sarnai.
Thank you. So that's indeed a thought-provoking session by Mr. Gomez, and more importantly, enlightening the audience on importance, how changes is must compatible with dynamic environment and importance of acquiring branded knowledge to monetize yourself. And as a gesture of appreciation, we do have a memento to be presented to Mr. Gomez. To present the memento, I would like to call on stage Ashaf Mohammed, Vice President of CES Student Society. Thank you, sir. Next, it's one of our main events of the day, which is expert panel discussion. Before I call upon our moderator of the expert panel discussion, I would like to take you through the profile of this gentleman.
Mr. Arjuna Herath will be the first panelist. He is a senior partner at Ernst & Young, Sri Lanka and Maldives. Also, he is an immediate president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, Sri Lanka. He served as a commissioner of the Securities Exchange and Exchange Commission of Sri Lanka, and presently a member of Board of Directors of Sri Lanka Accounting and Auditing Standards Board, also a fellow of Institute of Chartered Accountants, Sri Lanka, and an MBA holder from University of Strathclyde, UK. Moreover, he is a BSc degree holder and MA in Financial Economics from University of Colombo. So please give a round of applause to Mr. Arjuna Herath.
And Mr. Arjuna Herath will take part as a panelist of the expert discussion. And as the moderator, he is the head of finance, Interblock Limited, a fellow chartered accountant of Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka, and also an associate member of Certified Management Accountants of Sri Lanka. And also, he holds an MBA in finance from University of Southland, Queensland, Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mr. Travis Roach as the moderator.
We have Mr. Jehan Perin Panayagam as the next panelist, the CEO of Informate Private Limited. Mr. Jehan is a fellow of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, and the Institute of Certified Management Accountants of Sri Lanka. Also, he is a director of Sri Lanka Association of Software and Services Companies. In addition, he is a committee member of ACCA Sri Lanka. So please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Jehan Perin Panayagam.
As our next panelist, we do have Mr. Tishan Subasingha. Mr. Subasingha, he is the Technical and Human Capital Development Partner at BDO Partners. He possesses fellow membership in Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka and also a council member of CA Sri Lanka. Also holds a qualification in Certified Information System Auditor. Possesses an MBA in Finance, University of Colombo, and gold medalist of the Financial Reporting and Management Control subjects. Mr. Subasingha also served as the chairman of the Annual Report Awards Committee and also the vice president of Young Chartered Accountants Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Tishan Subasingha on stage.
Mr. Aruna Pereira is the next panelist, the Senior Vice President of Cobal Amber Research. Mr. Pereira is the Global Head Analyst Training and Knowledge Management. Also, he served as an accountant, Group of Finance at John Keells Holdings PLC. Moreover, a CFA charter holder and a fellow of Institute of Chartered Accountants, Sri Lanka. So please welcome Mr. Aruna Pereira on stage.
As the next panelist, we do have Mr. Hasitha Premaratna. Mr. Premaratna is the CFO, Brandix Lanka Limited. Mr. Subasingha is also a fellow Chartered Institute of Management Accountants and also an associate member of Chartered Certified Accountants UK. And also he do possess the membership in Institute of Certified Management Accountants. Currently, he lectures for CIMA UK, SCCA UK examinations in Sri Lanka, India, Singapore, and Philippines. Further, Mr. Premaratna possesses an MBA in International Finance and also a Bachelor in Computer Science. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mr. Hasitha Premaratna. As the final panelist, we do have a gentleman all the way down from India. He is Mr. Dhiraj Kandalwel. Mr. Kandalwel is the Vice Chairman of Board of Studies and Committee on Management Accounting. He is an associate member of Central Council of ICAI. And also, he initiated the first CA Leader Awards, CSR Awards 2015, and organized events, recognition of CAs in social services, and organized campaigns on Azar Bahar Shavs Bharat. He is also chairman of CMI, of WIRC, WICASA, CSR Committee of WRC, Internal Audit Committee, Career Counseling Committee, and other positions. Mr. Kandalwel also the chairman of Public Finance and Government Accounting Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mr. Dhiraj Kandalwel. And Mr. Travis Roche, it's over to you, sir.
Don't worry, I am not stuck for words. I am just checking the audience, how technology has affected you. Half the people are on Facebook, tagging water's edge. Half the guys are on Instagram, taking selfies. I was just checking whether you will be looking at the panel, so just have some focus on the panel, huh? Right? So when I actually, the students' society called me, I asked, what was the topic for the day for the expert panelists? So they gave me a topic, but I never remembered. Then I remembered there is CYBERNATION in this day's theme. Then I was wondering, this CYBERNATION is never going to work for me. So I have to somehow or other remember the topic, no? Luckily, for my luck, some or other, the student society has come up with a brilliant logo. Where is this logo now? Here. So if you take this logo, from the logo I have taken the bottommost part, the pencil. And with that I wrote the theme and came in a piece of paper. Now I can't find the paper, but. Now this is also, you see, not only CYBERNATION, normal primitive things also has these problems. Anyway, keeping aside, the expert panelists, this is I don't know to use technology, name. This is, I am using the most safest method to talk to you all. This won't ever go out of battery, there won't be internet connection problems, it won't erase itself, it won't go into Facebook, suddenly I'm reading this. So for you, today, the theme is prospective challenges and solutions for the future chartered accountants. So when you take prospective challenges and solutions, that means everything. But we will be talking only on the technology aspect. So that's why I was checking what kind of technology you were using beforehand, before I spoke. So even the foreign students, I think they were having their chats and using WhatsApp and all. So it's fine, no problem. So let's focus on this. Today there are some experts, panelists sitting with us. How we want to do it is very simple, right? The first 20 minutes, we will take our time and give you all some rest. Now Kishu spoke of confidence, so I am hoping, this is a student conference, no? There will be a lot of interaction. The panelists have spent some time, and luckily Kishu put a big slogan saying, respect other people's time. So the panelist time you will have to respect a little. So I am hoping from the audience there will be a lot of questions regarding the prospective challenges and solutions that in the future the chartered accountants will have. So I'm hoping the audience will have enough of questions. I think there would have been students panel session beforehand, and that would also have inculcated more questions into you all. So hopefully with the start you all will understand what we are trying to do, and with that the students or the people who are here, the audience, will actually have questions they can throw at us, so that the expert panel who is here can help you out or give their expert knowledge to partake on how to resolve it, or maybe it will be a question forever. Let's see how it works out. Okay? Not a sound, no. It has to be like, okay, or we are ready. Are you all okay? Somewhat okay. I know you are missing your tea. That's at 4:30, yeah? Till that, bear with me. Okay. With that, there are 6 panelists who are from different industries. So I'm sure they will impart their knowledge with their industry experience and with their segment. So to start off, I will start off with Hasita, who is from Brandix and who is from the manufacturing side. I'm sure from that angle, he will see what are the challenges and the solutions that in the future the chartered accountants will face in the regime of technology. Over to you, Hasita.
Thanks, Travis. So I think there were quite a few interesting topics that have been discussed already. So I won't take too much time, but instead I'll probably just touch on a couple of interesting areas that's happening today. So talking about manufacturing, first of all, what you realize is that manufacturing is going global, and it's moving from location to location. So as we speak, companies like Brandix, we've been investing outside Sri Lanka, places in India, Bangladesh, and now we're talking about Dominican Republic, Haiti, over there in the Americas. So one thing that we have done in the last few years is that we have gone through a series of automation in the accounting and the finance side of things, which has processized most of the activities, and that in turn has helped the organization to grow faster while creating less complications into the financial accounting, the reporting, and the business partnering aspects of the finance role to the organization. So I think when you look at the automation is not just about bringing technology in and taking the human touch out of it, but instead what you're trying to do is to create processes and try to take as much as possible the things that probably can be repetitive in particular to be taken out, and try to bring them into specific continuous roles which can be then taken out of the human touch. And after that, the system takes over and life becomes quite easy when it comes, especially in an expanding environment. So we are experiencing it today. We are very happy to see that the results of that is actually coming out, and especially we have, I don't know whether anyone from Accenture was there this morning. I saw the name of Bhavin today. So we've tied up with Accenture and brought Accenture to Sri Lanka, and in fact all our back-end accounting work, not only accounting actually, it goes into the other areas, especially HR processes as well as the supply chain. All of those functions have gone into more outsourced mode. So with the outsourcing, we are continuously reviewing our operations. So we are doing, on one side, being a large corporate, we're looking at bringing centralization and bring efficiencies through that. And then after centralization, you find that there is opportunities to outsource the repetitive functions more and more. So it's a continuous journey, and today, I think as finance professionals, I won't call the accountants, but I'll rather call the finance professionals, I think it's important for all of you to accept this fact that world is going towards more and more processes and automation that allows cost advantage, eliminate human errors, and of course it gives companies the ability to expand much faster. So as finance professionals, it's important that we support this cause and get more and more connected with these processes, systems, and the technology, so that we can drive the organization or support the growth of the organization when it comes to any of the finance functions. Could be corporate finance side of things where mergers, acquisitions are supported, could be financial reporting side of things, could be something to do with treasury functions, could be something to do with controls and bringing in more internal control aspects. So in any of these financial areas or the areas that finance do drive with the organization, it's important that technology is being embedded and looked into. So I think we have few live examples which I won't take too much time in this conversation, but probably maybe later on after the questions come in, we can further elaborate on. So to you, Travis, I think a brief introduction there.
Great. I think Hasita touched on the corporate side. I would really like to give the mic to Arjuna, because I know there are 700 students who have gone through the best of the institute and the worst of the institute. So I know you would like to see what Arjuna will say, what is there for the future chartered accountants in terms of challenges and solutions on the technology side. Over to you, Arjuna.
Thanks, Travis. Institute, so I think Travis wants me to talk from the perspective of the institute instead of chartered accountants. So we as an institute has been trying to be very proactive in trying to understand how the profession is evolving, and also trying to find solutions and basically position the chartered accountant who is going to come out as a person who will be valued and who can make a true contribution. The topic is about technology and how technology is at least the theme of your conference is about technology and how technology is impacting the accounting profession. I must tell you, technology has impacted the profession very, very significantly. If you really see the evolution of an accountant, I think a long time in the history, we started as record keepers, maintaining ledgers, producing accounts. Then when moved on to be analyst, producing account has been analyzed and variance has been given, explanation has been given, and so on and so forth. And I think, so if you really see, today technology is doing all that work. Today the ledger is not within our control, it's all fully automated. The analysis also will come out of the system, and the financial statements will come out of the system. And today the IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards, to all the accounting standards in other countries, are all getting embedded in technology solutions. So you don't have to really produce the financial statements by human intervention very much, except for the fact that we'll do adjustments. And this has revolutionized our finance function, and we need to position ourselves very clearly to meet with the challenges that are arising as a result of that. So if you really see, we as an institute changed the syllabus very significantly to 1 year ago, 1.5 years ago. We normally used to do this change incrementally. This time it was a greenfield project. We changed the syllabus drastically. And you will see the theme of the new syllabus is about partnering business, right? And that tells you a story to say that the role of the accountant has completely changed from producing financial statements and interpreting those. Those are no more. It's about playing a strategist role and adding value to business. And we have recognized that very clearly. And if you really see, this syllabus has 3 pillars: a knowledge pillar, a skills pillar, and a personal attributes pillar. And these 3 pillars are equally important, and we have given due weightage, equal weightage to these 3 pillars. So knowledge pillar is about all your tuition and studies you do. And we recognize that this environment has got so sophisticated. When we studied, it was 10 standards. Today you are studying 45 standards, right? And it is no more easy for you to understand and keep in mind all the standards and implication of standards. So therefore, we are now getting into open book exams. You will realize that, some of the subjects are open book. And we are looking at, if you really see going forward, there will be extreme specialization. You'll find that in practice, you'll find chartered accountants in practicing firms, specialists in employee benefits, how to interpret, how to account, how to do various things, to domain specialism, because it's so complicated. Like doctors. Doctors today, you will have ENT surgeons. Within ENT surgeons, you will have a specialization. So that's to the extent of situations that may evolve the profession. So I want to go very quickly. I don't have too much of time. I don't want to take too much of your time during question and answers, and we can discuss this further. But the personal attribute session, the skills development pillar is about training. Training you to be a successful accountant. And I must say, today there is no other profession except for sort of accounting profession where as soon as you qualify, you can become and work as an accountant with minimal supervision. Even a doctor today, if you go to a hospital, if you are being treated by an intern, will be very, very careful and scared. But an accountant is qualified enough because of the training that they go through, and they are competent enough. Attribute skill, I'm very happy to see that your entire conference today is about personal development to sort of attributes development in students. We heard Kishu Gomes, I heard that Niranjan was there. It's all about. So you also heard from Kishu Gomes communication. If you want to be a strategist and if you want to be partner in business, you must be able to apply knowledge to business context, and it's all about communicating. How these financial statements and what's prospective financial statements or what's being demanded by investors can be met by the business and from a finance perspective. So this is about influencing, this is about having the right communication skills and the way of communicating and providing this message. So one thing I want to tell you very quickly is, as an institute, we have got the syllabus, and we are hoping that this syllabus will meet the demands of the industry. We are producing the first chartered accountant under new syllabus in 2020 around that. And I must say, we heard just from Hasita saying that the entire accounting is getting outsourced. He's talked about processors, he's talked about shared service centers, and I don't think the entities will have people who actually process accounts anymore. It'll be completely outsourced like a lot of the other things. And it is about you as a head of finance interpreting and adding value to business. And in that context, the institute has created a specialist qualification of CFAS, you would have heard, Chartered Financial Advisory Specialist or something of that nature, exactly, I can't remember the name. But that is about creating specialists in processors and managing outsourced accounting centers so that you have an industry that's evolving. You know, the BPM, business process management industry, is evolving at a rapid pace, and it's a trust industry. So we believe as an institute we have an obligation to help that industry and create professionals that work in that industry so that the finance role of in a company and the practicing firms industry will be supported by this industry. We are also seeing dynamic accounting, real-time accounting. You will see situations where accounts are getting processed on a real-time basis and people being able to see accounts on a real-time basis, the shareholders. And we are now talking in terms of auditing, whether we will have to do audits also on a real-time basis using technology, where you have exceptions being reported and the auditor looks at it, accepts it, passes it. What you'll, at the end of the year, you might do a full audit, but on a real-time basis, accounts gets produced. On a real-time basis, the audits get done, and the shareholders and stakeholders have access to financial statements on a real-time basis. So that's the scenario. It's a interesting but a challenging scenario. So with those thoughts, I will move on because I think there's a lot to talk. Sorry about if I took some more time, but over to you, Travis.
Arjuna was so passionate, he 3 minutes went to 7 minutes. So that's okay. But I think in a single word, what Arjuna was trying to say was you have to be dynamic. But I know what you all are thinking. If the balance sheet is coming from the computer, if the consolidation is coming from the computer, if the bookkeeping is coming from the computer, why are you having these exams and testing us? This is the thing, don't think of that. There is more of grooming you all to be dynamic. With that, I will move on to our colleague from India. I think he will have a different perspective. At lunchtime, I just asked him, how many students do you all have? He said 800,000. If they had a students' conference in Sri Lanka, they will have to take Sugadasa Stadium or Kettarama so that you have 800 students and we can have the conference there. So Dheeraj, with that aspect, can you have your views on that?
Good afternoon. Say good afternoon. Ayu Bhavan, Sri Lanka. It's a pleasure over here with all the distinguished amenities people and the future chartered accountants of the Sri Lanka. And I'm very delighted to be here. And I learned, from last 2 days, a lot about the, activities which are you carried out as more of similarities. And I had interaction with the, word of studies of yours, yesterday, and understood a lot of things. And I suggested something which you already saying that, we have 800,000 people as a students base. So we have, of course, challenges are there. The topic which are assigned is challenges and the solution for in the technological terms. As since morning, people are discussing about technologies, and I was just wondering, also, listen to Arjuna discussion and views. It's definitely I'm delighted to learn that the last year itself the course curriculum has changed. Like in India, we call it as a business solution provider. The chartered accountant terminology has completely changed. Rather than being, we used to be an accountant, just mere accountant, and now, chartered accountant looked as a business solution provider. We are chartered accountant in India, rather than be IAK as a CFO, there are chartered accountant coming as a CEO, and the chartered accountant leading role as a CEO of the company. In the morning, the professor has briefed that the most of the businesses are taken by the engineer or some other professional. But I could proudly say that in India, most of the businesses, houses, and technically proudly taken by the chartered accountant, like in the construction industries, like hotel industries, like in the financials, like in the capital market. All the businesses are led by the chartered accountant. So we could also, in Sri Lanka, we can see it, the chartered accountant lead the businesses rather than be sitting on the back. They could be a front runner. So like, the course curriculum, we have the course curriculum, like Sri Lanka in India has the same course curriculum. In the same course curriculum, we have the business and topics in such a way that we teach all our students in all angles. So they have the costing part, they have the accounting part, they have the finance part, they have the technology parts. So once the students have the all kind of part, so he can be in the marketing side, then he can be a leader on the front side. So that's my suggestion to all the guys that let's take it one step ahead as a business solution provider, rather than be sitting on the back side. Come to the front and take lead on this particular topic. Coming to the technology part, being a leader, I know that in India, in technology part, I visited Wipro and Infosys. I've seen that how many professionals were there in the Infosys. In one campus, in only single one campus, there are 600 chartered accountant employing as a technology partner, as a technical person. In the Wipro also, the technological person is like the same kind of, in the TCS also, the same kind of person. So the chartered accountant, like, the SAP, ERP solutions, the chartered accountant are developing the SAP and they are working on the SAP. So chartered accountant and taking role in the technology partner, technology bay also. So I'm in the technology bay, definitely it's a chartered accountant can take lead on the front rather than be, use the technology part. I can say take the technology part as a leader. Coming to the, professional, like we have the two parts. One is professional as a practicing chartered accountant, and the professional working in the industries. Coming to the professional in the industry side, or let's take the first one, the practices side. The chartered accountant definitely have the challenges. Now the IFRS is coming. In India, we have started the IFRS. The accounting standards are converged in the IFRS through the AS. And we started it, and being, all the global boundaries have reduced by the technology. So the chartered accountant are able to address on the accounting standards internationally. So taking the clue IFRS, I think 136 countries are following the IFRS. So this is also, we have seen that a lot of sort of professional globally, and we have seen that globally sort of profession. So IFRS can be opportunities for the chartered accountant working in a remote city or country. So if you are taking a challenge to understand the IFRS, you can serve the entire globe in terms of the quality, in terms of the knowledge, in terms of each and everything. So that can be as a knowledge pool account, as a knowledge process outsourcing, which we are discussing at knowledge process outsourcing as a technology part. If in India, there's a huge number of companies are set up their businesses, a knowledge process outsourcing in terms of their filing returns. In India, 70–80%, the US taxes and return are filed through India. So maybe, the Sri Lanka also can take lead on the, filing the returns in the US. So knowledge process outsourcing, another area. I can say it's the international taxation. International taxation, that's, the economy is growing, the boundaries are limited, and the new companies are coming to the another company. So you should also understand the international taxation person, and a chartered accountant, only the person who could understand the various tax codes and related double tax agreement TTs. So that's another challenge and development and solution for the chartered accountant. Another front, I could say that in terms of the professional in the job, the chartered accountant in India, they are not only working as an accountant. The chartered accountant, like in the Reliance, in Adani, the chartered accountant is working in each vertical, each field, whether the HR, whether in the sales, whether the marketing, whether the operation, whether in the finance. So chartered accountant in entire segmental area, a chartered accountant is working. So take it clue that why just restricting yourself into the only particular accountant field. If you know having the knowledge, you can also work in the different fields. So that's another perspective which are emerging. In India, we have started in the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. We started the entrepreneurs committee also, entrepreneur. The chartered accountant in the global era and technology era, they are developing, they are coming with the startup in the technology part. So that's also a welcome stage. Previously, 3 years before downline, these activities are taken care by the technology people or engineer people. Now the chartered accountant are taking over the entire part from these guys. So you can also take a lead on the entrepreneurship side. You can become a entrepreneur, have a good idea, use the technology part, and run the business. So thank you this way, and if you have any suggestion, I will definitely be there.
I always love the Indians because they always come with a contingency plan. Now see, when he started, at least the students or the delegates from his country were largely applauding. Sri Lanka, no one is applauding. So you all at least have to follow when the panelists are going to talk, at least applaud. Okay? Very good initiative. Huh? Round of applause for them. Lovely. With that, I'll move on to Aruna, who is from AMBA. You all know AMBA is a research institute, so I think Aruna will give a different perspective, I'm hoping from the capital market side and so on. Over to you, Aruna.
Thanks, Travis. Okay, so the topic for the day is how technology has affected the finance professionals and the challenges it has created and how we can deal with it. I have seen technology basically making a lot of people successful, a lot of people winners. And at the same time, some people have got completely wiped out due to technology. Why is that? People or the accountants or the firms that were capable of identifying new technology or applying an old technology in an innovative way have always found a competitive advantage, or what you call the sweet spot, and had made a lot of profits and have progressed a lot. But the people or the firms and the accountants who has not embraced the evolving technology in their day-to-day work, but held on to the old practices or whatever the way things have been done during the past so many years, have got wiped out because they were replaced by more efficient technology. If you look at the capital markets space, there are many examples. Few of them are, for example, dynamic reporting, automated model building, maybe crowdfunding, probably automated trading platforms, big data analytics. All these things have played their part in basically affecting the life of the accountant from a technology perspective. Travis, in the interest of time, I'll explain only a couple. Okay. So I would like to take two. One is dynamic reporting. The other one is basically automated model building. Now, when we were at school, how did we write reports? We took a piece of paper and a pen and wrote a report. Then when we went to our parents' offices, we saw these people using typewriters to type reports. Then came the word processors, then the computers, and if you look at last 5-10 years, you basically type the report in computer or generate the report in computer. Then you either PDF and e-distribute it or convert into HTML format and distribute it. Or if not, you print it out and send it through mail or a courier. Now these are static reports. What is a static reports? Let's assume that you took for an example, you build a scenario analysis. In this scenario analysis, you took a revenue growth rate of 5%. And all your projections, forecasts, charts, tables, everything is based on your projection, 5%, static. Once it is put down in the report, it is there. Where every time you read, you see an assumption of 5% revenue growth rate. Now it has been replaced. Now it is dynamic reporting. What is dynamic reporting? All of you have smartphones. All of you have tabs. The report comes to your tab or smartphone, and the program allows the user to change the assumptions based on what he thinks is right. And when the assumptions are changed, the charts, the graphs, everything changes with the changed assumptions. People don't want the static reports anymore. They want to incorporate the changes that take place on a continuous basis, or their viewpoints into the reports written by others, and see what results it throws out. So that is one area that we have seen a lot, where the conventional reporting is getting replaced by technology plus reporting. Second example, let's say model building. Let's say that you wanted to build a model for the telecom industry. What will you do? Let's take that you want to build a model either for Dialog in Sri Lanka or Reliance in India, whatever. So if you want to build the report, the model, what will you do? You will look at the annual reports, you will look at the press releases, you will look at the Telecommunication Regulatory Commission reports, industry reports. The junior accountant or a junior financial person will spend a lot of time in identifying these historical data and putting it to a proper Excel format and building the model. And then someone who is more senior will take it over, tweak it, put their assumptions and come up with a final valuation for that company. But now that job of that junior financial professional is redundant. Why? Now people use APIs. Those are application programming interfaces which let you talk, or your model talk, or your model template talk to data providers such as Bloomberg and Reuters. So through this talking mechanism or through this interface, automatically those historical data is extracted and the working model is already built. So the job of the junior accountant or junior finance person is not there. But still the job of the senior finance person is there, because he needs to inbuilt his knowledge, his vision to the model, tweak it and come up with the final price or final valuation or whatever. So these are a couple of examples. As I told you, there are many. I think going forward we can discuss them.
Round of applause. When you start, you applaud. When you end, you applaud. This is the normal system. If you want, in between, you applaud just to give a motivation. But when Arjuna was speaking, I realized how outdated I am on technology. So he said he selects two and he select model building. I was so happy he was going to teach us how to build a supermodel. But to see, this is something on modeling on financial, what do you call it, structures, not the fashion. So moving on with that, I think one of the most key talked about industries in the current economy is business process outsourcing or knowledge process outsourcing or outsourcing itself if you take. So to tell about on that side of the view, I asked Jehan is here from Informate, is the CEO of the Informate outsourcing arm. Jehan, on your views on the challenges and solutions the future chartered accountants might face?
I can really endorse what the panelists said because we are seeing an explosion today in all the leading companies of Sri Lanka in shared services. So if you look at it, Haley, Spence, John Keels, MS, Brandix. So outsourcing the basic accounting functions is becoming the norm. So the challenge for all of us as accountants is how do I stay relevant in this highly automated environment? Now a bank reconciliation today, and it is very relevant to shared services, is just getting a text file from the bank, which is emailed to me, uploading to my ERP system, and all the matching happens automatically by the system. So all our core accounting functions are now being handled automatically. So how do I add value in this environment? There is also an increased risk of frauds and cybercrime happening also in this environment. So it's important for us to understand that though we may have the world's best systems, we still need to, as chartered accountants, exercise our professional judgment in designing and setting up those systems properly and the controls. If we just leave it to the system, very intelligent people have found ways to break the system, to play the system. So some key skills that I feel that we as accountants need to have. Number one, please master Excel. You heard Aruna talking about it. It seems a basic thing, but it will really add a lot of value because if you look at analytics, big data, all these things, the foundation really comes from our knowledge of Excel, and you can really impress your bosses with some of the latest tools and formulas. Some of us say that the best ERP is actually Excel. Number two is designing processes. Right? Can we design processes in this ERP and shared services environment with a particular idea on controls? This is one of the core chartered accountants' fundamentals, controls. And that remains relevant, particularly relevant in this new environment. Third thing is communication, as Arjuna said. Right? So today, if you look at the leading CFOs, they are masters at communication, both in writing reports, in analytics, and in presenting it. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I was actually talking to the Indian colleague. Getting from Jehan, it's very important to have structures and procedures because I come from an IT firm, actually IT background, and this hacking is very prevalent. Today, if you heard the news, you would have heard from Panama. The hackers have taken very vital information of people who are having, accounts which nobody knew about. So this is very important to have these structures and procedures. So if you have really heard the news and if you really knew the names, you would know the panelists are not there in that list. So we are very pure panelists here, just to keep you informed. Okay. With that, moving along, I won't take a lot of time. Tishan was here next to me and he's looking at me and saying, why am I not given the mic to talk? All the other panelists are talking. I didn't give Tishan the mic, I kept it for last because Tishan is from auditing background. And most of the students who are here are doing their training in the audit firms. So I think it will be very relevant to see what Tishan puts out, to see how to tackle the challenges which are going to come in the future through technology. Over to you, Tishan.
Thanks, Ravish.
I happened to read a very interesting book 7 or 8 years ago. That time I was actually working in the USA. The title of the book is The World is Flat, written by Thomas Friedman. It talks about globalization. And as I understood, advancement in information and related technology has really created the platform for globalization, resulting postmodernism, etc. And what has happened along with that, the people's needs, requirements have also got changed. Also, along with the new technology, there happened to be a new business model, or existing business models got deteriorated or got modified, and that has naturally created a different risk profile in terms of business risks for organizations. Now, you may remember about 1.5 years ago what happened to Sony. Somebody hacked into Sony's email servers, and certain private and confidential type of emails been released to internet, and it had an impact on one of their movie releases. Then while reading Journal of Accountancy of AICPA of the USA, I noted, I think last February, I noted some 390,000 odd taxpayer informations been compromised. Somebody has hacked the IRS, Internal Revenue Service information system of the US, and information been stolen. And 2 weeks before, anybody from Bangladesh? Correct me if I'm wrong. 2 weeks before, when I was reading weekend newspapers, I noted that Bangladesh somebody hacked into Bangladesh central bank server and had released instructions to Federal Reserve Bank to transfer some of the funds out of Bangladesh account, and some $80 million have been, illegally or inappropriately transferred. Am I correct? So, these are and it could happen to us also, right? And likewise, this new technology, advancement in technology, as much as it has facilitated our life, the risk profiles faced by businesses got changed. So obviously, as an auditor, not only as an auditor, even as an accountant, due to change in business risks, risks in terms of financial reporting also had got changed, and it's technology driven mostly. So in that context, it's very important for a financial professional or an internal auditor or an external auditor to keep updated. And now if I talk about auditing, these new changes have brought in a new profession called information systems auditing. Without an involvement of an information systems auditor, you can't really perform a solid statutory audit for a bigger mid-size to bigger size, large size organization. You need to have that skill. So skill set required for an auditor and the competency levels got changed along with the advancement of technology. If you take most of the international audit firms, now they use audit softwares to maintain electronic working papers. So we are going towards paperless auditing. I mean, we have all the information, but those are really scanned, and audit evidences also stored on these audit softwares. And we use softwares like IDEA and ACL to run computer-assisted audit techniques. And it's very user-friendly, and efficiency and cost-effectiveness of audits been really enhanced. And even to stay competitive in the market, to have healthy competition, using these technologies would really be helpful. So overall, what I have to say, even though if you are not going to practice as an auditor, even if you end up being an entrepreneur or an internal auditor or an accountant, this basic knowledge on information system security is really vital in the context of changes in technology.
I was waiting for the applause. I think what Tishan says is very relevant, where the auditing structures are moving into technology. Otherwise, the auditors now, the way they are doing the audit, I'm sure they can't find anything. That is, I have told my auditors also, I don't know why you all are doing the audits like this. You can't find anything the way we are doing it. So I think you have to move into a different way of looking at things when technology is encroaching into the business. With that, before moving on to the questions, can we have a round of applause for Dheeraj, who has graced the occasion? I think he has to go at 4 o'clock, something, so he has asked to take leave from the panel. Can we have a round of applause for Dheeraj, who graced the panel today? For your information, I don't know where he is going, but I don't know whether he is going to the airport or he is going to do something else. I am unaware what he is doing. So he is out of my hands at the moment. So what I wanted to put in my sense was, when I was listening to this, as students, you will have a very fundamental question. Now, what is the job you all are going to do? Bookkeeping, you can't do. Accountancy, you can't do. Auditing, you can't do. What else are you going to do? Now you are training for chartered accountants. Being accountant, first of all, when you finish the exam, first day you walk in, you can't be the CEO, no. Then all the CEOs are sitting, they'll be kicked out. So you can't be the accountant also. The accountant who is there, he is not changing. So what are you all going to do? This shouldn't this be a question for you all? So before me asking that, I am opening this to the floor. Is the time for the question? Already the hands are coming up. I'm sure these foreign students have got together and got an engineered conspiracy to put this panel in trouble. So I saw them getting together, writing these questions, so on and so forth, so many questions. Anyway, the floor is open. We have 15 minutes, if I'm correct. Organizers? 15 minutes? Right. You all have 15 minutes to bombard the questions with the panelists who are here. Already only 4 are remaining. I'm sure after the questioning, there will be none remaining. So take this 15 minutes and put across your questions. There was a questionnaire on the website. No, you all have taken the technology out. Organizers, some website was there where you can pump the questions since it is there, but the website is not here. I have to look behind. This is what technology does to you. I am also confused. Anyway, anybody you can stand and ask, I will appreciate that. I'm sure there's a foreign student who is there. Can we give him a mic? If there's anything, you can give this mic.
Good evening. My name is Raad Ali Hashmi, and I'm here on behalf of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Pakistan. My question to anyone who is willing to answer from the panel is, as the systems and the ERPs get better day by day and they get more complex and smarter, I would like the panel to present their opinion on the threat that IT poses over the role of chartered accountants in the form of job security, job redundancy, and job relevance.
One good thing is I am the moderator. I don't have to answer these things. I just have to pass the ball. That's it. Yes, what's your name again?
Raad Ali Hashmi.
Okay, Ali Hashmi, I'll put it to a past president who I think touched on this a little bit, how the job redundancy might affect the chartered accountancy. Over to you, Arjuna.
Right. So if you really see, we are finance professionals. We will be finance professionals. And that domain belongs to us. And we need to add value to business from that domain's perspective. So at a board level or at a management level, there is definitely need for input from a finance perspective. the issue of not being able to, technology taking over, doing the ledger, taking over the preparation of finance statements, all that is correct, and you're right to say in terms of loss of jobs across all domains, not only finance. It's happening across the world, and we are hoping that that will result in more leisure for us. That's what we are hoping. But in terms of finance professionals, that domain remains with us, and that's a critical input to business. And if you really see, it is a good base also for people to perform general management roles. Today there are many, we heard from our Indian colleague saying in India, a lot of the general management roles from operations to chief executive roles to capital market roles, the finance professionals play. And so I personally believe finance domain will remain and will remain relevant, and we are moving towards making it more and more relevant. And we see a scenario where value addition to business gets enhanced through this process. And the value of a finance professional can be valued and will be appreciated more from this perspective, because otherwise people consider this to be more of a routine nature. So I see a scenario where the value proposition for accountants getting enhanced through this process, and I'm hoping that there'll be more leisure for people as the world evolves with technology.
I'm just going to say a round of applause. I assume that you got the answer, more or less. It's like you actually create a niche when you become a chartered accountant. So whether technology can encroach into that niche, you have to wait and see. Currently, they have not encroached. So still you have the opportunity to have your job security, or let's say there is opportunity to have a job. Next one. I'm sure there might be thousands of questions for the audience. Yes, the gentleman is there. Can you pass on the mic to him, please?
Good evening, I'm Mohammed Rifan. I have graduated in Business Information System, plus doing this chartered. So this doubt is for a long time, I think, right time to clear. Based on your discussions, the role of a chartered accountant is diversified from the conventional role to different roles due to the advancement of technology. My question is, the chartered accountants produced by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka, are they with right skill and competent enough to face these technological challenges? Do they have the ability to incorporate these technological changes in their future careers? Why I'm asking this, we are studying, so you people are in practicing this profession. So I just need a clarification on this.
Good, you said you people. We are also in this. Anyway, there is Tishan who is already in the practicing industry, so I'm sure he will if ever you all have been called upon to be a panelist, select moderator. Do not select anything. Over to you, Tishan.
Yeah, it's a good question. I can answer that question using my personal experience. I did my articleship those days with a firm called Burahati and Company, and later on it got the affiliation with BDO. And just after my articleship, I worked for about 1 year as a manager. I joined PricewaterhouseCoopers Botswana office. So there I worked for about 2 years, and from there I was seconded to PwC International Head Office in New York. And my God, the sort of technology, the way that they did things, completely different. And I must tell you, that time I felt that I was sort of outdated and I was not keeping pace with my colleagues. Then, I actually, I had to work a bit hard compared to others to catch up in terms of technology, to catch up on electronic documentation, in learning, carrying out computer-assisted audit techniques using softwares like ACL. And I think it's much more individualistic. You know, some of my colleagues who went on secondment, they couldn't take it and they just went back after probably 1 or 2 months. So whatever the challenge, I don't think that everything relevant to the accounting profession under the sun and the moon can be taught through the syllabus. You may agree with that. So we had to understand, being individuals, we have to understand the future challenges and the skill set, and then we have to individually try it out, right? Because, you know, sometimes even if we teach something, say through, it could be through the firm, it could be through the institute, after some time, you know, people lose interest and they forget. They do not keep on practicing. I'm not blaming. So my viewpoint in answering your question is it's sort of a individualistic thing, you know. And why I thought of becoming a certified information systems auditor, that's how I took the challenge. So while working in the US, I understood, okay, without this particular qualification, I would be nobody in terms of, you know, statutory auditing. Had I continued in the US, it was considered that as bit of a difficult exam, given the fact that I didn't have IT-related qualifications with me. So I wanted to improve myself. I wanted to make sure that I was in par with my colleagues who happened to be working in New York. So I worked hard, studied, got through the exam, and captured the qualification as well as the skill set to face the future.
In between all this, Arjuna also tapped me and said, I have to give my 2 cents into this. So over to you, Arjuna.
Right. I think that just to add to what Tishan was saying, I think your question was very specific. What is the institute doing in relation to upgrading the knowledge and skills in relation to technology environment or technology related to our domain of finance? So as I believe you are a student of the institute, and as you know, in our personal attributes pillar, there are 2 main areas that we focus on. One is communication, other is technology, right? And as you know, IT training is mandatory. Earlier we used to teach Microsoft Office to PowerPoint to at an initial level, and then move on to a ERP environment, training on an ERP environment subsequently. Now, under the new syllabus, we believe there was no need for Microsoft Office and PowerPoint because all of you all are familiar with it by the time you become a student. So we are now getting you accustomed to a ERP environment under that training. We believe in time to come, there will be no need for this technology training. My son, who is 12 years old, today he is technology savvy, no one has taught him. He will go to the Facebook to whatnot, right? So in time to come, the basic technology skills, I think the students will have. Until then, we need to make sure that the people who are passing out is technology savvy and can interact and integrate with technology. And our real requirement would be to make sure that technology is used as a tool, in our work. And we have conscious of that, and we'll continue to give technology training in relation to that. But I believe, and also your work environment, isn't it? You as trainees in all our firms, today we are using audit tools in auditing environment, you will have financial statements printed out of systems. And we also audit the systems, and you get involved, interactive with the systems. So I believe this challenge of working in technology environment will slowly diminish. The challenge will diminish over a period of time. Until then, the institute is very conscious that we must make sure the products that we produce, chartered accountants, are in a position to integrate, interact, and use technology as a tool in their work.
Hi, this is good evening. This is
I
Mary
had
Masood.
said to word anyway. The guy from Bangladesh with $81 million. Over to you.
Yeah. Yeah, you pointed the point, like, yeah, as you discussed about the central bank, what happened, as we are KPMG, as a part of the auditor of central bank, so while we'll be visiting the next year, as a auditor to central bank, since you know some incidents happened with central bank, and as we'll be visiting as auditor to central bank, what will be the query regarding this, and how we can give them advice regarding fraudulent activities happen?
Yeah, good question. Actually, now even I think as far as I know, if you take even the KPMG audit methodology, before the detailed work is done, you obtain audit comfort on the systems and processes. Obviously, you would be getting an information systems auditor involved. Okay, what I would do, I would start from the top. I would see whether the governance in terms of information technology is happening properly, whether there's a information system security policy. Right? In most of the organizations, you can't find an information system security policy. Even if you may find a document, but practical application may not to be seen, right? Starting from there, then I would look into all the key processes in terms of financial reporting, and I would identify the automated controls. First of all, I would identify what sort of risks are lying in each of the processes. Then I would see whether there are adequate controls covering those risks. Controls could be manual or automated. And if there are automated controls, then I would get my information systems auditor to, I'm referring automated controls in terms of financial reporting. Controls that would have an impact on the numbers in the financial statements, and as well as the financial statement assertions. Okay? Then I would get my information system auditor to audit those automated controls and to give me a report along with the viewpoint of the general computer controls. And I would certainly retain, information systems auditor may not be able to do all the work, so I may have to retain an expert to carry out a network vulnerability test. That is, you had to retain an expert. There are various softwares. There's a subject area called ethical hacking, right? Then I may probably retain an ethical hacker, and I may use various types of softwares to breach into the network. That's what I would do in terms of, in the context of these risks. And if I see any vulnerability, I would obviously strengthen my audit testing on those areas. I may have to end up doing more manual testing also if there are no proper automated controls. Is it clear for you? Welcome.
BDO will be sending you a bill for KPMG Bangladesh, so that they said they did procedures, you can pay them back. Okay. I would love to take all the questions which are coming in, but my time is limited. I will take one more question. I already have two in my hands, but I would like to use this digital technology which you have introduced, where you can log into some, I think, portal or text. Is there any question which has come through that? These are the questions. Finally, they have resorted to my paper. See, all digital things, they give it to me in paper. So I'll read one of these. I don't think I have two. I'm shutting off at 4:25. One question I would like to, put it to Aruna, because you all work in different kind of accounting technologies that you all use. What will be the impact on auditing and accounting role after upcoming economic digitization in Sri Lanka? I have a wonderful job. I can put you in trouble. So I'm sure you might need a second or something to rethink this. Or I can do the other question.
Okay. First qualification is that I have not worked as an accountant or an auditor for the last 12 years. So with that background, before that I have worked as an accountant as well as an auditor. How this economic digitization is going to help you? I think one of the key things that might happen is your access to information will increase. You will get more real-time data, more complete data, more comprehensive data, which will enable you to prepare or make more informed decisions. I believe the perception or the view of an accountant as a person who does the post-mortem is over. Earlier, what we did was we looked at what happened during the last 1 year, prepared accounts based on that and published that. It is important, it's a statutory requirement. But to be an accountant who is going to be a CEO one day, that is not sufficient. What you need to do is you need to help the business in making some decisions. Decisions to guide your company in the right path. For that, you need to build a vision. You should be able to make calls. You should be able to take risks. Now, all these things will be easier when you have more comprehensive real-time information. Economic digitization, in my opinion, will basically help you in achieving that target. That's my view.
Applause are dying and dying and dying. You should be more motivated in applause. Now you all are applauding too much. Anyway, I was going to close my session, but a lady said, I want to ask a question. When a lady asks something, you can't say no. So I am giving this opportunity to the lady in front who said, I want to ask a question. I'm hoping you'll stand up and ask the question. Can we give a mic to her, please?
Good evening. I'm Avni Mishra from India. So my question is that we know that technology has been both creating and destroying jobs. And our discussion today has been skewed towards the job destroying effects. So in light of that, what I would like to ask is, could we potentially open up a new area of converging 3 interrelated professions, which are chartered accountancy, the company secretary course, and the cost and management accountancy? And how receptive should we be to such a suggestion or such an initiative in future?
Round of applause for the question. Jehan is sitting in a corner waiting for this kind of questions because he is in this BPO kind of industry which has opportunity for different kind of people coming in. Over to you, Jehan.
First of all, I endorse what you said in the sense that we need to look at technology positively and embrace it, because that actually has so many opportunities along with it. I'm not so sure about the secretarial part, but definitely the management accounting side as along with the financial accounting side, definitely I see a convergence. And I see that in my organization today, we have a chartered accountant who does both financial reporting as well as all the forecasting. We involve her in all our decision making. So I would like to endorse the view that was shared by many of the panelists that the chartered accountant is more relevant than ever before. And as a CEO, we rarely take any decision without first consulting our chartered accountant. And management accounting is a big part of the day-to-day functions of that role. On the secretarial side, yes, definitely there is the secretarial element comes in, but perhaps my take is that that may still be an area for a specialist.
Thanks, Jan. Hope your question has been answered fully or partially. Anyway, with that, I think time is a constraint. When you talk about technology, time also flies out. hope today's expert panel discussion has given enough of fruits for you all as students to see what are the next steps you have to take to meet the challenges that are coming in the future through technology itself. Technology and chartered accountants, convergence, it's inevitable. Whether you want to be a technologist or not, it's up to you. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Over to the master of ceremonies of the day. And with that, can we have a big round of applause for all the panelists who have come today?
Thank you, Mr. Travis, and that brings us to the end of an interactive, pretty interactive expert panel discussion. It's time to felicitate all our panelists to present the token of appreciation to our moderator, Mr. Travis Roach. I would like to call on stage
Mr. Prashant Muthugala, and to accompany him, I would like to call upon Ms. Dilipa Disanayaka to give the token of appreciation to Mr. Travis Roach.
Prashant, hold on for a moment, please. Next, for Mr. Jehan Periya Nayagam, to present the token of appreciation, President Prashant Muthugala, and he'll get accompanied by Sugandhi. Thank you, Prashant.
Okay, next, to hand over the token of appreciation to Mr. Arjuna Herat, I would like to call upon Mr. Ashaf, MSM, and Ms. Sammani Kaushalya on stage. Thank you, Ashraf and Sammani.
Hold on, Ashraf. One more to go. Next token of appreciation goes to Mr. Tishan Subasingha. And the Ashraf will get escorted by Dilipa once again. Thank you, Ashraf. And to our final panelist, Mr. Anura Pereira, the token of appreciation to be presented by Jayashan, and Jayashan will be accompanied by Philini. Thank you very much, Jayashan, and thank you very much, gentlemen, for your wonderful presence. Before we move along with our next most awaited, I would say, event, I would like to make a small announcement. It's about the raffle draw. Please make sure that you tear up the final edge part of the ticket and hand it over to the committee member, so you can have a stand chance to win a promising gift this evening. So just make sure you hand over your token edge to the organizing committee, please. as the next event of our agenda. It's an entertainment event by one of our winners at the inaugural CA Student Society Talent Show competition, which was concluded last January 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Anjali Jayasinghe from PLC to present Raise Me Up. Raise Me Up, the song. It will be presented by Anjali Jayasinghe.
Thank you.
That's indeed an astonishing performance by Anjali Jayasinghe. Ladies and gentlemen, give another round of applause to Anjali, please.
Thank you, Anjali, again. I think she didn't let us concentrate on anything else other than her song for a while. Okay.
And as the last presenter of the day and also of the evening, we do have Aslam Hamid. Mr. Aslam Hamid, by profession a business and IT consultant, project management professional, Prince 2 certified, a certified BPM practitioner, and a Lean Six Sigma black belt. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Mr. Aslam Hamid and welcome on stage.
You cannot do today's business with yesterday's methodology and be in business tomorrow. The executive committee, distinguished guests, foreign dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, very warm good afternoon to you. Good afternoon. Now, if your tea is delayed, it's not my fault. But I can give you hope, not about your future job, but tea is going to come in 40 minutes, but you have to put up with me. All right? So are you with me? All right, great. Before I start, let me see how this works. Technology? Yes. So my objective today is to present you these 4 points. By end of today, you will be able to answer or have some idea what this is all about. But before I start, I would like to know a little bit about you and refreshing. I'm sure that you were energized with her tremendous, astonishing performance. All right? So I want you to stand up when I request. Anyone doing lean accounting, can you rise up, please? Stand. Lean accounting? No? Anybody working for a lean enterprise or an organization on a lean journey, can you rise up? None? Anybody knows about lean project management, lean IT, lean accounting, lean service management, lean manufacturing? No? Anybody know about lean? Not, of course, losing weight. No? Anybody knows about ISO? Rise up. All right, few. Stand up, please. Can everybody stand up, please? You're falling asleep. Come on. Everybody stand up. Okay. Right? Everybody's up? Take a deep breath and please sit down. Oh, thank you very much. I'm so pleased. You're a very obliging audience. And I want this to be a little bit more interactive session so we can enjoy. And I'm sure next 10 minutes you will not fall asleep. But I'm trying to maintain that for the next 40 minutes. All right? Let's keep going. Oh, where does this work? Okay, what's this? Scale. So let me go back to what I said before. You cannot do today's business with yesterday's methodology and be in existence tomorrow. The world has become a one single marketplace. You can click any business anywhere. It's just a matter of a click away. The social media is the new frontier of doing business. So it has entirely changed the way we do business. Now, as a financial professionals, then what are you going to do about it? It comes with that ease and comfort. There are many, many challenges along with that. Now, are you ready for it? Now, as an individual, no matter where you live, someone, somewhere, working on the same job for better quality and the lower price. Now, if you keep standing still, you will be extinct. So you cannot be only financial professional and survive. You have to have multi-skilled as other presenters, Kishu Gomez and Niranjan said clearly, correctly, the communication, analytical skills, management skills, presentation skills, all should be encapsulated, and you have to be a competent professional to survive in this global economy. The customers are ever more and more demanding. So are we geared? So you have to take up those challenges. Now, you heard about this. Continuous improvement is one way to move forward. Niranjan was presenting about continuous daily improvement. What was that? What is it? Kaizen. That is the continuous improvement for better. It's a simple. Every day you have an objective. You try to work towards that objective. Okay, now all these objectives, whatever the continuous improvement, which I am going to present in few slides' time, are focused on one single person. Who is that? Who is that single person? No matter what organization you work for, who is that single person? The customer. No matter what job you do, at which level your organization you are in, everything is towards the customer satisfaction, because he is going to pay your salaries, right? If he doesn't buy, you won't get paid. If he doesn't transact with you, you wouldn't have a job. Now, there are many improvements initiative. Probably you would have heard about many of. How many of you all, now let me see. How many of you all are students? Can you put your hands up? Only students, you are not worked anywhere else. Little higher, I want to see. Few, all right. Okay. Now, how many of your organization are certified for ISO? None? Come on, don't feel shy. Raise your hands. I can't see it. No. Now, what ISO? Write what you do what you write. But ISO is only, that's 50%. The balance is, it's a continuous improvement. Revive what you have written and improve upon it. So it's a continuous improvement. Even in your personal life, you have to keep improving. Likewise, Agile. Agile comes with software development and theory of constraint. Probably you would have studied about it in school or elsewhere, university. And Lean, IT. Lean has gone into IT. Earlier, Lean started in manufacturing in the last century. And it has expanded and taken into many industries, into Lean IT, Lean project management. Now accounting is it's about few years old. It has not taken the world by storm. Six Sigma is a statistical-based improvement tool, and total quality management and etc. And Lean, today I'm going to talk about only Lean. The reason is, it's very appealing, very cost-effective, and very easy to follow. So you can apply to any organization. So Lean, this particular term, Lean, coined in 1990s, but these tools which was used is from last century. Now let's take an example to explain Lean. What do you see here? What do you see here? Two ladies, right? So I have given one lady a name A and second lady B. I want some answers to this question. Now, which lady generates more waste? A or B? Come on. Now, how can you communicate? Now, all previous two speakers was talking about communication, right? Right, communication. Now, if you don't communicate, we cannot do business. Now, come on. I want answers. A or B? A. A little more louder. Now, which lady is much more dynamic, agile? B. Which lady is cost less to maintain, not on makeup, in terms of food? B. Right? Now, you all know Lean. That's Lean is all about, okay? By definition, Lean means A systematic approach, whatever we do, it has to be systematic. Even in your personal life, have a vision and a mission and objectives and the steps how we are going to go towards. And eliminating waste, the important ones I put it in red, with a continuous striving towards achieving that goals. Now, in simple terms, I can describe lean as maximize value and minimizing waste. You got it? There are two things, maximizing value and minimizing waste. Now, when you take a customer, as a customer, if you are going to buy a product, what are the three things you look for? One is cost. Second one is quality. You want better quality for that price. And you want it faster delivery. Now, has anybody done orders on eBay, ordered anything on eBay or Amazon? Yes? Now, if you order something which you really wanted to have, you really want to have it just today, but you are impatient to receive that as fast as you can. So delivery is one very critical aspect. So anything what we do as a customer, what he wants is these three things. So you need to focus on these three important elements: cost, quality, and delivery. And lean is a fantastic tool. I encourage everybody to learn. Sure, once you learn what lean is, you will really fall in love. I guarantee on that. Lean has 5 principles. These are the 5 principles. I'll not go through. Let me touch upon 2 things. One is customer value, and second one is value stream. Now, when you want to buy a sports car, so what's your favorite sports car? Ferrari, okay. Tell me the one thing you will look on a Ferrari. Logo and the model. What will you look in a Ferrari? The looks, yeah. So when you want to go to a Ferrari showroom or Aston Martin or Lamborghini or Bugatti, once you go to the showroom, what will you look at? You want 0 to 100 in 3 seconds, speed. Then the color and the shape, that's what you are looking at a sports car. And the sound, of course. When you rev, you should have the sound which deafens the people around you. That's what you are looking. So the value, what in your terms when you go to Ferrari, you don't care whether for a liter it does 10 miles or 100 miles, right? What you're looking is, these are the things, what you're looking for. But you want a class. What are the classic cars? You want a Mercedes or a Rolls Royce or a Bentley or a Merc. When you want to buy a Merc, such a car, what will you look for? What will you look for? Engine sounds smooth. It's cool when you sit on it. With the leather seat, with the leather smell, you will feel really out of place. And the color and the prestige, integrated sound system, armed, projected dashboard, night vision, you name it, So when you drive a Rolls Royce, you have that class. So when you look for a car like this, this is what you look for. But when you go to a showroom like this, what will you look for? Yeah, you look for liter, how many kilometers does it do? Now, if the salesman says, sir, this car, within 2 seconds, it can go 0 to 100, will you care about it? You are not interested. What is your value? Your value is the economy. He may say, if you will be happy if he gives, okay, I'll give 2 barrels of fuel free for next 2 months. That will be the happiest thing you will hear when you go to buy a car like this. Right? So what does value means to you? Now that is the most important thing. The lean, what did I say? 2 things, customer value, increase value, and reduce waste. What you mean by the value as a customer. When you go to a restaurant, high-class restaurant, like on the 55th floor overlooking the Indian Ocean, a personalized service, live music. You know, when you go to a place like that, what do you expect? You want that class. You're not going to dine for next 5-10 minutes and take a meal and run away. You're going to spend 2-3 hours in that restaurant. Am I right? Yes? That's how. But drive-through restaurant. Where do you get a drive-through restaurant around this area? By the way, I'm from Kandy, so McDonald's. Okay. When you drive through restaurant, what is the value you want when you go to a drive-through restaurant? What is the value? Time, the speed. How fast can you serve? You're not going to sit there and listen to the music going inside. You're not going to spend next 10 minutes to serve your meal when you're driving through. 1 minute, you want to be served. And this guy going to dine in his car seat, yeah? So that's the value he's looking for. Who determines this value? The customer determines value. So any organization doing a business, what's the first thing? We should know what the customer wants. Now, if as a professional accountant or going to be the upcoming accountants, now you should see what the market looks for. No point studying something if the market is not demanding. You should see in the future, next 5 to 10 years, what the market needs. Now gear up yourself to meet those challenges. So when you finish your studies, you will be in a position that everybody wants to give you or offer you a job. So start now, not now. You have started a long time before at school. So the one important thing is communication. I strongly recommend if you're not, join at least a Toastmaster club. You will learn about communication free of cost. That's very important, right? I've worked in many finance departments. One thing we lack, I'm sorry to say this, they lack in communication. They cannot communicate because they don't deal with customers. They deal with numbers, right? So they're very important. And now, as a finance department, who is your customer? Now, some of you are working. You know who the customers are? Now, we know the value of it. Have you ever asked your customer, what is the value? Otherwise, you will be throwing stones at the coconut tree expecting the mangoes to fall. This is what will happen. Now, I'm sure if you ask the customers, one thing they will say, okay, we want the salaries on time. Yeah? Am I right? Yeah, so ask your customers, what do they value from the finance department? Then you can do only what makes them happy, right? Otherwise, you will be doing 100 things, but that will not make them happy. Now, to show the value, now you know what the value is. Now, to reach that value, there are a couple of things. When you take a transaction, this is a timeline. From the initiative of the sales up to the payment, these are the activities which is going to take place. One is sales and marketing activities. Okay, you have to make sales. Number 2, the order comes in. The customer places an order. Let me tell you what the white, green, and red means. Then handle paperwork. You design whatever the customer has ordered, and you start making the product. All right. Then you pack and store the product. Is this what happens? Then you ship the product and handle more paperwork, the insurance, the credit card statements, etc. Then invoice it. Then you receive the payments, credit card, debit, monthly reports, etc. And finally get paid. This is what happens. Am I correct? Yes or no? Come on, I can't hear you. Yes, all right. Now, if you have ordered something from eBay, all right, it is shipped from New York, it comes to Belgium, some distribution center, and it goes, and within 24 hours it's shipped again. You're quite happy, you're tracking the order online. Then it goes to a place in Timbuktu. 1 day is gone, 2nd day is gone, 3rd day is gone, it's not moving. You're furious. Why my parcel is not moving? Then to see, really, they haven't got the paperwork done properly. Some mistakes. Will you be happy or not? This is what happened in many organizations. You know, it sits there, it doesn't move. So what, as a customer, what really you are willing to pay is the one which is in green. All the others are waste. So in definition of lean, I told two things: increase what? Value, and decrease waste. So all the red which is in here are waste. The Toyota production, the Toyota production company who makes Toyota cars, their value added work, that is the green stuff, is 20%. The balance is waste. Now, looking at these transactions, can you tell me how much of work the finance does in relation to the green? What's the percentage of work? How much work do you do? Probably, sorry? Invoice and payment. What's the percentage of the total time? 40%? No, impossible. 20% or less. So 80% is waste. So 80% of the work finance does is a waste. Okay? So earlier, Riaz told 26% of your jobs is going to be lost. So you got to eliminate the waste and concentrate only on the value added work. That's the important. So most of the organization, as a standard, 80% of the work is a waste. Okay, so that's why lean is very simple and easy to follow. Once you take these activities, what is listed, you can categorize into 3 groups. One is value added work. That's the one which shown in green earlier. And necessary non-value adding activity. For example, in your organization, you have to do your final accounts. You need to have a security department. You need to have a maintenance department to maintain your machineries. So these are necessary. You cannot eliminate them. When you are working, you need to take a break to go to relieve yourself. It is necessary. You need to have a lunch break. You can't help it. So these are necessary non-value adding activities, but you must have that. Now this is about 20 to 30%, and the waste is the balance. 50 to 60% is a waste. Now any improvement in your organization, if you want to do, eliminate the waste. That's the fastest way to improve. Elimination of waste. Let me illustrate in a pictorial form. Now this guy is carrying sacks. He has to carry sacks, 50 kg sacks from place A to place B. His recommended weight is 50 kg. All right? Are you with me? So I'm talking numbers here. So each sack takes 5 minutes to transport. Right? So what is the value added work? He has transport sand, okay? What is the value addition? It's a sand. He wants to transport sand. What is necessary non-value adding? The sacks, because he has to put in the sacks. It needs sacks, otherwise he cannot transport it. But they don't need the sacks, they need only the sand. Now the sacks get soaked in water, okay? So its weight increased by 20 kg. Now what is the weight now? 70. Now he takes, because he can carry only 50, now he's carrying 70, so he takes more time. So he takes 7 minutes. Okay, so it's become slow. Now the non-value adding activity is water. So he's carrying 2 kgs of water for every sack. Now this is a waste. So it becomes slow. His performance is down. Now in our organizations, we do carry a lot of water like this, lot of waste like this. Now what does the organization do when you come to that situation? What do they do? The people with working experience, what do they do? Typical organization, what do they do? I can't hear you, a little louder. No, they don't reduce the weight. What they do is they give overtime. They get more manpower. That's what they do. So what happens? Your cost of production increases. This is typical organization. You go to any organization, this happens. So this is typically what happens. So when you take waste, these are the 8 wastes, different types. I'm not going to go into details. Steps are wasteful activities, but people are valuable. Okay? The people are the assets of a country and of an organization. But they are bombarded or assigned with so much of wasteful activities, they waste their time. They can't be productive. This is what happened in the organization. Now, some of the waste, let me relate it to you. Now, many organizations, they don't have standards. The ISO has brought some discipline to standardize it. Now, do an exercise. Go back to your organization and ask, if you have 10 people in your department, ask them to map a process. You know process mapping? Write down the steps to do maybe audit or a reconciliation or some purchasing activity end to end. You will have, I'm sure, 10 different versions of the maps. We have done this exercise. So different people understand things differently. They do different. So there are variations of doing. As Kishu said, there are variations. When you have variations, there will be mistakes. When you have mistakes, there will be delays. So organization will spend more and more time in correcting these. This will affect the quality, your delivery, and it will increase the cost. Who is going to be unhappy? Your customer. Not clear, complete, correct. 3 C's. Now, this is very common. I'm sure that this has happened to you as well. When you fill a bank slip, how many times you have forgotten to write your amount? How many times? Put your hands up. Right? When you fill some application, you're not clear. They come back to you, ask for correction or clarification. Has that happened to you? I think it's happened. Very common thing happens in organization. Capturing information that are not used. Now, how many of you are doing ABC costing, activity-based costing? Anybody? I was a very fan of it. Activity-based costing is cost every activity what you do to see where the costs are. But in lean terms, it's a waste. Okay? We apply the simple 80-20 rule. 80% of the cost comes from 20% of the activity. So handle this 20%, your 80% of the cost is under control. And have you gone to the immigration? Have you seen the immigration card in Sri Lanka airport? Yeah? You got to fill an address. Now, once I filled cell number 10, what is that prison? Bogambara prison, Kandy. And they said, stamped it, say, sir, have a safe journey. So we fill information, nobody uses it. Try that out, okay? Try that out. Nobody checks it. So we are capturing sometimes information, nobody uses it, right? Unnecessary approval. I think finance, they have mastered this act. So many approvals, over-approvals, this all causing delays. In one organization, believe me, the purchase order goes through 10 people for approval, including CEO, and we costed their time. It cost 40,000 rupees, not here in Sri Lanka, it's elsewhere, 40,000 rupees for approval of the PO, one PO. So that's the price you pay with unnecessary approval. Satellite system. Now, so many people spoke about Excel sheet. Now, before I come to that, how many of you all have implemented ERP, SAP or Oracle? Your organization has spent millions of dollars in implementing that. Now, how many of you have these ERP systems in place? Can you raise your hands? Okay, those people, how many Excel sheets do you have? You're using Excel as an ERP system. You know the problem with the Excel? I'm not a fan. Excel is very fantastic tool, very, very powerful. But unfortunately, the knowledge is with one single person. It doesn't have audit. It doesn't have validation. It doesn't have continuity from previous months. So it's quite a risk. You can change information you wouldn't even know. All right? So if you are using Excel repetitive every month, why? Why not you have a fantastic ERP system. Why don't you get it done through that? Or a system which IT can provide. So all these activities, what you do outside the system is a repetitive activity. I consider it as a waste. And multitasking, how many of you all do multitasking? And the Basel report says 25% of the time you waste because of emails, distraction, right? And added to that with the social media, WhatsApp and Facebook, I don't know, that numbers must be about 3 times more. And reports, so finance produce many, many reports. Now, and you must be automatically distributing it, am I right? Now, are you sure those reports are being read and looked at? Try it out, try this out. You send a blank report one day and see how many responses you get and you will know it. I have tried it, right? Send blank reports and see how people respond. 90% they will not respond. They will not even open your email. It comes every day, so it goes to a junk and nobody reads it. And budget is another waste. I'll come to that later, why I said that. Inventory. Is your boss like this? The inventory is a wasteful act. It is done because uncertainty and inefficiency. Now, if you can now Niranjan was talking about 5 years. Now, this inventory also related to that. If you can pull out your wallet, can you pull out your wallet? And if ladies dare to do so, can you open up your handbag? And check how many expired credit cards you have, how many unwanted receipts you have, how much money which you really don't need you are carrying. There will be so many. And you are carrying this around every day, right? Now, likewise, at home, at office, at workplace, even in your mind, so many unwanted other people's problem, you put it on your head and stress yourself. This happened. So clean up. As an organization, inventory is bad. We should not have it. I'll give you a simple example of a case study on the lean accounting. There was an organization, there was a problem. All the suppliers were complaining they were not getting paid on time. So the organization decided, they looked at the problem. It said 20% of the supplier wanted more money. Suppliers were reluctant to do business because when you send a quotation, they don't respond. And suppliers include a markup because the payments are getting delayed. So unfortunately, for these problems, the management gives the solution. Has that happened to you? Management says, for this problem, okay, automate the workflow. Does that happen to you? Because the problem is known only by the people who are hands-on working on it, not the management. So whenever management gives a solution, challenge them. Challenge them. Why? Okay, so this problem, the process excellence team went in and they checked out. They realized the suppliers are not informed where to deliver the invoices. So they deliver it everywhere. They deliver it to the purchasing department, stores department, and accounts department. So it is scattered everywhere. So then we decided, okay, it has to come into one place, and the solution was simple. Okay, and the finance department pays all the invoices only once a month. 21st. So we mentioned before the 21st, all the invoices should be sent to this particular person, and 80% of the problem was solved. There's no technology required. So today's theme, fusion of CYBERNATION. Before you apply technology, improve your underlying process. So clearly, let me repeat that. Before you apply technology, improve your underlying process. Otherwise, what will happen? What will happen? You will do the mess little faster. That's what will happen. all right? Or you will complicate your whole process as a result. Now, I told you a few things, how you can apply these lean tools into accounting, okay, to improve your accounting process the way you are doing. There's something called lean accounting. Most of you all have not done it. I'm not sure whether it's practiced in Sri Lanka. Lean accounting is a different way of accounting, not the standard accounting. It's different, okay? Now, this practice can be applied only if your organization is on a lean journey. They are implementing lean. If not, this system cannot be applied. But I'm telling you this so that you will be aware of it. If you happen to go to other countries, you will know basics of lean accounting. Am I right? Okay? So let's look at it. What is standard accounting? It's a post-mortem, isn't it? Do you agree with me? You are doing all the accounting after the month. It is like looking at the mirror and trying to drive forward after it has happened. You see a car coming at 100 kilometers per hour at the back, you think, okay, the road is clear because he's coming fast. That's how the way you are doing accounting. It's a post-mortem. And it's all geared about 100 years ago in 1930s and 40s. It's a concept of mass production, okay? It is an achievement of economies of scale. If you see the General Motors and Chrysler, in 2008, they went bankrupt. Why? Because of this. They tried to produce as much as they can. They keep producing. Customer didn't want it. And finally, they ran out of money because nobody wants to buy it. So that's the reason. So this is what standard accounting is. Inventory is an asset. Am I correct? In accounting term, you cost inventory. Oh, you are very proud you have so much inventory. And excess capacity is bad. Okay? If you have more capacity idle, as financial terms, it's bad. Now, anybody dieting? You want to lose weight? Yes? No? I think most of us want to lose weight, I guess. How many of you all do exercise? One. Only one? I think, come on, the previous... anybody have intent to do exercise from tomorrow? At least two people. What about the previous speakers? He was so much energy insisting on doing exercise. You don't want to be healthy? Anyone? Yes? No? I'm sure many of us have tried doing exercise to lose weight. And let me compare this losing weight with the lean and standard accounting. The standard accounting, what do? Okay, you decide I want to lose weight. Then you do exercise, right? And reduce your calories, you reduce your intake, your fat, you stop eating cheese, you stop eating fast food, etc. And what happens? After a week, you measure. Come on, you are increased by 2 kg. How come? Or you have lost only half a kg, you are very unhappy. And this is standard accounting. What lean accounting, it's a proactive. What it does is it adjusts the inputs, the ingredients to achieve success. That's the difference. Okay? So I want to lose 5 kg, and what am I going to do to achieve that? So adjust the input so that we will be able to achieve that 5 kg reduction. Okay, similarly, I'll take that analogy on our pricing structure. Now, standard pricing structure, if you want to increase profit, what do? Cost plus margin. Am I right? Anybody doing differently? Cost plus margin. Now, come on, students, you must be learning all this. Yes or no? Cost plus margin is the price. Now, if your competitor is less price, now if you want more profit, can you do that? You'll not be competitive anymore in the global market. Am I right? You'll not be competitive. In the lean terms, what it does is the equation is different. The price minus cost is your product. It's a cost reduction driven approach. You got to reduce your cost to increase profit. So the price remains the same, so you are competitive in the global market. So that's how lean looks at it. So lean profit comes from pull. Pull means it's actually produced only to the customer order. We should not produce to stock, which is against the lean concept. Excess capacity provides flexibility. Now earlier standard accounting, it's a waste. Excess capacity will produce flexibility. It doesn't mean that you need to buy a very, very powerful machine. What you do is you eliminate the waste, so you will have excess capacity in the machine. The one thing is defect. If you keep getting defect, what will happen? You will have to reprocess. Your machines are too busy then, right? So if you minimize the defects, that capacity is free. So it's excess capacity, so it gives the flexibility. Then inventory is a waste. Inventory is mother of all the waste. What are the problem comes which as a result of inventory? Now you see sometimes in the supermarkets you have special offers, right? What do you have? You buy 10 cartons of milk and you get 2 free. Am I right? Do you get like this here? Then you don't have time, you don't drink so much milk. So after about 2-3 weeks, half the things are expired, you throw it away. Has that happened to you? Yes or no? Very quiet audience, very good. All right, now this is a waste. Now likewise, even many organizations produce in the stock, you need to manage, you need to count. I think finance people go and count, take stock. You need to do the valuation, you need to see the expiry, you need to manage that. You need to have space, you need to have people, you need to have a computer system, barcoding, what do you call, I forgot the names. Okay, all that to manage your inventory. So all these are waste. Real-time cost analysis. I think Riaz and Arjun also spoke about real-time accounting. Now most of the financial reports are it comes after a month. But in lean accounting, it should be real-time. You should be able to see what's going on. For example, if some process improvement team says, I have reduced the time taken to produce this item by 1 hour, he should see that result in your cost. He doesn't need to wait for 1 month to see that. He should see it. Only then he will be motivated and the organization will see that his changes, these improvements are reflected in their bottom line. So this is very important. Then value stream accounting. Now most of the standard accounting is a department-wise accounting. Am I correct? So maintenance department costs this much, finance costs this much, IT costs this much. But in lean accounting, it's a value stream. Value stream means it's people from different departments working to produce a particular product. So that's the value stream. That's how you account in the lean accounting. So this is one example how the value stream accounting is done. You take all the cost, direct and indirect cost to produce that product. Not putting the cost of every product in together and get an average. That is not the lean accounting. Lean accounting get the cost related to that, produce that product value stream. And the financial reports are simple. Now how many of your people or the non-financial people understand your financial statements? How many? Have you ever asked them? Have you asked them? Most of them, I guarantee, the operational people will not understand your financial statement. Go and ask them. How many people understand what you have written? So you take so much trouble, so much detail, and you produce your monthly reports. Nobody reads them. So you need to have reports that they understand, so they can apply it and see the results reflected on their production. All right? So the lean reports are like performance, capacity, and profit. It's all reflected in one simple report. Anybody will be able to understand. So let me have you done monthly closing? Do you all do monthly closing? Anyone? Yeah, monthly closing. Okay, let me give that example. Now, first of all, if you want to monthly closing, how many days does it take, roughly? 5 days. Now you take 5 days to give that previous month's performance. That means you get only on the 5th of the month. Now I'll give a lean tool, set of steps. How can you reduce this to maybe 1 or 2 days? All right? Now first of all, you need to find out who your customers are. You get internal customers and external customers. And go and ask them what is the value you need from finance. Identify and put in steps. What are the steps you need to do to achieve that? Then have a continuous flow is one of the lean concept. Now instead of, for example, bank reconciliation, how often do you do bank reconciliation? Once a month? Once a month. So why not you do every week? Can you do that? You can do that. Then instead of taking 4 days, right, in one shot, you can do every week. That will be much easier. And also you will be able to recollect what happened during the week. That will be much more efficient and faster. So instead of leaving everything as a batch towards the end of the month, do it weekly. That will be faster. How many of you follow Formula 1? One. Only one? Those are the technologies which are applied, which comes into your cars in 10 years' time. So this is a fantastic racing event. Now, have you seen the tire change, Formula 1? How long do they take to change all 4 tires? 3 seconds, all 4 tires. It took 1.5 minutes about 40 years ago. Now it's 3 seconds, they change all 4 tires. Now here they apply this SMED. It's a tool called single minute of exchange of dice. Okay? They divide the tire change activity into 2. One is before the car stops and during the car stop. Okay? So to bring all the tires close to the tire change area is the activities which can they do before it comes. So similarly, your monthly activities, before the month close, you do all those activities before the month close. Some reconciliation, commission calculation. So your month closing date, the time period could be reduced. These are some of the techniques. And estimate the ranges. Like instead of paying commission 1 to 30th, why not you do from 25th to 25th? So your commission calculation all ready for the month end closing. So these are some of the things. And eliminate errors. Everybody unfortunately tolerate mistakes, right? Don't tolerate mistakes. Go to the root cause and solve the problem. Okay, there was one typical example I don't have time to explain. And SLA and OLA. You have agreement. SLA is service level agreement within the organizations, outside organization, your auditors, etc. What are the service level you expect from them? OLA is the operation level agreement. You have some agreement with the users within the department and outside the department, what you are going to deliver. And finally, every problem is an opportunity. Okay, when you hit a problem, some mistake, take it as an opportunity that you can improve upon. There's an opportunity you can improve upon. So take things positively and always go to the root cause of the problem, why this happened, and solve it once and for all. Don't let it repeat. And work smarter, not harder. Simple tools. One simple tool, let me tell, if your boss next time asks you for a report, ask these 5 questions. Why? If we can't justify, don't do it. Right? When you ask 2 times, maybe he wants something else. He himself will feel foolish for asking that. Try that and see. When your boss asks, what are the 5 steps? 5 whys. Okay. There are simple tools. You can use it and make your life easier. All right? So I hope that I have conveyed within a short time, delaying your tea time by 40 minutes. And I hope you will be able to answer. Albert Einstein said, if you can't explain to a 6-year-old, you yourself didn't know it. So I hope I have done some justice. And coming to CYBERNATION, the world is changing. You're talking about big data, augmented reality, artificial intelligence. The jobs what demands are where you can analyze these big data and give the intelligence out of the data. All your finance Finance people are very expert in analyzing data. And I can see a great potential you be able to analyze the data, the hidden truth inside the data. If you can bring that out. Like for example, if you go to a supermarket, what do you do now? How many items sold, during what time it is sold, and so on. That's all you do. The big data analysis, you look at customer footprints. Okay, this person comes, which alley he went, what item he bought, and then you compare that his nature. Okay, he's a businessman. Okay, he's a family man. Okay, now he's buying baby items. That means probably he has got a child. Okay, so you can have targeted advertisement. Okay, so you try to different demographic information and buying patterns and match it. You know, this is where you can be the success of next generation with your financial and analytical background. And also let me give you a good news. Despite having all these negative things about losing jobs, I think in Sri Lanka maybe not. When you work on the global world, okay, it is not only local currency, rupees and cents and within this small boundary. It's going to be international. You have to comply with tax regulations, regulations of different countries, different time zones, different complexity, laws, etc. So when you compound all these together, the finance is not going to be simple. It's going to be complex. So you should be able to change and face those challenges. I'm sure I've given up with a positive note. So thank you very much. I hope that you will fall in love with Lean. And back to you, Master of Ceremonies. Oh, I had to be on the stage.
Wonderful session. For two things, for breaking the monotonous, which was about to hold because it's a bit sensitive time, and second, for sharing the valuable knowledge. So it's time to extend our gratitude.
So to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Aslam Hamid, I would like to call on stage Mr. Chatura Gimhana.
You know, I thought having hair is a waste in terms of Lean. Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir. After going through right across the entire presentation of Mr. Hamid, I have fallen in love with him and as well as with the Lean concepts. And next, it's the most awaited event of the day, which is also most anticipated event by most of the audience. So it's the raffle draw. I hope that all have given their ticket edge to the committee members, so everybody will stand a chance to win a prize if they are fortunate enough. So and we'll be having a short break. It's not the tea break until we get the arrangement for the raffle done here. particular number, I'll be pronouncing 3 times. I repeat, I'll be pronouncing 3 times. And if the respective number holder absents to present here, that will lead for another reshuffle. That will lead for a redraw. I hope all clear. Do I need to repeat it? Great, hope all clear. And to draw the first number, I would like to call on stage Dilruk and Hashini on stage, please. I hope they are not there. Can we have Anushka and Tarindi on stage, please? Anushka and Tarindi. All right, we do have Dilruk and Hashini on stage over here, and we would like to call on stage both of you, please, to pick the first lucky winner. So you can see the drum rolling. And the first lucky winning number is 486. 486. Do we have the winner over here? Number 486 calling once. Number 486 calling twice. All right, we do have the... Do we have the winner here? Number 486 calling thrice. Oh, that will lead for a reshuffle. Thank you, Hashini. And the number is 622. 622. Do we have the respective number holder? The dais? Are you there? Oh, my lady, please come on stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a round of applause. And she'll be getting 2,000 rupee worth of gift voucher from Keel Supermarket. Are you there, ma'am? 622. I guess she has lost the number. Do I need to hold this or what? Alright, I'll give you another 2 minutes. Make it fast, please, because I can see some eager faces. They want to go for the next draw, so just make it fast, brother. guess the number is not there. So that will again and just make sure you hold this particular number so we can cross verify if your number is correct or not. All right. I'll hold this for another few minutes and we'll go ahead with the next lucky winning number. All right, brother, get me another number, please. And the number is 447. I pronounce once again 447. Do we have the number holder, the audience? Come right over here, brother. Come right over here. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to the number holder, 447. Okay, we do have the number holder of 622. And madam, can I have your number, please? And we do have the ticket holder of 622. She'll be getting a gift voucher from Kiel Super. And the winner of number 447, brother, please on stage. Thank you very much. Indeed, he holds the ticket number 447 and he also deserves it. He gets a gift voucher from Kiel Super. And to select the next lucky number, I would like to call on stage Sammani and Asela. Sammani and Asela, please on stage. I do have the number. The number is 5. Can I see the hands of people who are holding the first number as 5? Plenty of people. 5 is the first number, and the second number 547. 547. Do we have the number holder 547 here? All right, great. Congratulations, brother. And lucky number 547, Mr. Udara also will be getting a gift voucher from Kiel Super.
Sammani and Azela, can we have another number? Okay, the number is 432. 432. Who is the lucky girl or boy? Number
it's a lucky boy.
432. Number 432 again.
He's on his way.
Congratulations.
It's brother Taruk who holds the number 432. He also stands a chance, and he'll be getting a gift voucher from KL Super 2. Thank you, Sammani and Asela. And to select the next winning number, I would like to call on stage Nirmala and Dilshan. Nirmala and Dilshan, please be on stage. Go ahead, Dilshan. And it is 3. Oh, I can see if you smile who are holding number 3 as the first number. The second number we'll see with their lucky smile faces. 7. The last number it's 3. 373. Oh gosh. Congrats, brother. And he also gets 2,000 worth of gift voucher from KL. Thank you very much, Nirmala and Dilshan. Now I would like to call on stage Asanka and Sahan. Asanka and Sahan, please on stage. And this number going to be the third place winning number. We'll see who is lucky or lucky enough to win this third place. And the winning number is 3 1 1 311. Congratulations, brother. And the winner, Hashan, will be getting a gift pack from Rivalon. Congratulations.
For the next round, I would like to call upon Chirat and Thilini. Chirat and Thilini for the same prize.
And this lucky number going to be the second place.
Let's go. Uh-oh.
We just got out of from a huge jeopardy.
It's number 6 3 631. 631. Number 631.
Do we have the respective number holder in the audience? 631. 631 calling once. 631 calling twice. 631 calling thrice. That will lead to reshuffle. Go ahead for another one. There is exactly a round number. It's exactly a round number. There is no plenty of digits involving. There are like only two numbers in this. It's 300. 300.
Lucky girl.
Do we have the respective number holder? The audience. Congratulations, sister. Yes, it is 300, and she also wins a gift pack from Revlon. And the grand prize of the draw. It is the grand prize of the draw, which is one night stay in Cinnamon Lodge. Cinnamon Lodge, one night stay, and more importantly, that's for a couple. And to draw the number, I would like to call on stage Brother Ketaka and Vishwa. Ketaka, are you there? Ketaka, please be on stage. They'll get the prize for you. Come on. Let's roll the drum. Roll it, roll it. Shuffle it much as possible. And it is the grand prize winner. Can we have the people or the number, invitees who is holding the number 4 as their first number? Oh, so much of disappointment. 4 as their first number. I don't see any hands going up. Okay, I go for the second number. It's 2, 4, 2. And the last number, 0. 420. Oh gosh, give a round of applause to this lady. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to Maeshika Mendis, the card hold number of 420. Thank you very much, Vishwa and Ketaka. That concludes the most awaited event of the day. Last but not least, we do have the final entertainment event of the day, and it's going to be present by our winners of inaugural Ingenio talent show competition organized by CA Student Society. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Harsha D'Souza, PLC, Kasun Suravira, PWC, Chanaka Ratnayaka, PLC, to deliver you a singing and instrumental presentation.
තවම මා නොදුටු සිනාගැන් හමු යාමේ කඳුල මත කරුණා කරන්නයි අයදිමි නිබඳේ සිතින් මා ඉදිතුති කඳුල නුඹ ඇවිදින් නිවා නැමුනේ නෙතේ පීඩා නොබිදිනු මැනවි නිවා දැමුනේ නෙතේ පීඩා නොබිදිනු මැනවි You fill up my saints soul like a night in a forum, like a mountain in springtime, like a walk in the rain, like a storm in the soul, like a sleepy ocean. You fill up my saint soul. Come fill me again. Come, let me love you. Let me give my life to you. Let me drown in your laughter. Let me die in your arms. Let me lay down beside you. Let me always be with you. Come, let me love you. Come, love me again. Let me lay down beside you. Let me always be with you. Come, let me love you. Come, love me again. Thank you.
That's the champions of inaugural CA Student Society Talent Show. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause to the champions of 2016 Talent Show. We do have few mementos to be presented to our sponsors as a gesture of appreciation to the assistance that they have extended on us to make this event a reality. To present the mementos, I would like to call on stage Mr. President Prashant Muthugala, Vice President MSM Ashaf, and General Secretary Jashan Guerrero. And also we would like to have a representative from each of these companies. If you are here, please get on stage and collect the memento on behalf of your company. First, as our platinum sponsor, Bank of Ceylon. Can we have a representative from Bank of Ceylon, please? Seems we don't have.
Second, Singer Sri Lanka.
Can we have a representative from Singer Sri Lanka? All right, we got.
Yes.
And also we do have Good Hopes partnering the event as a platinum sponsor. Can we have a representative from Good Hopes on stage?
And the last platinum sponsor, Imagine Entertainment.
And partnering the conference as a gold sponsor, we do have People Leasing and Finance PLC. Can we have a representative from People Leasing and Finance PLC? Seems no, there is no representative. Moving along.
So we are moving with the silver sponsor for the day, Cambridge Finance PLC. And
All right, we
have
got the representative from People Leasing Finance PLC.
Okay, the silver sponsor, Cambridge Finance PLC. Can we have a representative?
Can we have a company representative of Cambridge Finance PLC? No representatives in the audience. Moving along.
Okay, the bronze sponsor for the day, KBBS. KBBS.
Can we have a representative from KBBS?
Okay, then we are moving into the other bronze sponsor, IAS.
Okay, you can see some class representatives but no company representatives, it seems. IAS and KBBS partnering the event as the brown sponsors. And we do have few other partners. Group M. Can we have a representative from Group M? Moving along.
Dialogue TV.
Can we have a representative from Dialogue TV? Seems there is no representatives.
Long Beach. Then Techimart. Music.lk. Slashcom.
Can we have a representative from 3O? There is no representative. Can I have a representative, final and last representative? Can we have a company representative for Vevra? We do have the representative from Vevra. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That brings us to the end of the felicitation of all our sponsors partnering this event to get this event a reality. And before we are moving along with the final event of the day, I would like to make a few announcements. We do have a discount privilege which was given by Long Beach, and discount percent goes to 40%. 40% of discounts you all can claim once you pay yourself as a visitor to Long Beach, and your docket contains few other documents related to discount schemes available from our sponsors, so you all can utilize those. And also there is another announcement on the certificates for all the participants. The same can be collected from the entrance table, which you just observe once you are getting in. And we do have a compliment for all the participants, which you all can collect from the entrance. As the last event of this day, I would like to call on stage Chatura Gimhana to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Master of ceremonies, members of the head table, sponsors, distinguished invitees, speakers, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to deliver a word of thanks to everyone from your highly estimated speakers, our sponsors, partners, members and especially invited guests and participants for making this event a success. Today, the 30th International CA Student Conference has been a great success. As the Educational Secretary of the CA Student Society, I am truly thankful to everyone who volunteered their time. I can tell every person here is committed to help keep this conference going strong. And it is really inspiration to see. This celebration of 30th conference has stood the test of time. And today event makes the 35th anniversary of the CA Student Society. Before we get to the end, there are few people I want to thank for their amazing work these past few weeks. First of all, I would like to give my gratitude to all the members of the CA Student Society. Without them, we never won't be able to achieve this success. Also, I wish to thank our highly estimated speakers, Professor Kennedy Gunawardena, Mr. Niranjan De Silva, Mr. Aslam Hamid, Mr. Kishu Gomez, who have taken their time to discuss their experience and inspirations. The expert panel discussion has become one of signature events, and your participation has made it possible for the 30th time. I wish to thank the expert panel who shared their experience, Mr. Aruna Pereira, Mr. Jehan Perianagam, Mr. Arjuna Herath, Mr. Chishan Subasinghe, Mr. Hasith Premaratna, Mr. Dilraj Kandavel, and Mr. Travis Roach. Thank you for your support and for such informative presentations. I would like to thank our sponsors, Imaging Entertainment, Singer Sri Lanka, Bank of Ceylon, Good Hope as a platinum sponsors, People Leasing and Finance PLC as a gold sponsor, Cambridge Finance as a silver sponsor, KBBS and IAS as a bronze sponsor, Group M as the media partner, Dialogue Television as the television partner, Long Beach Resort as a hospitality partner, Beura as photography partner, Tikimart as online partner, Music.lk as media partner, 3OH as creative agency partner, and the Slascom as industry partner. Thank you everyone for coming on board with us and for your generosity. Further, I would also like to thank patron of the CA Student Society, Mr. Riaz Meula, President of the CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Lasantha Wickramasinghe, past President, Mr. Sujiva Rajapaksha, and the CEO of Chartered Institute, Mr. Aruna Alves, who inspired and guided to work towards the success of this event. Thank you to our CA staff members and all the guests to your participations and support. Events such as this provide an opportunity to you to share your concerns and knowledge. This is one of the invaluable benefits we present to our CA students. And last but not least, a warm and heartfelt thank to our CA Student Society members, hardworking and their commitment. In closing, I wish each of you a very best for your future. Enjoy the tea and make sure to collect your gift. Thank you.
That brings us to the end of the day. And before we conclude, 30th International CA Student Conference, it's a product of tireless and hard work of an amazing crew, which is headed by my good friend Prashant Muthugala, and along with those support, this is today, it's a reality. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Prashant and his crew. And also for all the delegates who have paid their visit all the way down from their home countries, thanks indeed for your presence here. And that brings to the end of this session. Thanks indeed for your wonderful gesture of presence at this evening. Enjoy your tea, and it's time for fellowships. Thank you.